This is Audible.
Blood and Stone. The Alastair Stone Chronicles, Volume 6. Written by R.L. King. Narrated by Will M. Watt. Chapter 1. I'm getting too damn old for this. The thought hit Jason Thayer's befuddled brain half a second before he doubled over and threw up into the gutter. It was somewhere on the far side of 2 a.m., and he was seriously regretting his decision to walk back to his motel room instead of accepting Ed's offer to call him a cab. "It's not far," he'd said. "The night air will do me good," he'd said. God, he was an idiot. The only thing worse than an idiot was a lost idiot. The party had been fantastic. Ed's parents had a big spread, complete with bar, swimming pool, tree-filled backyard, and big-screen TV on which to watch the impressive collection of pornographic movies the guys had procured, and they'd kindly agreed to clear out for the night in order to allow their son's friends to drink too much and get sick all over the deck. After all, Ed was only going to get married once, right? There weren't supposed to be strippers. Ed had put up a token protest, complaining that if his fiancée found out about them, he'd be spending his wedding night in the doghouse instead of the honeymoon suite. But they'd gotten a few shots into him, and before long, he was cheering along with the crowd as the two eerily limber women had done things to each other that didn't seem anatomically possible. Yeah, it didn't get much better than this. Or at least, it hadn't before things finally started to wind down. One by one, the guests tottered off, either to cabs called for them, or to crash on one of the many couches or beds scattered throughout the house. Things were still going on when Jason left, but he could see that the party maybe had another hour of life left, and even through his alcohol-soaked haze, he knew he wanted to get at least some sleep before tomorrow, preferably in his own bed, not surrounded by a bunch of snoring drunks. Throwing up at the bachelor party was one thing. Throwing up on the bride in the receiving line would be something else entirely. Now, weaving along a winding, rock-lined street that looked like all the other winding, rock-lined streets in this god-forsaken excuse for a neighborhood, Jason was beginning to reevaluate the whole cab thing. Ojai, a few miles north of his native Ventura, was a small town, and nothing was very far from anything else. But even the couple of miles he had to cover seemed like an interminable hike when his head was pounding, his stomach was doing the cha-cha, and his shirt reeked of sweat, nachos, cheap beer, and the not-so-subtle hint of whatever perfume the blonde stripper had been wearing way too much of. She'd been one fine-looking lady, though. Tall, tanned all over, and he meant all over, and built like a brick shithouse. Whatever the hell that was supposed to even mean. He had vague memories of trying to coax her into one of the bedrooms with him as she ground herself on his lap in time with the driving beat of the music, and of her laughing cheerfully and calling him a naughty boy before sashaying off to rejoin her fellow performer in the front room. Ah, well, he'd tried. Nobody could say he hadn't tried. High school had been less than 10 years ago. But despite the good time he'd had at the party, he'd gotten a good headful of the reason why clichés got to be clichés, because they contained at least a little bit of truth. You really couldn't go home again. Not like the way things used to be anyway. The guys, chubby party animal Shane, athletic ladies' man Kurt, and long-haired wannabe jock Chris, who everybody called Cramp for reasons best left in the past, had been his best buds through high school in Ventura. They'd hung out together, dated the same girls and never committed to one, played on the same sports teams and got into trouble on weekends. Not too much trouble, since Jason already had his mind set on the police academy even at that point, but enough that high school overall was a pretty good time in his life, a time before a lot of things had gone, as his friend Alastair Stone would say, pear-shaped. Now, though, with his stomach roiling and his head feeling like somebody had used it for home base, high school seemed another lifetime ago. None of the others had left the area. Shane sold shoes at the mall in Ventura. Kurt, after losing his dream to play pro ball to a bad throwing arm break in his senior year of college, worked at his dad's landscape supply company. And Cramp, who never seemed to know quite what he wanted to do with his life, still lived at home and held down a dead-end job at a local hardware store. When the four of them had gotten together for dinner in Ojai prior to tonight's party, Jason had a hard time joining in with their conversations. And even as great as the party had been, some small corner of his mind just wanted the night to be over. Even though he'd only lived in the Bay Area a year, the apartment he shared with his sister in Mountain View already felt more like home than this did. Swaying back and forth, he grabbed onto a street sign for balance and glanced up at white letters that swam across it. Foothill. He was on Foothill Road. Assuming he was facing the right direction, he should be able to keep going for another quarter mile or so, and he'd be close to Ojai Avenue, the town's main drag. His motel was there, maybe another mile up the road. But once he got to Ojai Avenue, he was home free. First, he'd have to get walking, though. He rolled his head back and stared up into the black carpet of stars peeking through the canopy of ancient oak trees, one hand clutching the street sign to keep him from falling over backward. You could actually see them here, since there weren't too many streetlights and most of the houses, set far back from the street, were dark by now. He almost never got up to Ojai when he'd lived down here. Back then, he and his friends considered it nothing but a boring little bedroom town full of rich people, old hippies who hadn't quite figured out the 60s were long gone, and artsy-fartsy weirdos. Still, a little slow down and back to nature wasn't altogether horrible after the faster pace of the Bay Area. He'd go crazy if he had to stay here long, but a few days wouldn't be so bad. Come on, dummy. You can gawk at the stars all night, but it's not going to get you back to the motel any faster. He pushed himself off the sign so hard he almost fell over, lurched back to a mostly standing position, and started off in the direction of Ojai Avenue again. It couldn't be much farther, right? Then he spotted the shadowy figure up ahead. He stopped, blinking, trying to decide whether what he was seeing was really there or if it was just another illusion brought on by too much booze. But no, it sure looked real. A tall, slim form climbing over the low wall separating the packed dirt sidewalk from a leafy, tree-filled vacant lot. "Hey!" Jason called amiably, waving a hand. He wondered if the figure was drunk too. Maybe they'd climbed over the wall to puke discreetly in the leaves, and were now coming back to the road to do exactly what he himself was doing, trying to walk back to wherever they were staying. The figure stopped at the sound of his voice and stood in the middle of the path, staring at him. It didn't return his greeting. Jason frowned, his brain trying to get itself around whatever odd cues this person, he couldn't even tell if it was a man or a woman, was putting out. Cautiously, he moved closer. "Hey," he said again. "Nice night, huh?" His voice sounded very slurred, and he almost laughed. The figure tilted its head to one side. "Nice night," it agreed. Its voice was creaky and oddly inflected, as if it were unfamiliar with using it. It sort of sounded like a male voice, but it was still impossible to be certain. "You sound drunker than I am," Jason observed. "You—" Then he got a look at the figure's eyes. He shouldn't have been able to do that, since there were no streetlights in the vicinity and very little light from the moon. But there they were, anyway. And they were glowing. I have got to be plastered. Jason shook his head a couple of times, figuring it would drive off the weird vision and make the world make sense again. But no. The figure's eyes still glowed faintly in a most disquieting shade of red-orange. "What the hell?" he began. But the figure merely turned and disappeared back over the wall. Jason could hear it rustling through the leaves. He stood there for a few more moments, listening to the sound of the stranger recede until it was gone, wondering if he'd really heard or seen it at all. That had been fucking freaky, was what that had been. Naturally, the first thought that followed fucking freaky was, I gotta tell Al about this. Somehow, he'd never be quite sure how, but God had a reputation for looking out for drunken idiots. Jason made it back to his motel. It was right on Ojai Avenue, and in an even better stroke of good fortune, all the rooms were on the ground floor. God might be looking out for drunks, but even he had limits, and Jason suspected stairs were probably among them. He fumbled his key into the lock and stumbled into the room. Blearily, he noticed the digital clock on the nightstand read 2:57. That was way too early to call Al, who would flay him alive if he called at 3 in the morning. And he could do it, too. Flaying was something Alastair Stone was really good at. The thought made him giggle for no apparent reason. "Okay, then," he muttered. "Let me just sleep for a while. Need to sleep anyway. I'll call him in the morning." Yeah, that was a good idea. Just get some nice sleep and call in the morning. That was the best idea he'd had all night. Chapter 2. It was 10 a.m. on a late summer Saturday morning, and Alastair Stone was only just now getting home. He hummed an old Zombies tune as he came in through the garage, still mulling over the previous night. The show, a new local band at a little hole-in-the-wall club in Castro Street in Mountain View, had been excellent, and what had happened afterward had been even better. Her name was Kelly. She was a paralegal, and she'd even fixed him breakfast before seeing him off. Not just perfunctory coffee and toast, either. She'd made eggs. They both knew it wouldn't go any further, and that was quite all right. He didn't make a habit of that sort of thing, but sometimes an enjoyable night was just an enjoyable night. Stone tossed his keys on the counter, threw his overcoat over a nearby chair, and glanced at his answering machine. As usual, its red light was flashing. He punched the button almost idly, only half listening. Whoever it was, they could wait. The first 2 messages were typical. Old Hubbard up at Stanford wanting to discuss something about his syllabus, and some survey monkey trying to solicit his opinion about vacuum cleaners. He picked up his coat and was heading out of the kitchen when a familiar voice issued from the speaker. "Hey, Al. It's Jason. Call me back when you get a chance. Think I found something weird going on down here that looks like it's right up your alley." Stone paused in the doorway. Jason had left a couple of days ago to attend an old friend's wedding and recapture the nostalgia of his youth. Or something. That second part was mere speculation. He was due back in a day or 2. Stone hadn't really paid that much attention to the details, but something weird that might be right up his alley? Interesting. He leaned on the counter and played through the messages again, erasing the survey monkey, listening more carefully this time. He could hear a hint of something odd in Jason's voice, like he was trying to sound flippant, but wasn't completely hiding the fact that something had spooked him. That wasn't unusual. A lot of things spooked Jason Thayer. He was a good friend, and a good guy to have around if you were planning to be in a bar fight. But even after all this time, he still did everything he could to avoid playing in the same sandbox with things that went bump in the night. Only problem was, when your two most frequent companions were a mage who moonlighted as an occult studies professor, and a sister who had recently discovered her own fledgling magical abilities and who snarfed up anything weird and freaky like it was catnip, that could pose more than a bit of a problem. The end result was that Jason's version of weird could be anything from a few unexplained knocks in a dark room, all the way up to a full-blown extra-dimensional portal in the walk-in fridge of the local McDonald's. You never could tell with him. And of course, he hadn't left a phone number. Stone hunted around in the untidy pile of papers and old mail on his breakfast bar until he found the scrap where he jotted down the name of the motel just in case there was some emergency. Nest Motel, Ojai. Ojai. He vaguely remembered hearing something about that. The artsy little tourist town somewhere near Ventura, which was where Jason and his sister Verity were originally from. He picked up the phone, got the number for the motel, and asked the bored-sounding clerk to ring Jason's room. There was no response. A generic answering machine voice picked up and told him to leave a message, which he did. He then proceeded to get caught up in his latest magical research and forget about the whole business until late the following morning. In the middle of hunting for some books he needed, it occurred to him that Jason hadn't called back yet, and that was odd. Even if he was sleeping off a hangover, which was entirely possible given his reasons for the trip, it seemed strange that he hadn't at least checked in to explain his previous cryptic message. Stone shoved aside a stack of books on his desk and picked up the phone. Once again, the clerk, a different one this time, put him through to the room, and once again he got voicemail. Stone frowned. Normally, this wouldn't have even tripped his suspicions. Jason had gone down to Ojai to hang out with a bunch of old high school friends and attend a wedding, which meant he'd probably just had too much to drink and decided to sleep it off at a friend's house instead of driving back to his motel. However, Stone's mind kept going back over something weird and right up your alley. That last part practically screamed that whatever Jason had found, it was from Stone's side of the street. Or at least, he thought it was. And even considering Jason's level of discomfort with the supernatural, Stone doubted that he'd have taken time out of his busy weekend of debauchery and school days sentimentality to call if it hadn't been something worth calling about. Jason, if you can rouse yourself from your cyberitic stupor long enough to call me, I'd appreciate it. You've got me curious now, and you know how rude it is to get me curious and then leave me hanging. So, call me. As he hung up, he realized he'd sounded a little too grumpy. But he wasn't kidding about the curiosity thing. When it had any connection to the supernatural, Stone half expected cats to start coming up to him on the street any day now to say, "Dude, dial it back a bit." He sighed. It was probably nothing, just Jason overreacting again, and probably embarrassed to admit it. Stone would have a good time teasing him about it when he came back home. The phone remained stubbornly silent for the rest of the day, which made Stone even more annoyed because the anticipation was making it impossible to devote his full concentration to his spell research. This stuff wasn't the sort of thing you wanted to be distracted while you worked on. Slip a variable or transpose two symbols in a spell formula, and all kinds of nasty consequences could occur. Some of them were merely amusing, while others, admittedly requiring a major error in the formula, could take out entire city blocks. The only certain thing was that whatever happened wouldn't be pleasant. Finally, Stone ran a frustrated hand through his hair and tossed his notebook aside. Maybe it was time to go out and find something to eat. He couldn't remember if he'd bothered to stop working to grab something for lunch. I really need to see about finding a new housekeeper, he thought, while heading downstairs. Another one who can cook, and preferably who isn't possessed by an extra-dimensional hitchhiker. He wished Verity were around. But she'd left town before Jason had to go on a camping retreat with friends back east. She was off in the middle of nowhere for a couple of weeks at least. He was heading out toward the garage when the phone rang. He strode across the kitchen and snatched it up. "Yes? Who is this, please?" A male voice. Not Jason. Stone narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean, who is this? You called me. Who are you?" "My name is Lieutenant Peter Kastner, sir. I'm with the Ventura County Sheriff's Department." Stone froze, momentarily speechless. "I'm calling you in connection with Mr. Jason Thayer. Do you know him?" "Of course I do. Is he all right?" There was a pause. "Can you please tell me who you are and how you know Mr. Thayer?" The chill grew stronger. He leaned forward, propping himself against the counter. "I'm Alastair Stone. I'm a friend of his. What's happened?" "He's missing, Mr. Stone. We found 2 messages from you on the voicemail at his motel room, and we were hoping you might be able to provide us with some information about where he might be." "If I knew where he was, I wouldn't have left 2 messages on his voicemail," Stone said. He gathered his thoughts. "How do you know he's disappeared? He was supposed to be down there to visit some friends and attend a wedding. Perhaps he just decided to stay with them instead of coming back to his room." "We've spoken to his friends, sir. None of them saw him since the night before last." There was the sound of papers shuffling. "On one of your messages you said he'd made you curious about something. Can you tell me what that is?" Stone considered. He couldn't exactly tell the cop that Jason had found something supernatural afoot in sleepy Ojai. That was a one-way ticket to a tasteful room with bouncy walls. Or at the very least to being regarded from this point forward as a crackpot in the official police records. Or was it? "I don't know precisely. That's why I was trying to contact him. I teach occult studies up here at Stanford, so likely he found some interesting local legend or ghost story he wanted to pass along. Nothing like the truth, or at least some part of it, to save himself from being entangled in a big mess of lies later on. Not to mention getting that academic credential from a top-level university out there on the table. At least if he was going to be a crackpot, he'd be a respectable crackpot." "Is there anything else you can tell us about where he might be, Mr. Stone?" "Dr. Stone, actually." "Yeah, okay, pretentious as hell, but if he had to go down there and investigate, which was looking increasingly likely, he'd need all the front-loaded I'm not a raving nutter cred he could muster to offset some of the questions he'd probably have to ask once he got there." "Sorry, but no. He didn't tell me anything more than the name of his motel." He frowned. "So you're saying he just didn't turn up where he was supposed to be? He didn't attend the wedding?" "I'm not at liberty to give details about the case, sir. Do you mind if I leave my phone number with you, and if you hear from him or hear anything about his possible whereabouts, could you let us know?" "Of course." Stone's voice trailed off, his mind already spinning. He jotted down Kastner's number on a nearby notepad. "Lieutenant?" "Yes, sir?" "There's more to this than you're telling me, isn't there?" "I can't say, sir. I'm sorry, but please let us know if you hear from him." An hour later, Stone was on the road heading south. He could have performed a tracking ritual from his home, but finding someone that far away could get tricky, not to mention inaccurate. Even if he was able to pinpoint Jason's location, what could he do with the information? Call up the local authorities and pass it along to them? You could see that working well. "Yes, officer, I'm a psychic, and I got a vision of my friend who's missing in his car off the side of the road somewhere near a lot of trees." Yeah, they'd pay all kinds of attention to that. So road trip it was. It would have been faster if there'd been a portal nearby, but there wasn't. Sometimes the mundane way was best anyway, especially since he wanted to have his own car available. He settled for weaving a small disregard me spell around his big black BMW during the long, dull stretches of 101 between Gilroy and Santa Barbara, where there was very little traffic. cranking his favorite Queen CD to 11 and opening up the car to somewhere north of 100 miles per hour whenever he could get away with it. You didn't do that when any other cars were around, because invariably the only other driver within 10 miles of you on the freeway would suddenly decide he had to drift into your lane just as you came screaming up on him at nearly twice the speed limit. Stone thought it might be one of those things that highlighted Magic's twisted sense of humor, but if the road was clear, it made long trips go by a lot faster. As he drove, he thought about what might be going on with Jason. What had he seen that made him call Stone in the first place? Teasing about his skittishness around the supernatural notwithstanding, Jason had a pretty strong constitution when it came to dealing with the stranger end of the spectrum, once he'd allowed himself to admit it existed. He was also, thanks to the magical heritage he'd gotten from his mother, quite a bit tougher in the face of threats from the magical world than your garden variety mundane. Magical powers got passed from same-sex parent to child, so Jason's sister Verity ended up with the mojo. But Stone was becoming increasingly more convinced, especially given Jason's odd ability to serve as a magical power battery, that the opposite-sex children weren't quite as left out of the party as was commonly believed. That was part of what his current research was examining, and Jason had been serving as his favorite, and so far only, guinea pig. He went over what he knew about the situation. Jason had driven down to Ojai a few days ago and checked into the Nest Motel. His friends had seen him 2 nights ago, after which he disappeared. Had he returned to his room at all? Had something happened to him on the way back to the motel? Had he perhaps met a woman and gone off with her? No, that's speculation. Stick to the facts. There was no point in indulging in flights of fancy, at least not until he had more data. The only other thing he could be sure of was that there was more going on here than a simple disappearance. Lieutenant Kasner had clearly been trying to keep his voice even and give nothing away, but Stone was good enough at picking up conversational nuances that it had come through like a beacon that the cop was holding something back. What could it be? The answer was, it could be anything. When you were dealing with the magical world, you weren't limited by the normal restrictions of mundane life. Things like drunken auto accidents, bar fights, and seduction by women rendered smoking hot by beer goggles. If only it were that easy, Stone wouldn't be so apprehensive about what he was going to find. When you brought the spooky stuff into the equation, you could be dealing with anything from poltergeists to extra-dimensional abduction, and everything in between. Slow down. Stone admonished himself, temporarily dropping the BMW's camouflage magic as he blew past an ancient VW Beetle chugging along in the slow lane. It's probably something perfectly mundane. In fact, you'll probably get down there only to find he's already shown up at his motel room, wanting to know what all the fuss was about. His mind drifted back to an old episode of The Twilight Zone he'd seen when he was younger, about a little girl who'd disappeared from her home. Her father's friend, some sort of scientist, had immediately started poking around in search of portals to other dimensions, instead of simply looking under the bed or in the closet. Of course you thought it was perfectly normal to look for her in other dimensions. None of this was doing him any good. He swapped out the Queen CD for Pink Floyd and settled back to cover the rest of the distance. He wouldn't get any more information until he arrived in Ojai, and no amount of speculation was going to change that. Even with magical assistance, and only one brief stop in San Luis Obispo, it was still nearly 10 p.m. when Stone arrived in Ojai. Traffic was quite sparse as he cruised up the main road into town. Since there wasn't much he'd be able to do tonight, he pulled into a 24-hour restaurant, sat down at the counter, ordered a cup of coffee, and gave the middle-aged waitress his best, charming smile. "I'm looking for a place called the Nest Motel. Can you help me?" She smiled back. Of course she did. Stone had long ago found that, at least in this country, The combination of his accent and an engaging grin was nearly foolproof against women of a certain age, and placed a steaming mug in front of him. "Sure, you're not far. Just keep going toward town and you'll see it on the right in about half a mile." She glanced around as if expecting to see someone with him. "Are you on vacation? Ohi's beautiful this time of year." "No, just down here to, look up an old friend." "Well, I hope you enjoy yourself," she said, smiling and moving off to greet a couple who'd just come in. Stone sipped his coffee, thinking about how he would proceed tomorrow. It was probably too much to hope that he'd be able to get into Jason's room at the Nest. Even if he could talk the desk clerk or a maid into letting him in, he'd arouse too much suspicion if he was caught poking around the motel room of a guy who'd recently disappeared. He supposed the best place to start was to talk to Jason's friends, assuming he could find them. Jason had never mentioned any of their names. His gaze fell on a folded newspaper someone had left on the stool next to him. Idly, he picked it up and spread it in front of him, glancing over the headlines. He expected to see typical small-town stuff: politics, high school sports, maybe a profile of some local philanthropist's latest venture. Instead, a headline stretched over a photograph of a smiling teenage girl. "Police have few clues in murder of local student." Eyebrows raised, Stone unfolded the paper and skimmed the article. The 16-year-old girl's body had been found just off some place called Foothill Road by a pair of elderly dog walkers early yesterday morning. Her throat had been cut, and it was estimated she had only been dead for a few hours before she was found. "Terrible thing," said a soft voice in front of him. He looked up to see the waitress refilling his cup. Her eyes cut down to the paper, and then back up to Stone. "Just terrible. She was a lovely girl, lived here all her life." "I'm sorry," Stone said. "Everybody's a little on edge," she continued. "We just don't have that kind of thing around here. But please don't let it upset your stay. I'm sure the police will find whoever did it soon." "I'm sure they will," he murmured. The waitress moved off again, and he continued leafing through the paper. He didn't doubt that murders around here were rare, but especially in these times it was nearly inevitable that even a peaceful town like this would win the grim lottery at some point. Another thing you learned fast when you rubbed shoulders with the world of the supernatural was that it was often the sleepiest, most idyllic little towns that harbored the most horrific secrets. Even if that wasn't true here, and he hadn't heard anything on the mystical grapevine to indicate that it was, there were plenty of threats out there that were completely mundane in nature. All it took was for one of them to drift through town and cross paths with a target of opportunity. The rest of the paper was more of what he'd expected, and his gaze slid over it without really taking in the ads, football scores, local news, and columns of classifieds. He was finishing his coffee and contemplating whether he wanted another refill when a thought occurred to him. He pulled the paper back over and leafed through it until he found what passed for the society page. It was full of small photos, each accompanied by a brief wedding, birth, anniversary, or funeral announcement, along with a short piece on the local high school's 25-year reunion that had taken place the previous weekend. Glancing over the wedding announcements, Stone soon nodded in triumph. Of the 4 on the page, only one featured a couple that was the correct age to have been Jason's classmates: Edward Novak and Annalise Nelson. Checking to make sure the chatty waitress was occupied, he pulled out a small notebook and jotted down their names, along with their best man and maid of honor. He folded up the paper, tossed it on the counter, and motioned for his check. It didn't take him long to find the Nest Motel. It was right off the main drag, a meandering, single-story place that looked old but well-maintained. Stone checked in without asking the clerk any questions about Jason, and soon found himself in a small room tastefully decorated with framed photos of the local mountains. On a whim, he sat down on the bed, closed his eyes, and reached out with his magical senses. The motel didn't have that many rooms, but the odds that he had been given the same one that Jason had occupied were still fairly low. He was neither surprised nor terribly disappointed when he got nothing more than faint bits of random emotion, nothing different than he would have gotten in any similar place. If Jason had been here, he hadn't done anything remarkable while in the room. He unpacked and decided to make it an early night. With any luck at all, he'd call the police tomorrow, and they'd tell him that Jason had turned up. All was well, and he could head home and finish up his spell research before the new quarter started in a couple of weeks. Unfortunately, that was the kind of luck he didn't often have. He slept badly, haunted by uneasy dreams. Jason kept calling desperately to him for help, but he was unable to reach his friend no matter how hard he tried. When Stone awoke early the next morning, he could barely remember the dreams. Chapter 3. A phone call to the local police department confirmed what Stone had all but known to be true. Jason was still missing. He didn't tell them he was in town. They'd find out soon enough, but he didn't want to get called in to answer a bunch of questions, at least not until after he'd had a chance to chat with one or more of Jason's friends. He got a copy of the local phone book and located the names he'd found in the paper. As he suspected, neither Edward Novak nor the former Annalise Nelson answered their phones. They were probably off enjoying the sights, or more likely each other, on some balmy Hawaiian beach. He had better luck with the best man, a guy named Chris Merrill. The woman who answered the phone told Stone that he worked at one of the local hardware stores and should be there now. Merrill turned out to be a skinny young man of medium height, with longish brown hair and the tanned complexion of someone who spent a lot of time in the sun. Stone waited patiently while he helped an old woman pick out a bag of nails, then moved up. "Excuse me, Chris Merrill?" Merrill turned. "Yeah, that's me. What can I do for you?" "I'd like to chat with you for a few minutes, if you can spare them." "About what?" Brief suspicion drifted over the young man's face. "About your friend Jason Thayer." The suspicion deepened. "Are you a policeman, Mr. Stone? Alastair Stone?" "No, I'm a friend of Jason's from up north. I understand he's gone missing." "Yeah." He tilted his head, looking troubled. "You're from up north? You mean up in the Bay Area?" "Yes." "And you came all the way down here? He's only been missing for a couple of days." He seemed to be trying to work that out. Stone had to admit that the whole thing probably did look pretty odd from Merrill's perspective. Here was some strange British dude, at least 10 years older than Jason, claiming to be a good enough friend that he'd drive all the way down from the Bay Area to look for him. His reasons were none of Merrill's business, though. "Yes," he said. Sometimes the minimalist answer was the best. "So, do you have a few minutes to chat with me?" Sure. Hold on. Let me tell the boss I need a break and we can go outside." He emerged a couple of minutes later and joined Stone, who was leaning against a column outside the store, watching the traffic go by. "So, what do you want to know?" "Jason came down here to attend a wedding, right?" "Yeah." "Can you tell me what he was doing the night he disappeared? Were you with him then?" "We all were," Merrill said. "Well, all the guys, anyway. We were all at Eddie's bachelor party." "Was that here in town?" "Yeah. Annalise, she's the bride, would have killed us if we got strippers, so we just had a party. You know, barbecue, pornos, music, lots of booze, and a couple of strippers," he added, with a sly chuckle. "But don't tell Annalise that. One of the guys' parents has a nice spread up in the Arbolado with a pool, and they cleared out and let us have it for the night." He grinned, remembering, but it was fleeting and quickly faded. "The Arbolada." Stone raised an eyebrow, noting Merrill's change of mood. Merrill waved vaguely. Yeah, it's a part of town. Lots of nice houses there. How long was Jason there? I dunno, he said, shrugging. I was a little out of it by that time, you know. I suppose Jason was as well. Everybody was. The booze was flowing free. When he left, did he take his car? Nah, the cops came to get it yesterday morning, Eddie said. That's the guy whose parents own the house. So he left without his car? Well, that seems odd. Not really. Eddie's parents insisted everybody hand over their keys before we got started. Said they didn't want to be responsible for anybody getting hurt. A lot of guys slept it off at the house and left in the morning. Plus, Jason's always been kind of a straight arrow about stuff like that. I see. Stone pondered for a moment. Did anyone see him leave? Did you talk with the others at all about this, after it was determined he was missing? Yeah, we even went out a little bit yesterday and checked a few places we thought he might be, but he wasn't there. We thought maybe he might have gone off with one of the strippers or something. But he didn't? No, Kurt called them and they both said they left around 2 a.m. and went home. The cops came the next day to talk to all of us, but nobody could remember seeing Jace leave. This wasn't helping at all. If nobody had seen him leave, that meant he hadn't talked with anybody. And if he'd been as drunk as Merrill had implied, it was quite possible that whatever weird thing he'd seen had been entirely in his head. People called friends with all sorts of strange declarations when they were smashed off their asses. Except... Stone's mind went back to the message on his machine. Jason had sounded odd, but he hadn't sounded drunk. A little freaked out, maybe? Nervous? But not drunk. All right, Mr. Merrill. Thank you for your time. Yeah, no problem. He looked like he was about to say something else, but instead stared at the ground. I'd better get back to work. Stone started back toward his car, wondering where he was going to look next for answers. Maybe he'd have to bribe the desk clerk at the Nest to let him into Jason's old room to see if he could get any readings from... Mr. Stone? Merrill's voice was strange, tentative. He stopped, turning back. Yes? Merrill came closer. He glanced around like he wanted to make sure nobody was watching, then said quietly, There is one other thing. Maybe. Stone raised an eyebrow and leaned in closer. What other thing? He glanced around again. When the cops came to talk to us, they didn't say anything about it to us, but I overheard a couple of them talking when they didn't think I noticed. He paused, and his next words came from him as if he didn't want to say them. I don't know if you know this, but they found a girl murdered in that area the day after the party. I think maybe they might think Jason killed her. Chapter 4. Stone barely remembered the drive from the hardware store back to the motel. He dropped into the room's single chair and scrubbed at his hair, his mind whirling. Chris Merrill's words had rocked him hard. He was still recovering enough to think clearly. Merrill hadn't had anything else to offer regarding the speculation. He said the two policemen had noticed him right after that, and glared at him hard enough that he made himself scarce. The only other thing he'd told Stone was that he hadn't shared what he'd heard with anyone else. I don't know why, he mumbled when asked, not meeting Stone's gaze. But I know there's no way he killed anybody. No fucking way. Well, we're in agreement on that, Stone had said, and left after giving Merrill the phone number of his room and asking him to call if he learned anything else or if Jason turned up. The only thing was, Stone realized as he sat there staring at a framed print of a local mountain range tinged with eerie pink, he couldn't be sure that they were in agreement on that. And that was what had hit him so hard. Of course, he knew Jason would never kill anyone, let alone slit the throat of a 16-year-old girl, if he was in control of himself. That kind of act would be so contrary to his core nature as a protector and defender of the weak as to be unthinkable. But there was the matter of the weird thing. That was the variable that made everything much less cut and dried, and much more potentially horrific. There were plenty of weird things out there capable of controlling an unsuspecting human's mind, or taking over their body and wearing them like a cheap suit. Stone, Jason, and Verity had just spent the better part of the previous year dealing with just such a thing, the extra-dimensional creatures dubbed the Evil, who possessed usually willing hosts and fed on negative emotion. Still, even though the Evil were mostly under control at this point, with only the scattered remnants of their invasion force left leaderless and adrift all over the country, with no way to reproduce or supplement their number, that didn't mean there weren't at least 5 other things capable of similar possession or control that Stone could think of without even trying hard. And that was just the relatively common ones. His years of experience dealing with the spirit world had taught him long ago that even the common entities didn't have that much in common, and the more esoteric varieties were all unique, mostly powerful, and always dangerous. What the hell had Jason gotten himself into? Stone took out his notebook and began jotting down a timeline to help him keep everything straight in his mind. Jason had arrived in Ojai on Thursday afternoon, attended the bachelor party on Friday night, and walked back to the Nest Motel, or at least started to, sometime in the wee hours of Saturday morning. The message he'd left on Stone's phone had been time-stamped a little before 7 a.m. on Saturday, which meant he must have disappeared sometime between then and when the police had called Stone late Sunday afternoon. Grabbing the local phone book again, he opened it to the back and was pleased to find a map of Ojai taking up 2 of the last few pages. He studied it carefully, but could find no street labeled Arbolada. Chris Merrill had said it was a part of town, but the map didn't list it. He tossed the book back on the bed, gathered up his overcoat, and headed to the motel office. The clerk nodded when Stone mentioned the name and asked where it might be found. He dug a map out of his desk drawer, spread it on the counter, and pointed out a jumble of streets not far to the northwest of the motel, on the other side of the main drag. Stone mused. So it wouldn't be at all odd for someone to walk back here from there, say if he'd had a bit too much to drink and didn't want to drive? Nah, it's not far. Although if he was really drunk, he might get lost. It's kind of a maze over there if you aren't familiar with the area. He tilted his head. Hey, can I ask you something? Of course. Do you, know somebody else who was staying here? His voice was carefully non-committal. Stone crossed his arms over his chest. You mean the man who's gone missing? The clerk looked relieved. Yeah. What makes you think I do? Well, that's your Beamer in the lot, right? It is. It's got a Stanford license plate frame, and he was from the Bay Area, too. I mean, we got a lot of folks in here from up that way, but usually not odd single Englishmen who don't act like tourists? Stone asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, yeah. I mean, my other guess would have been you're up from Hollywood scouting locations for a picture or something, but the license plate... I do know him, yes. He's a friend of mine. I was concerned after the police called me, so I came down to see if I could help find him. He tilted his head. I trust the police have already gone through his room. Yeah, they took his stuff and did a pretty thorough search. They released the room, though. There's somebody else in there now. Thank you, Stone said. I appreciate your help. I'm trying to get a sense of where he might have gone after he left the party he attended on Friday night. Hence my question about walking back here from the Arbolada. You don't know whether he came back here, do you? No, sorry. We don't keep tabs on our guests' comings and goings. We're not modern enough to have those fancy electronic key cards, just regular, normal keys here. Stone nodded and thanked him for his help. He considered his next steps. Clearly he needed to conduct a ritual to find Jason's whereabouts, and he needed to do it soon. The problem was that his motel room was far too small for even a rudimentary circle, and he wanted something more than rudimentary for this spell. Even if he pushed all the movable furniture, which didn't include the bed, up against the wall, it barely left enough room for a circle he could stand comfortably in and stretch out his arms. That meant he was going to have to find a bigger space. Mundanes never had to worry about problems like this. If he was home, he had a large open space in the attic of his townhouse that had been set up for just this sort of ritual. But down here, he was limited by a tiny motel room, of all things, and since every hotel room he was likely to find around here was probably not much bigger, that meant looking for something larger he could rent. He procured the current issue of the local paper, located a coffee shop downtown, got a respectably sized infusion of caffeine, and settled into a back corner to look over the real estate ads. It took him a while to find a couple of places that looked like possibilities, as it wasn't that easy to find rentals by anything less than a month. With a new quarter starting in 2 weeks, he sincerely hoped he'd be able to wrap this up a lot faster than that. Possibly today, with any luck at all, assuming he could secure the premises that fast. His ritual to track people was a good one, and there was no reason it shouldn't zero in on Jason's location with little fuss and bother. Assuming, of course, that he was still alive. No, not going there. He's alive, and I'm going to find him. He circled the ads he'd found, tore out that portion of the page, and left the rest of the paper for the next customer. The real estate agency, it turned out, wasn't far from the coffee shop. Stone was beginning to suspect that nothing in this town was very far from anything else, so he left the car where it was and walked over. He found the place amid a collection of artsy little shops that comprised most of Ojai's picturesque downtown area. The woman behind one of the 2 desks looked up as he came in. She smiled, rising to come to the counter. "Good morning. May I help you?" She was a little younger than he was, her trim frame clad in a suit that somehow managed to simultaneously pull off businesslike and bohemian. He returned her smile. "I hope so. I'm looking for a short-term rental, and this one seems to fit the bill nicely." He slid the ad across the counter and indicated his preference. She glanced at it and frowned. "Oh, I'm sorry," she said, and sounded like she actually meant it. "That one was just rented yesterday. If you tell me what you're looking for, though, I might be able to help you. We have a few new listings in today." "I'm not terribly picky. I just need something for a few days while I'm here. I'm not fond of motel rooms." Her eyes twinkled. "I don't blame you," she said. "There are some nice places here in town, but they're not cheap." She offered him her hand, grinning. "I'm Lindsay Cole, by the way, and you're not from around here." "What was your first clue?" he asked, chuckling as he shook her hand. Her grip was firm and warm. "Alastair Stone." "Nice to meet you, Alastair Stone, and my first clue was that if I'd seen you around here before, I'd remember it." She met his gaze with cheerful forthrightness. Her eyes were a warm brown. "Now let's find you a rental, shall we?" Turning, she grabbed a sheaf of papers from her desk and riffled through them, then pulled out 2 and brought them back. "These should fit your needs. They're both detached houses, a 1-bedroom cottage, and a small 2-bedroom home. Do you have a preference, or would you like to take a look at both of them?" Stone considered. He wanted to get started with the ritual as quickly as possible, but it wouldn't do him any good if he picked one at random and it didn't have the space he needed. He couldn't exactly tell her he needed something appropriate for setting up a magical circle. Better if he saw it for himself. "Suppose I take a look at both, just to be sure." "You got it," she said, and looked pleased about it. "Come on, do you have a little time? Business is slow this time of day, so I can take you out there now if you want." Sure." He was surprised, figuring she'd just give him the address and turn him loose on his own. "Let's go, then." She jotted a note for the door, picked up her purse, and motioned for him to follow her. The first house, the one-bedroom, was less than half a mile away, up one of the side streets that crossed Ojai Avenue. It was a guest cottage behind a larger home, and Stone knew immediately it wasn't going to be big enough. "I'm terribly sorry," he said, shaking his head as soon as they entered. "This won't do for what I need. It's got to be a bit larger." "That's all right," she said briskly. "The other one's bigger. Farther out, though. It's almost out to the East End. Is that okay?" "Since I've next to no familiarity with this area, I haven't the faintest idea. Let's find out." They headed back to her car, and soon they were cruising back up Ojai Avenue. "So, what brings you to Ojai, Mr. Stone?" Lindsay Cole asked. "On vacation?" "Not exactly. I'm meeting up with a friend down here." That wasn't technically a lie. Maybe if he played this right, he could get a little free information along with a rental recommendation. "I noticed in the paper that you've had a bit of unpleasantness here recently." She glanced over. "Oh, you mean the murder?" she asked. "Terrible thing. We haven't had a murder around here in as long as I can remember. I just hope the police catch whoever did it soon. Everybody's a little on edge. You don't have to worry, though," she added quickly. "It really is quite safe here." "Oh, I'm not worried," he assured her. "Besides, I'm sure it didn't occur anywhere near the house we're looking at, right?" "No, nowhere close. They found her just off Foothill in the Arbolada. The police haven't released any information yet, but everybody knows. Small town and all. Some of the high school kids have already even started a little memorial up there." Stone had stopped listening when she said Arbolada. He forced himself back to awareness, replaying what she'd said until he caught up. "And they've no idea who might have done it?" "Not that they've said, but that doesn't mean anything, I suppose. I'm sure it wasn't anyone from around here." She shook her head. "Anyway, as I said, I'm sure it won't affect your stay in town." They both fell silent for a couple of minutes. Then she asked, "So, what do you do, wherever you are normally?" "I teach," he said, watching the scenery roll by without really seeing it. "Really? That's great. What grade?" He chuckled. No, my students are a bit further along than that. I'm a professor at Stanford." "Oh," she grinned. "Well, I have to admit I was having a hard time picturing you shepherding a herd of kindergartners around." "No, I'm allergic to children, actually." That got her to look over in surprise, and then she laughed. She took a left and drove about a half-mile up another road, then turned into a short driveway and parked in front of a small, neat house with a "For Rent" sign staked into the yard. "Well, here we are," she said, getting out. This time he knew he'd found a place he could work with. The house was fairly generic, as befitted its rental status. A small, tan, stucco-sided affair with a shake roof and windows covered with the same standard-issue blinds that graced every cheap rental property in the Western world. It wouldn't win any prizes for aesthetics, but it was furnished with more taste than Stone expected, and it featured a large, wooden-floored living room that would be easily big enough for his ritual needs. He took a cursory look around to verify that the rest of the place was acceptable, then nodded. "This will do nicely." "It's not too far out of town for you?" He raised an eyebrow. "I've come from the Bay Area. We routinely drive half an hour for takeaway. No, this isn't too far." Moving toward the door, he added, "I'd like to get settled in as soon as possible, if that's all right. Shall we go back and finish up whatever paperwork is necessary?" She seemed surprised that he was in such a hurry, but nodded. "Of course." Once they got back to the office, it took only a few minutes for Stone to sign the required papers and hand over the requisite funds. He collected the keys, thanked Lindsay Cole, and started to leave, already plotting out the circle he'd need to build for the ritual to ensure that it went off without any unexpected surprises. "Mr. Stone?" Her voice sounded a little different. "Yes?" She smiled. "Since you're new in town, there's a wonderful Mexican restaurant downtown here that just opened. Would you be interested in having dinner with me tonight?" His eyebrow crept up again. "Miss Cole, are you asking me out?" She grinned impishly. "I know it's forward, but all you can say is no, right? I'm a realtor. We get told no all the time. I'm used to it, and the yeses make it worth all the rejections." He thought about it. Finding Jason was without doubt his #1 priority, but the ritual would only take an hour or so, after which, if all went well, he should be able to pinpoint his friend's location and track him down, and if not... "I'd like that," he said, "on 2 conditions." "Yes?" "I might need to cancel at the last minute, depending on what my friend has planned, so you'll have to promise you'll not take that personally." "Fair enough. And the other one?" "Even though you've asked me out, you must let me buy you dinner. I'm a bit old-fashioned that way, at least on the first date." She smiled. "You're on, Mr. Stone. Or should that be Dr. Stone? Alastair will do fine. I'll pick you up here at 7 o'clock. He waved as he closed the door behind him. Chapter 5. Stone hadn't even unpacked properly at the Nest Motel, so in less than half an hour he'd gathered his gear, checked out, and driven back up to the new house. As he drove, he thought about Lindsay Cole and wondered what possessed him to accept her invitation. Sure, she was attractive, intelligent, and had a good sense of humor, all things he prized highly in women, but he didn't have time for this right now. Whatever had happened to Jason, it was almost certain it was connected with the weird thing he'd left the message about, which meant things were probably going to take a sharp turn into deep strange any time now. Taking uninitiated hitchhikers along into that particular territory could only end in ways he'd rather not think about. Ah, well, ritual first, then whatever came after second. If he ended up having to cancel dinner, then so be it. After shoving all the furniture in the living room up against the walls and making sure the blinds were all drawn tight, he took his time setting up the circle, using materials from the black leather duffel bag he hadn't even bothered to take out of the trunk at the motel. When he had everything the way he thought it should be, he paused to check it against one of his books, despite the fact that he'd done this particular ritual dozens of times and could no doubt write his own book about it at this point. He'd been called arrogant more times than he could count, and sometimes it was even deserved, but he wasn't arrogant enough to take chances with a friend's life. Since he knew Jason well, he didn't strictly need a focus object, but he used one anyway. An old baseball cap Jason had left at Stone's townhouse a few weeks ago when he and Verity had been over for dinner. Taking the cap, Stone settled himself carefully into the center of the circle, lit the candles around it with a flick of his power, and took several deep breaths to center his mind. He closed his eyes and willed magical energy into the circle, focusing on the cap and the thread connecting it to its owner. To this he added his own connection to Jason, the friendship they had developed over the last couple years, the shared adventures, and their mutual association with Verity. All of these strands wove themselves into the sending, forming a slim but powerful cord that reached out into the magical realm and sought its match. If Jason was alive and not somehow hidden behind magical protections, this spell would find him. All it would take was patience and time. The minutes stretched on. Stone willed himself to remain calm, to keep his breathing steady, to remain vigilant as he followed the slender cord on its search. Something was odd. Something was wrong. In all the times Stone had performed this tracking ritual, it had ended in one of 2 ways. Either the ritual had located the person it sought, allowing him to magically mark the spot so he could find it in the mundane world, or else the searching cord had ranged out for a few minutes and then collapsed back in on itself, ending the ritual. If the latter occurred, it indicated that the subject of the search was either dead or outside the ritual's effective range, or that they were behind wards or other magical methods of obfuscation. Stone was a powerful mage, and his range was extensive, which meant that the spell could take as long as half an hour to determine that it wasn't going to find anything. He could even sometimes get a glimpse of a target behind a ward, assuming that the ward's caster was significantly less adept with the art than he was. Either way, the spell would give him something. This time, though, what he got back was something he couldn't make sense of. A couple of times he seemed to get a quick bead on what looked like Jason's essence, but that essence was wrong somehow. Weak, fluctuating. Stone couldn't come up with the right words to describe it because he'd never experienced it before. And every time he tried to home in on it, to direct the searching cord to pin it down, it danced away like it was never there. It was like trying to grab a handful of smoke. Frustrated, he gritted his teeth and tried to tighten his focus, increase his power, and narrow the beam of his search down to punch through whatever force was blocking him. The next time he picked up a quick impression of Jason, he was ready. He gathered his power and forged it into a metaphorical blade, using his will to wrap the searching cord around it and drive it into the middle of the dissipating cloud of smoke. Dimly, he could feel his body beginning to sag. He knew he'd only get one shot at this before he'd have to stop and renew his energy. And then, suddenly, something else was there, reaching out for him, grasping at his mind. He pulled back, startled, struggling to shore up his mental defenses. He routinely built a certain baseline level of protections around his mind even during his everyday mundane life, since there were all sorts of things out there that would take advantage of an unprotected wielder of the talent. But he hadn't expected anything like this. He knew he couldn't stay long. It was too risky to take the offensive against whatever this thing was without a lot more preparation. Still, Jason was out there somewhere, and he wasn't going to let this attempt at locating him go without one last effort. He could do the ritual again, sure, but it would be harder without the tether object adding to the search's potency. He took a deep breath, focused harder, and sent out a call. Jason. The thing, whatever it was, seemed to perk up at the sound. It moved closer to him, if you could even call it that. It had no form, not even a shifting mist in the astral world. It was nothing more than a series of fleeting impressions and a growing sense of malevolence. Stone fought to keep his defenses up and forced himself to listen for any response from his friend. A growing sense of dread began to seep into his consciousness, an overwhelming compulsion to get out, to flee, to run. He did his best to ignore it, devoting a corner of his mind to keeping his defenses strong, but otherwise reaching out, trying to catch any impression that Jason might have heard his call. And then suddenly, there it was. Al? It was weak. So weak. He wasn't even sure he'd actually heard it, or whether it was simply the wishful thinking of a tired brain. He stiffened, trying to pinpoint which direction, as much as that concept meant anything in the shifting geography of the astral world, the voice had come from. It was not repeated. Meanwhile, the formless thing flowed around him, testing his mental shields, its impression radiating unwholesome curiosity along with the dread. It wants to know what I am. Despite all his efforts, Stone couldn't maintain the link any longer. He felt his ethereal presence beginning to fade as the slender cord of his spell tugged itself, and him along with it, back toward his body. Since there was nothing he could do to stop this, he instead chose to hasten it. Severing the connection instantly rather than letting it fade in a more natural manner would be harder on him and would probably give him a hell of a headache, but it also meant that whatever was so interested in him wouldn't have a direct line back to his body. It didn't mean it still couldn't find him, just that it would have a harder job of it, and maybe that would buy him enough time to track Jason down before it came calling. With a flick of his mind, he cut the cord. Immediately it shimmered and disappeared. His mind slammed back into his body, and he felt himself reeling backward, his head lighting up like he'd just been beamed by a fastball. He hit the floor in a crash of flailing limbs, knocking over one of the candles that fortunately had already gone out when the ritual died. For several long moments he lay on his back, staring up at the room's ugly wrought iron light fixture, and letting his heartbeat and breathing return to something close to normal. His head throbbed, and cold sweat soaked his shirt and his hair. That was not the way he liked to end rituals. He sat up, probably before he was ready, setting off new blossoms of pain inside his skull. It didn't matter, though. He didn't have time to coddle himself. If he hadn't gotten anything else out of the ritual, he'd gotten the most important thing. Jason was alive. And if he was alive, that meant two other things. First, whoever or whatever had him wanted him that way, because it would have been laughably easy for it to kill him if that was what it intended. Second, as long as he remained alive, Stone could find him. That, as long as he remained alive part was the sticky bit, though. Since he had no idea why this, whatever it was, had taken Jason, he likewise had no idea how important it considered keeping him alive to be. Now that it knew there was a mage on the scene who was strong enough to threaten it, it might just decide to cut its losses and eliminate any way, no matter how tenuous, it could be tracked. That meant Stone had to hurry. He dragged himself to his feet, leaning on a nearby chair for balance, and blinked several times. The circle lay smudged and inert before him. He'd clean it up later, after he got back. Grabbing a bottle of Advil from his bag. Every mage worth the title would agree that ibuprofen was a vital, if unsung, addition to one's magical kit bag. He tossed a couple back with some water and headed to the shower. As he let the hot water roll over him, he realized his next steps were not quite as mapped out as he had hoped they would be. He'd expected to find Jason's whereabouts and thus be able to track him down. Finding out he was alive but currently untrackable had not even occurred to him, so he hadn't made any contingency plans to deal with it. Where could he start looking if he had no idea where Jason was? It didn't take Stone long to answer that question. Chapter 6. It was a little before 4 o'clock when Stone found the place off Foothill Road in the twisting, oak-strewn maze of upscale homes the locals called the Arbolada. The road was narrow, bounded on either side by decorative rocks, and he had to drive almost a quarter-mile past the small makeshift memorial before he could find a place to pull off and park. He tossed his overcoat in the back seat and hiked back along a narrow dirt path, with the road on his right side and a low wall of light-colored stone on his left, sparing only a brief glance for the few cars that passed slowly by. He continued working through possibilities as he walked, considering and discarding several astral or ethereal entities that could potentially be responsible for abducting Jason. But none of them fit. It didn't help that his head still throbbed as if someone was riding on his back and whacking him periodically with a mallet. The ibuprofen had taken care of the worst of it, but the rest would take time. Lost in thought, he reached the memorial almost before he knew it. He approached it slowly, stopping to examine it from a respectful distance. The memorial had been constructed against the same low wall facing the road. A collection of wilting flowers, greeting cards, teddy bears, spent candles in holders, photos, and other memorabilia carefully piled around a white wooden cross with Ashley written across the horizontal bar in black block letters, and 2 hearts in red drawn below it on the vertical. On the other side of the wall stretched a small vacant lot dotted with mature oak trees. The ground there was covered by a thick carpet of dead leaves, and showed evidence of having been recently disturbed. Stone sat down on the wall with his back to the field. After making sure his defenses were up, he bowed his head and closed his eyes, reaching out with his magical senses. Anyone who saw him would probably assume he was merely reflecting or praying. He didn't think that would arouse any suspicion near such a place. The first thing he noticed was that the location of the girl's murder was not where the memorial had been constructed. The astral world practically roiled with emotion here. The normal, calm tranquility that would no doubt suffuse such a peaceful residential area shattered by leftover traces of terror and pain. Stone let his breath out slowly. This kind of thing was always hard on the observer, and the more violent the energy, the tougher it was. Ashley had not died slowly or easily. All this emotional pain was not doing the vestiges of his headache any good at all, but it had to be done. He adjusted his mental shields to filter out most of it, dimming the scene from a bright riot of reds and jagged shapes into something more muted. He concentrated on finding any traces of Jason, since at this point nothing he did would bring the unfortunate Ashley back from the dead. The specific site of the murder was easy to spot. It was a flaring knot of ugly reds beneath a large oak tree about halfway back on the right side of the vacant lot. Without letting his focus slip, Stone carefully rose, climbed over the wall, and headed toward the spot. Whatever investigations the police had conducted in the field appeared to be completed, as he saw no sign of crime scene tape or anything else that indicated he shouldn't be here. Approaching slowly, he stopped several feet from the site, appearing to be interested in something in a completely different direction. If there were any police lurking around here waiting for the murderer to return to the scene of the crime, it wouldn't do for them to find him carefully examining a spot that they probably hadn't even publicized. Closer now, he reached out again. And there it was. Jason had been here. Stone shut his eyes tighter, trying to more precisely locate where his friend had been and what kinds of emotion he'd been experiencing while he was here. Had he come upon the scene of the murder and tried to help? That seemed very much like him. Even stumbling drunk, there was no way he'd ignore the desperate pleas of a terrified teenage girl from somewhere off in the darkness. But if whatever had killed her had been supernatural in origin... But no. Without consciously realizing what he was doing, Stone retraced his route back to the wall, hopping over it and back to the narrow path that passed for a sidewalk here. The sense of Jason was stronger here than it had been close to the scene of the murder, and it seemed unaffected. Stone frowned. It had already been long enough since Jason had been here that the emotional residue was beginning to fade, especially when it had to compete with the relative excess radiating from the murder site. But what little Stone was able to get puzzled him. Jason had been here and had been unfocused, a little frustrated, but mostly just, well, for a lack of a better word, normal. The way he would have been if he'd done exactly what his friend Chris Merrill had said he'd done, walked back to his motel from a party after having too much to drink. Could it be that he had walked past here but not encountered anything to do with the murder? Perhaps the girl had already been dead by the time he came by, or hadn't been killed yet. There was nothing in the traces that indicated to Stone that Jason had been disturbed, angry, or in any way affected by the experience of a teenage girl having her throat cut in close proximity to him. Wait. He moved a bit up the street, following Jason's likely footsteps until he was 50 feet or so past the memorial. He walked slowly, careful not to trip as most of his awareness was not currently in the real world. As he continued to trace Jason's path, the unfocused, unremarkable quality of Jason's essence began to change. He stopped, relaxing, letting the impressions wash over him, taking them in. There it was. Still not fright exactly, certainly not terror, but a definite sense of wrongness, as if something had happened that was out of the ordinary. It still couldn't have been the murder, not unless Jason or his unseen abductor had taken special pains to obscure the indignation, protectiveness, and outright rage that Stone knew would be pouring off his friend in waves if he were confronted with such a scene. But something about it was definitely not right. The weird thing that Jason had called about? Maybe he'd found it right here. Not that that gave Stone any idea what the hell it was, and nor, for that matter, did it give him any idea where Jason was now. He paused, sitting back down on the wall, and closed his eyes. His headache protested against this level of concentration, but mages didn't get very far into their training if they gave up at the first hint of pain. This time, instead of looking at the spot where Jason had experienced the incongruous emotions, he looked back the way he'd come, back toward the murder site. This time, from this angle, it was clearer. A tendril of reddish energy, originating somewhere near the scene of the murder, twisting and undulating against the peaceful backdrop of oak trees and meandering lane, hovered in the air. Stone turned slowly, following it outward with his magical senses. It reached the spot where Jason had stopped and then changed directions, moving in a generally southerly direction. He couldn't see an end to it. He paused, considering. He'd seen this sort of thing before. Usually when there was a tendril like this, it meant there was some connection between its point of origin and wherever it reached. Already it was fading. He doubted it would last the remainder of the day. He didn't have much time. Whether it ended at wherever Jason was being held or where the murderer was hiding, it didn't matter. Either way, he would find answers. He hurried back to the BMW, taking the risk that the tiny tendril wouldn't collapse on itself during the time it took him to get to the car and return here. As it was, he'd have to do something he didn't like doing. Drive while his magical senses were active. Wherever the tendril reached, he was fairly sure it wasn't within walking distance, and he didn't have time to take the chance that it was close enough to reach before it faded. The tendril was still there when he slowed down next to the spot where he'd last seen it. He shifted his vision over and drove as slowly as he dared, hoping it didn't leave the road and force him to exit the car and set out over land. With a corner of his mind, he activated one of the focus objects he wore, a ring with a blocky purple stone, and fed some of its stored power into keeping a lock on the tiny red thread. It was somewhat like trying to follow a glowing laser beam at twilight, with only the faintest of clouds to delineate its path. It took him back out of the Arbolada and toward Ojai Avenue, surprisingly keeping mostly to the road. That suggested to Stone that he was following a person rather than a supernatural entity. Things like spirits and other summoned beings rarely followed roads. In fact, most of them didn't even acknowledge their existence. But humans, even those possessed or otherwise controlled by these spirits and beings, did. Quite likely he was following the murderer. He couldn't get a sense of Jason anymore. That required too much concentration, and there would be no way he could keep enough of his mind on the road to avoid running into parked cars or being pulled over for erratic driving. So he continued on, taking a right and continuing to the southwest. There was a fair bit of traffic on Ojai Avenue, since by now it was getting to the beginning of what laughably passed for an evening commute around here. He eased the car onto the main drag, keeping the tendril in his peripheral vision while he readjusted most of his attention to the mundane world. It meandered out and then moved southwest again in a short time, so he took the first left to continue down a road called Country Club Drive. He couldn't look too closely because he had to reestablish the tendril's position, but the road looked about like he'd have expected something called Country Club Drive to look. The BMW cruised past pricey homes, open fields, and the entrance to what was apparently a major local resort. Trees lined both sides of the road, obscuring all but the most fleeting glimpse of the opulent houses, most of them set far back from the road behind tall gates. Another several minutes of careful driving brought him to the end of Country Club Drive, to a T-intersection with Creek Road. He paused, grateful that there was very little traffic on side roads in this town, and then made a right turn, still following the tendril. It led him for another mile or so, snaking along a narrow, twisty road, heavily flanked by trees on both sides, before veering abruptly to the left and disappearing into the forest. Stone found a place to pull off, locked the car, shrugged into his coat, and followed it. He walked slowly through the trees, the carpet of leaves crackling under his feet. Ahead, the tendril drifted along in a still mostly southwest direction. It was stronger here. He was getting close. He paused at that realization, thinking fast. He couldn't just blunder into whatever was up ahead. He had no idea whether anyone was there, whether they were watching or waiting. Did they know he was coming? His mental defenses hadn't pinged any attempts to breach them, which meant that whatever had touched him back during the ritual either hadn't found him yet, or was intelligent enough not to try a direct confrontation. Or it was strong enough to do it without him noticing, which was not a thought he wanted to have right now. It could be nothing, a dead trail or a deliberate wild goose chase. If the thing had tracked him back to his body fast, it would have had plenty of time to set up something while he'd located the memorial and examined the area. He didn't think that was the case, though. Paranoia was definitely a good thing when you were dealing with the supernatural realm, but too much of it could get you killed just as fast as not enough. He had to press on and see what he'd find. So he compromised. He couldn't keep an invisibility spell up long enough for it to do any good. That was not one of his strongest areas, magic-wise, and a few minutes was all he could manage without exhausting himself. His "Don't Notice Me" spell, however, the one he'd used on the BMW as he violated several speed limits on his way down here, came as second nature. It might not protect him from any powerful beings from the spirit world, but if there were any live humans here, it should hide him well enough that he could do a bit of recon from a safe distance and then decide his next move once he'd gathered more useful information about what he was facing. He put up the spell, gave it a bit of power from his ring to maintain it, and continued forward. Step by step, the twisting red tendril grew brighter. Stone broke through the trees into a dusty area about the size of a small parking lot. The only thing he could see was a weed-strewn paddock surrounded by a wooden fence, the sort where a horse might be kept, and on the paddock's far side, a ramshackle building that could have been a large shed or a small barn. Its doors, closed now, looked as if they would swing out into the field when opened. The whole place had a deserted, unkempt feel to it. The dusty field showed neither horse droppings nor any sign that human beings had been here recently, and the weeds had nearly taken over the area around the barn itself. The red tendril snaked through the paddock and disappeared, as Stone knew it would, into the barn. He glanced around to make sure no one was approaching from behind him. This could be a big mistake, but he didn't have a choice. If Jason was in there, then he had to find him. He faded back behind a tree and spent a moment not only reinforcing his concealing spell, but also adding more power to his mental and physical shield spells. At the very least, it was unlikely that something would catch him completely unaware and get a full-strength shot off against him. He wished he'd brought more focus items with him. All he had right now was a pair of rings, and he was holding one of them in reserve in case of emergency. As prepared as he was going to get, he stepped back out into the light. It was a good thing it was summertime, at least he didn't have to do this in the dark, and moved along the fence toward the barn. It was grandiose to call it a barn. A single-story structure, it was about the size of a two-car garage, its wooden sides faded and cracked under what might at one time, probably before Stone was born, have been a coat of vibrant red paint. The double doors in the front were fastened with a hasp through which a rusty lock dangled, its shaft hanging open. The sense of isolation was strong. Stone was sure, even without his magical senses, that there were no living beings inside that barn, human or otherwise. If that were true, then either Jason wasn't here, or... But no, that kind of thinking wouldn't do him any good. He didn't have time for it. He stepped forward. The smell hit him with almost palpable force before he made it all the way to the barn. Fetid, rotten, with a barely discernible coppery tang overlaying it. The odor rolled out of the many openings between the slats of the building. It wasn't a physical cloud, but it might as well have been. Stone paused, taking a slow, deep breath. This was not good. This was not good at all. Still, as bad as the physical smell was, the sheer psychic taint bathing the area was worse. Stone took a step back, pausing to adjust his mental barriers to block most of it out. But even his formidable defenses couldn't turn all of it aside. Something horrific had occurred inside this humble building. Something or someone had suffered torment behind those weathered doors. For a few seconds, he thought about just leaving now, going back to town and alerting the police that he'd found something they needed to see. But two things made that impossible for him. First, that whatever was dead in there could be nothing but a horse, cow, or other large animal. The smell was too strong to be a small one, but this place was a barn. Maybe someone had left an animal in there to die, or killed it for whatever reason and left the carcass. It would be pretty embarrassing if the big city Englishman brought a squad of cops up here only to show them the last mortal remains of Bessie the cow. Sure, it wasn't likely. That kind of crushing psychic residue would require a level of conscious suffering he didn't think an animal had the capacity to experience. But it was possible. That wasn't the main reason he didn't leave, though. With the teenage Ashley's murder having happened so recently, he honestly didn't think the police would have a problem with citizens reporting potential repeat performances, even if they did turn out to be false alarms. Especially if they turned out to be false alarms. No. The main reason why he remained here, why he steeled his will, squared his shoulders, and moved to climb over the fence, slide the lock off the hasp, and push open the barn door, was that he had to know what was in there. He had to know it wasn't Jason. He winced as the door swung open a bit, creaking, catching against the dirt and weeds on the ground. With more room to get out now, the stench was nearly unbearable. Stone pulled a handkerchief from the inner pocket of his overcoat and pressed it to his mouth and nose. It helped a bit, but not much. Even with the numerous chinks and holes piercing the barn's wooden skin, it was still quite dim inside. The sliver of light let in by the open door illuminated a dusty floor with a few stray bits of hay clinging to it. But the rest of the interior space on either side and the rear was lost in dappled shadow. Leaving the door open, Stone summoned a small light spell and shone it around. He stared, an electric ripple running up his spine and stiffening his body. Whoever had created the scene inside, they had taken no pains to conceal their handiwork. On the side farthest away from where Stone stood in shocked immobility, a dark form lay on the dirt floor, its limbs splayed out as if it had been deliberately arranged that way. He had to move in closer to see the details. When he did, reluctantly, the form resolved itself into a human body. He closed his eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath, and then forced himself to hold his light spell higher and examine the scene more closely. It wasn't Jason. Nothing else was immediately obvious except that it had been, at one time, probably male. All that remained now was a collection of blood-soaked limbs, matted hair, filmy, staring eyes, and a messy clump of internal organs spilling from the body's abdominal cavity. It was more obvious at close range that the corpse's arms and legs had been purposely arranged, spread-eagled and arms extended like it was trying to create some kind of macabre snow angel. Insects, both flying and crawling, hovered and writhed in and around the body, and gobbets of dark blood stained the ground everywhere around the immediate vicinity. Stone glanced down to make sure he hadn't tracked through it on his way in, but it seemed to be confined to the area just around the body. In fact, he realized, confined was a very good word to describe what he was seeing. It was as if the body and the area around it had been somehow enshrouded with an invisible dome that limited the spread of blood to a carefully delineated area. His eyes widened as the implications of that sunk in. What he was seeing here was not just an area, but a crude yet carefully constructed circle. That was all he was able to take in before something slammed into him from behind. Chapter 7. Stone staggered forward, barely catching himself before he pitched headlong into the gory tableau on the ground. He flung himself sideways, recovering his balance against the barn's side wall, and wheeled, readying himself for another attack. There was nothing there. Breathing hard, he hurried to the door, but did not poke his head out yet. Whatever had hit him had put a lot of force behind it. Even through his shield, it felt like someone had whacked him between the shoulder blades with a large, pillow-covered hammer. What the hell? And then he felt it again, the same terrorized impulse that had gripped him during the ritual. The near overwhelming compulsion to flee, to run, to put as much distance between himself and this scene as he possibly could. "All right, you bastard," he growled under his breath. "Big mistake trying to play that game with me." He stepped out into the paddock, and once again something slammed into him, from the front this time. The force drove him backward into the wall of the barn, but his shield, still at full strength, took up the brunt of the impact. Something shimmered in front of him, dancing away. Without conscious thought, he gathered energy and flung a blast of pure arcane power in the direction of the shimmering thing, and was rewarded by a flare of red in the air several feet in front of him. Something else hit him from the side, throwing him into the fence. He rolled, panting. There's more than one of them? This was not good. He could already feel his shield losing a bit of potency. It would hold for a while yet, but if he had to take too many more of those hits, he was going to be in trouble. Not to mention the fact that he wouldn't be able to fling those blasts of energy many more times either. Diverting more power from his ring to supplement the shield, he dragged himself back to his feet. "Who the hell are you?" he yelled. "What do you want?" He didn't think he would get an answer, but it couldn't hurt to take a shot. The terror was trying to worm its way into his head again. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his heart raced. But he clamped down his mental defenses and forced himself to ignore it. His gaze darted around, trying to pick the shimmering figures, at least two of them, out of the dusty afternoon sunlight. Another one hit him from behind again. He pitched forward and went down on his face. 3? Maybe getting the hell out of here wasn't a bad idea, actually. He had no idea what he was up against, and trying to fight 3 or more of them, whatever they were, on his own might be a very bad plan. He scrambled up to a sitting position, paused to reinforce the shield again. It didn't work quite as well this time. He could feel its energy fading even more with each successive impact, and raised both hands, this time sending out a crackling wall of force that, with any luck, would hit at least one of them. It wouldn't hurt much, but it might drive anything it hit back far enough that Stone could put some distance between himself and them. His trick worked. 2 more red spots flared about 6 feet off the ground, shoved backward by Stone's magical bulldozer. They darted around and faded back to near-invisible shimmers, but didn't approach. Stone's mind continued spinning out plans and possibilities as he got himself upright and began backing off in the direction he'd come. Had these things been here all along? Were they watching the barn and only triggered or summoned when someone entered it? Would they have appeared for anyone, or were they tuned only to attack those who might threaten them? Even though they were strong, Stone didn't think they were the murderers, or at least not the masterminds of whatever this operation was. "You're here somewhere, aren't you?" he murmured, eyes flashing. "The host of this little party, I mean, not your lackeys. Show yourself." There was a ripple of something almost like mocking laughter inside his head, but nothing more. One of the little shimmering figures struck him again as he was climbing over the fence. He fell awkwardly, landing on his side, his breath knocked from him. Two of them came down to pummel him this time, taking turns, ramming him into the fence like a series of 1-2 punches from a heavyweight boxer. Stone rolled into a ball and activated his second ring, pouring more power into his shield. Clearly, they could keep this up longer than he could resist it. "I need to get out of here." Closing his eyes, he lashed out with an undirected blast of force, risking more power than he wanted to. His headache, which by this point had mostly faded, spiked into his forehead again. The satisfaction of seeing one of the shimmering forms flare brighter red and fly to pieces in front of him didn't make up for the growing fear that he was in deep trouble. Fast, brutal combat spells were not something he, as a white mage, was adept with. He could use them, sure. In fact, he'd gotten rather good with them. His more frequent use of them than was strictly proper for respectable white mages, contributing to the slight darkening of his pale gray status, and his ongoing study of the powerful methods used by the mysterious and unconventional gray mage Harrison had made them come more easily than they used to. But even then, they weren't something he went out of his way to cast if he had other options. Especially not since he didn't dare to use Harrison's magic and risk burning out his own. Right now, he wasn't coming up with too many options. He rolled back up, his heart doing its best imitation of a heavy metal drummer. The two remaining shimmers had backed off, flitting to and fro a few feet away. Stone took another step back toward the tree line, keeping the two of them in sight. They remained still. Were they going to let him go? The strange laughter sounded in his head again. He got a brief image of Jason, too brief for anything but mere identification, and then yet another impact struck him, this time down low. It took his legs out from under him. As he hit the ground, two more took their turns from behind him and rolled him over and over, back toward the barn. His shield shrieked in protest, its smooth surface glowing red in the spots where they'd hit it. Normally invisible, it began taking on the pinkish tinge that told Stone it wouldn't hold against too many more of those attacks. More than a bit of desperation drove his actions now. He got back to his feet more quickly than he thought possible and staggered toward the tree line as a thought poked itself into his mind from somewhere. Maybe the things had been summoned from the crude circle around the corpse and were tied to that location. If he could get far enough away from them, maybe they wouldn't be able to follow. Or at least maybe their power would wane to the point where he could deal more effectively with them. He had no idea whether it was true or whether it would even work. He didn't have time to consider it. Instead, ignoring the pain from the multiple impacts, the thudding in his chest, and the stabbing spike in his head, he jogged away from the barn. One last shimmering fist slammed him from behind. It was the last straw for his shield. It flared and faded in a haze of psychic feedback, blunting most of the impact Stone took from being propelled into the trunk of a large oak tree. He sank to his knees against it, steeling himself to take the blows he knew were coming. But they didn't come. He raised his head, looking back toward the barn, shifting to his magical senses. Nothing. Had he been right? Had the things, whatever they were, been attached to the barn and couldn't range out past their metaphorical tethers? He slowly, ever so slowly, hauled himself back to his feet. For a moment he just stood there, listening to his harsh breathing and the thumping of his heart. He'd been luckier than he ever had any reasonable expectation of being, but now he knew he was alone against something unknown, quite probably out of his power league, and able to call in friends. For the moment, though, none of that mattered. All that mattered was that, against all odds, he'd gotten away. At least, for now, he was safe. And then a voice boomed at him from off to his right. "Don't move! Put your hands against the tree and remain still. This is the police." Chapter 8. Stone spun. His adrenaline from the fight with the shimmering things still cranked up to the point where reacting to additional threats was instinctual. 2 guns were pointing at him from 2 different directions. "I said put your hands on that tree now," a sharp male voice barked. "This is your last warning." For about a half-second, Stone thought about making a break for it, but the thought died before it even took full form. Getting shot by the police would not be a pleasant end to an already unpleasant day. Instead, he did as directed, turning slowly with his hands up and pressing them against the tree. 2 cops, one large and imposing-looking, the other smaller and younger, hurried up to him, guns still drawn. The younger one stood back and kept his weapon trained on Stone, while the larger one patted him down. "He's clean." "It's not me you want to be dealing with," Stone said, fighting to keep his voice even and calm. "It's what's in that barn over there." The large cop grabbed his arm and pulled him back from the tree. "Take off the coat," he ordered. "Slowly, and hand it over here." Stone kept his gaze on the cop as, with careful deliberateness, he slid out of his overcoat and held it out. The cop, whose name tag above his badge identified him as Aguirre, took it and draped it over a nearby tree branch. "Okay, hands behind you, please." This was getting ridiculous. "Officer, Behind you," Aguirre repeated, clamping a meaty hand on one of his wrists and twisting it around behind him. Not hard, just inexorably. He removed a set of handcuffs from his belt and snapped them around Stone's wrists. "Am I under arrest, then?" he asked. "Not yet. If that changes, you'll be the first to know." He hooked a thumb toward the barn. "What were you saying about what's over there?" Stone took a deep breath. This was not going to look good, no matter how he spun it. "I think I found another victim of your murderer," he said quietly. "Have a care. It's not pretty in there." The 2 cops exchanged glances. Some unspoken communication passed between them. The younger one backed off, gun still pointed at Stone's general direction, and began speaking into the mic clipped to his uniform shoulder. Stone remained silent, his gaze moving between the 2 cops and back toward the barn. He hoped he'd been right about the shimmering guardians, that they'd be uninterested in anything that wasn't magically potent. Otherwise, these policemen might be in for some trouble, and there was nothing he could do about it with his hands locked behind his back and a gun aimed at him. The 2 cops, obviously waiting for backup before they investigated the barn, remained near Stone. "Let's have you just sit down there against the tree while we wait," the younger one, whose name tag read Farrell, said. He and Aguirre took hold of Stone's arms and lowered him to a seated position. Stone gritted his teeth. He didn't think he'd taken any serious injury from being battered by the shimmering forms, but his body felt like he'd just done 5 rounds with Ali, and this wasn't helping at all. "Do you have any identification?" Aguirre asked. Stone knew the whole "anything you say can and will be used against you" bit, and that he should probably keep his mouth shut. But he had nothing to hide. "My wallet is in my coat," he said, nodding toward the tree where they'd put it. Farrell retrieved it and glanced inside. "Says your name's Alastair Stone, resident of Palo Alto." "That's right." "What are you doing down here in Ojai, Mr. Stone?" Aguirre asked. "Looking for a friend." Stone shifted his arms behind him. The position they'd put him in was not at all comfortable. "Out here?" "He's gone missing," Stone said. "I had reason to believe he might be here." They were spared further conversation by the sound of someone crunching through the carpet of dead leaves. In a moment, 2 more cops emerged, a man and a woman. They both had their guns drawn as well, though they were currently pointed at the ground. "What's the situation?" the male half of the pair demanded. "Picked this guy up out here after some kid reported hearing something weird in the woods, sir," Aguirre said, pointing at Stone. "He says there's another murder victim in the barn up there." "Does he?" This cop was older than Aguirre, with a square, open face and thinning hair. "All right, let's check it out. You two keep an eye on him. Come on, Wu." Stone sat silently against the tree, focusing his magical senses toward the barn and the 2 new cops disappearing behind some trees. If the entities in the barn attacked them, he'd have to decide whether he wanted to do things that would end up making him have to answer a lot of uncomfortable questions, assuming he didn't get killed outright by a skittish Aguirre and Farrell before he could do anything useful. It was only 5 minutes before the other cops returned. Wu's face was ashen, and even the older cop looked like he was trying hard not to throw up. "Dear God," he murmured. Aguirre looked alarmed. "He was right? You found something?" He glanced at Stone and then back at the cop. The older cop nodded, eyes haunted. "Yeah, and it's bad. Get on the radio and call it in. Get the crime scene guys up here and tell them not to make any plans to go home tonight." Wu hurried off, clearly relieved to get away from the scene, and the male cop turned back to face Stone, his face growing hard. "You," he said. "What do you know about this?" "I told you I was searching for a friend and came upon it. I was about to head back to call you gentlemen when—" he indicated them all with a head movement. "I found I didn't have to." The cop's eyes narrowed. "Really? You just happened upon this abandoned barn in the middle of nowhere that just happened to have a messy murder victim inside?" Stone sighed. "Officer, please. Surely you don't think I killed him? I've no experience with forensics, but even the brief look I got before I left told me that whoever your victim is, he's been dead for several days at least. I only just arrived in town yesterday." The cop ignored his tone. "Okay," he told Aguirre instead. "You and Farrell take him back to the station for questioning. We're going to be here a while." Aguirre and Farrell hauled Stone to his feet. Again, they weren't rough with him, but didn't seem particularly fazed by his wince of pain. They prodded him along, and he walked in silence back up out of the trees. 2 squad cars were parked just off the road. Stone paused as they reached them. "My car's up the road a bit, black BMW. The keys are in my coat pocket. If you'd be so kind as to see it gets back, I'd appreciate it." "Don't you worry, Mr. Stone. We'll take care of it." They loaded him into one of the squad cars, still handcuffed, and drove off. They took him back to the police station. A small, neat building not far from downtown ushered him into a featureless room with a table and 2 chairs, and left him there, telling him someone would be along to talk to him in just a few minutes. He shifted in the uncomfortable chair, acutely aware of the camera high up in the corner of the opposite wall. He was sure they were watching his every move, so he had no reasonable choice but to sit here and wait for them. He was sure he could get away if he needed to, but they had his wallet, so they knew who he was and where he lived. And if they looked through it in any more depth, they'd also know where he worked, meaning that he'd cause more problems than he'd solve by doing anything but cooperating. It wasn't like they had anything on him, nor that he didn't want to cooperate with them. they were trying to find Jason too. The door opened and another man came in, this one dressed in a suit rather than a police uniform, his badge in a holder clipped to his breast pocket. He was tall and balding, one of those sorts who had probably been athletic 20 years ago, but had let himself go to seed a bit in the intervening time. He carried a file folder in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other, and put both of them down on the table. "Dr. Stone," he said, nodding a greeting. "I'm Lieutenant Kastner. We spoke on the phone recently. Do you remember?" Stone's eyebrow rose. This was unexpected, though he supposed it shouldn't have been. "Of course I do. Would you like something to drink? Water? Coffee?" "What I'd like, Lieutenant, is for you to let me out of these handcuffs. It's not as if I'm planning to escape." Kastner considered. He came around behind Stone, pulled a set of keys from his pocket, and removed the cuffs. "Better?" "Yes, much better. Thank you." Stone shook his arms, making rather more of a show of rubbing his wrists and rolling his shoulders than was truly necessary, then settled back in the chair. "Am I under arrest?" "No, Dr. Stone, but I do have some questions for you before we let you go, if you're willing to answer them. You don't have to, of course, and if you'd like to consult an attorney and have one present, we can arrange for you to do that before we talk." "I have nothing to hide, Lieutenant. Ask your questions." Kastner opened his file folder, extracted a sheet of yellow legal pad paper with a few scribbles on it that Stone couldn't read from where he was, and pulled out a pen from his inner jacket pocket. "Why did you come to Ojai?" "That should be obvious. To look for my friend Jason Thayer." Kastner wrote something on his piece of paper. "Why? Do you have some reason to believe that you'd have a better chance of finding him than we would?" "No." The lie came easily. "Other than the fact that I know him better than you do, so I might think of avenues to follow that your men might miss. Also, I'm sure the police are quite busy. I don't know how it is here in Ojai, but where I'm from, they're usually so overwhelmed by murder and other violent crime investigations that they don't have as much time as they'd like to pursue these kinds of cases." A diplomatic response. It was better than saying, "I really don't think you lot would waste your time trying to locate a grown man who's been missing for less than 3 days. Kastner wrote something else down. "How long have you been friends with Mr. Thayer?" "About 2 years." "Mm-hmm." Some more jotting on the page. "Have you had any luck finding leads to his whereabouts since you arrived in town? When was that, by the way?" "Yesterday afternoon, and no, not much. Although I understand that the police suspect that he might have something to do with the murder of the girl who was found in the Arbolada." Kastner looked up at him, surprised. "Where did you hear that, Dr. Stone?" "Not at liberty to say." "It's true, then? Was that what you weren't saying on the phone when we spoke last?" "We're looking at many possible persons of interest. Naturally, because Mr. Thayer was placed in the area close to where the murder occurred during the same time frame, we'd like to have a chance to talk with him. He might have seen or heard something." Stone raised an eyebrow. "Lieutenant, please." "It's true. I won't lie to you, he's definitely among those we'd like to talk to due to the suspicious circumstances and timing of his disappearance. But there's also another potential reason. He might have stumbled onto the crime scene, and the murderer took him to keep him from talking. Not likely, though. If the murderer was capable of slitting the throat of a 16-year-old girl, then surely he'd have no compunctions about killing another person to preserve his secret." "Those are all excellent questions, Dr. Stone. But please, may I continue?" At Stone's nod, he tapped his paper with his pen. "Let's talk about what you were doing at an abandoned barn off Creek Road this afternoon. That seems like a very odd place for you to have even located, given that you're not familiar with the town and have been here such a short time." This was where things could start to get sticky if Stone didn't tread carefully. He didn't have any mundane reason why he'd know about the location of the second murder. He couldn't exactly say, "I examined the scene of the first murder using my magical senses and followed an astral cord connecting the two sites." Even if he were foolhardy enough to make such a statement, he knew Kastner's response would be either to accuse him of being a smartass or to assume he wasn't firing on all mental cylinders, neither of which would help his chances of getting out of here and back to his search for Jason any time soon. He decided to go with a variation of the truth. He'd still look a bit unhinged, but that couldn't be helped. At least he could back it up with his credentials. "I know you won't believe this, Lieutenant, but I had a dream that led me to that location." "A dream?" Kastner's tone was politely dubious, and he wrote something else on his paper. Stone nodded. "You've still got my wallet. Did you look through it at all?" "No. We just looked at your identification. Your personal items will be returned to you when you leave." "Well, if you had, you'd see that my place of employment is Stanford University. I'm a professor of occult studies there. I believe I mentioned that when we spoke as well." Kastner stared at him, forgetting to write anything down. "A professor of what?" "Occult studies. You know, magical rituals, witches, ghosts, ley lines, paranormal occurrences, psychic phenomena, that sort of thing." Kastner continued staring at him for several more seconds, then said carefully, "I see." Stone shrugged. "You don't believe it. I'm not surprised. Most people wouldn't. You can't blame me for being skeptical, Dr. Stone. And you say they teach this kind of stuff at college? It's a small program, and we're not exactly a big draw, but for the sort of people who appreciate that sort of thing, it's a legitimate discipline." Kastner paused, jotted something else down on his paper, then looked up. "So you're telling me you're a psychic?" "I have flashes. It's not a specialty, and I can't do it at will, but sometimes I have dreams that end up being, well, useful." "And this dream told you what? Where to find a murder victim that nobody else had found yet?" "It told me that I'd find something of interest in a place that looked like that, and the general vicinity where it might be. Naturally, since I'm searching for Jason, I thought it might have been referring to him." Kastner let out a long, slow exhalation, tapping his pen on the table. "Let's get back to the, non-supernatural for a minute if we can. I'm assuming you can account for your whereabouts for the past few days." "Of course. I was home in Palo Alto. You know I was there when you called me. Before that, I can give you the names and phone numbers of at least 4 people who can vouch for my whereabouts." He leaned forward, meeting Kastner's eyes with his own focused blue gaze. "Lieutenant, you don't think I killed those people, do you?" "No, Dr. Stone, I don't. If I did, you'd be under arrest already. But I do think you know more about something, and I'm not even sure what exactly, than you're telling. I don't know how much of this I had a dream stuff you're feeding me that I should believe. I know there's a lot of that kind of thing around here. Ojai's got a lot of harmless weirdos. It's part of what brings the tourists in, but that doesn't mean I believe any of it." "Nor do you need to, if you don't plan on arresting me," Stone said. "Am I free to go then?" "You're free to go whenever you like," Kastner said. "But I will ask you to tell me where you're staying, and be reachable in case I come up with any other questions. I'm assuming that our crime scene guys won't find anything you wouldn't want us to know about?" "I was in the barn," Stone said. "I didn't get more than a few feet from the body, and of course I didn't touch it or anything near it. You might also find witnesses or evidence that I was at the scene of the other murder earlier today. I wanted to see the place, given that my friend is under suspicion. I also wanted to see if I could find any evidence that he was there." He considered not mentioning the circle, since it probably wouldn't be obvious to anyone unfamiliar with the occult that it was a circle. But then he reconsidered. "One thing, though." "Yes?" "I think your killer might have some connection to the occult." Kastner's gaze sharpened. "What makes you think so?" "Your crime scene examiners might notice that the pattern of blood around the body is bounded by a large circular area. It's hard to spot because it's quite crude, but if you look carefully, you'll see it." Now the cop was staring at him with frank disbelief. "What the hell?" Stone shrugged. "I don't know what it means. I didn't get a close enough look at it to tell for sure." So you're saying that, what, Satanists or something did this? I don't know, Lieutenant. As I've said, I'd have to examine the scene more closely, and I doubt you're going to let me do that, but rest assured my expertise is at your disposal should you need it. May I? He asked, reaching for Kastner's pen. When he handed it over, along with a strip torn off the bottom of his sheet of paper, Stone jotted down the address of the house he'd rented. That's where I'm staying while I'm in town. I don't know the phone number, just settled in earlier today, and I haven't memorized it yet. I'll get it from my wallet when you give it back to me. Kastner took the slip of paper and his pen back, looking at Stone like the conversation had gone in a completely different direction than he'd planned. All right, Dr. Stone, he said slowly. Thank you. I appreciate your cooperation. Stone stood. Anything else, Lieutenant? Just one thing. I know you're trying hard to find your friend, and I'm not going to tell you to stop doing that, but please remember, impeding or interfering with police work in any way is a crime, as is trespassing. In other words, stay out of your way and don't be found near any more murder victims. Essentially, yes. I don't want to see you in here again, Dr. Stone, unless you need help with something. Or, he nodded at the slip of paper, the department decides to, consult with you about the crime. Though, if I were you, I wouldn't hold my breath waiting for that, honestly. Of course not. Thank you, Lieutenant. Kastner showed him out of the interrogation room and gave him back his overcoat and wallet. I think somebody brought your car up here. You might have to pay to get it out of impound, but they might not have had a chance to get it in there yet, so you might be lucky. That would make one thing I've been lucky with today, Stone thought sourly. He handed the policeman one of his business cards after he located his phone number and jotted it down on the back. And soon after, he was standing outside the police station. He retrieved his car, which he didn't in fact have to pay for, and drove back to his rented house, finally allowing the last of the day's adrenaline to drain from him. He'd never been arrested before. All right, technically this didn't count as arrested, but being handcuffed and having two cops aiming guns at him made it about as close as he ever wanted to get. Add that to the scene in the barn and the battle with the shimmering entities, and all he wanted to do was get home, take a long, hot shower, and get several hours of uninterrupted sleep. There was so much he still needed to do. Figure out what those things that attacked him were and what was directing them. Determine what the connection was between the murders and Jason. Figure out if the murders were the main component of the thing's plan or only a side effect. And, of course, figure out what had become of Jason. He knew he was out there somewhere, but he also knew that he wouldn't be any help to his friend if he made stupid mistakes due to physical and mental exhaustion. Furthermore, if he was wise, he'd still need to put up at least a simple ward around the house before he could let himself rest, and that was about all he'd have the juice to manage tonight. By the time he checked the place out for lurking magical threats, finished the ward and trudged inside, it was after 8 o'clock. He was asleep before 9. It wasn't until the next morning that he remembered he was supposed to meet Lindsay Cole for dinner last night. Chapter 9. Stone took a deep breath and opened the door to the tiny real estate office. Lindsay Cole looked up from her desk. When she spotted him, her expression grew cool. Good morning, Dr. Stone. Her voice was inflectionless, dead steady. I hope everything is all right with your rental property. Across from her, the older woman at the other desk looked between the two of them with quizzical confusion. Stone stood at the counter. Can you spare a moment? He asked. I haven't had coffee yet this morning. Perhaps you might join me. He, too, kept his voice neutral. She considered. I don't know. I've got things I need to... Please, he said softly. Just hear me out. Only a few minutes. She glanced over at the other woman, then nodded and picked up her purse. I'll be back soon, Florence, she said. Florence was eyeing Stone with an appraising and approving gleam. Take all the time you need, honey. I'll hold the fort. I wanted to apologize for last night, Stone said, as they walked past the art galleries and clothing boutiques toward the coffee shop. And to explain. You don't owe me any explanation, Dr. Stone, she said. She hadn't looked at him, and her expression still hadn't thawed. Of course I do. I promised to meet you, and I didn't. That was frightfully rude. I just wanted to tell you why. If you want nothing more to do with me after you've heard my explanation, I'll certainly understand, and I won't bother you again. Fair enough? After a moment, she nodded. All right, fair enough. Then, almost reluctantly, was it something about your friend? Indirectly, yes. They reached the coffee shop, and he opened the door for her. As he followed behind her, he spotted a few copies of the local paper in a rack. The headline, in large letters, read, "Murder Victim Discovered Near Creek Road." He took a deep breath and continued into the shop. When they were seated at a table near the window with their mugs, he leaned back in his chair and decided to go for the direct approach. The truth is, I couldn't meet you because I was being questioned by the police. Her head came up, her eyes wide. What? By the time they'd finished with me, I'd frankly forgotten about our date. I do apologize for that. All I can say in my defense is that I've never had anything like that happen to me before, and it was a bit unsettling. The whole afternoon was unsettling, honestly. She was staring at him. Questioned about what? I happened upon something when I was searching for my friend. There was a bit of a misunderstanding. Happened upon something? I don't understand. He nodded toward the rack of newspapers. I found the site of the second murder. She gasped, nearly dropping her mug. You? Glancing around, she dropped her voice to a murmur. You found... Down on, I think it was Creek Road? Yes, in a barn. And the police, they showed up shortly after. Apparently someone spotted me wandering about down there and called them. Can't blame them for that, really. I know people are on edge after the first killing. Lindsay swallowed. She set her mug down on the table, looked up at him, then back down into her coffee. I don't know what to say. He gave her a gentle smile. I completely understand if you want to just get up and go back to your office now. I won't trouble you anymore. I'm sure this is a shock for you, and my being a stranger, you... No. She looked up again, shaking her head. No, that isn't it. I just... Wow, that must have been horrible for you. And the police, did they arrest you? No. It quickly became apparent that I was just at the wrong place at the wrong time. I have people who can vouch for the fact that I was in Palo Alto up until 2 days ago, so I couldn't possibly have committed the murders. But I'm afraid, well, all of that rather drove the idea of a lovely Mexican dinner right out of my mind. I hope you'll forgive me. She paused, smiled faintly. Well, you did say you might have to cancel at the last minute if something came up with your... Wait. She frowned. You said you were searching for your friend. I thought you said you were meeting him. I didn't tell you quite the whole truth there. That's why I'm down here, actually. My friend's gone missing, and I'm trying to find him. Missing? He was down here to attend an old friend's wedding. He called me sometime early Saturday morning, but by the time I was able to return his call, he'd disappeared. She took another sip of her coffee and said nothing. Stone regarded her for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was soft. Ms. Cole, truly I understand. You thought you were going to have a pleasant evening over dinner with a newcomer to town, not get involved with someone who comes complete with a whole bag full of difficult issues. He started to rise. I'll walk you back to your office if you like, or... No, she said suddenly, as if coming to a decision. Please, Dr. Stone, Alastair, sit down. When he hesitated, she added, I might be able to help you if you'll let me. He shook his head. The last thing I want to do is get you involved. That was true. Getting anyone involved in this was something he wanted to avoid with extreme prejudice. People who got bound up in his particular brand of supernatural adventures tended to have unpleasant things happen to them, especially when they had no idea what they were getting themselves into. Why not? Do you think it's dangerous somehow? She smiled. I didn't say I'd go tramping around out on Creek Road with you or anything. I did just meet you after all. I might be an optimist, but I'm not an idiot. I just thought if you had any questions about getting around Ojai or anything else that might help you look for your friend, you could ask me. I've lived in town all my life, and anything I can't answer, I can probably find somebody who can. Stone considered. It was an offer he hadn't expected, but it did make a certain amount of sense. He wasn't familiar with how to get around in Ojai, relying on maps and guesses. Asking Lindsay a few questions about specific aspects of the town wouldn't put her in danger, and having a local around could be a big help in his search. Are you sure you want to? He asked. Not that I don't appreciate the offer, but sure I want to, she said. On one condition. Yes? I'd still like to have that dinner with you, she said, smiling. It could be lunch if you want. Tell you what, he said. I think it's best we play things by ear now, since I've no idea where my search will take me or what I'll be needing to follow up on. If we don't manage to find a time to do it before I find what's become of my friend, I promise you we'll absolutely do it before I go back home. Deal? Deal, she said, with a brisk nod. She reached in her purse and handed him a business card. The first number is my office, the second one is my cellular phone. I always have it with me. Stone raised an eyebrow. Ah, you've got one of those things, do you? A couple of my colleagues have them, but I'm not sure I'd want to be constantly reachable. Seems like it could be rather inconvenient. They're a godsend for my line of work, she said. People have to be able to get hold of you if you want to get the sales. All right, then. He stowed the card in his coat and gave her one of his with the number at the house written on the back. I'd best be getting on with my search, but... He tilted his head. What? She was staring at his card. Department of Occult Studies? Looking him up and down, she said, That's unexpected. She smiled, adding, You don't bite heads off chickens or sacrifice goats or anything, do you? Certainly not, he assured her, indignant. Chickens taste dreadful raw. The only thing I bite the head off is the occasional chocolate rabbit. She laughed. Well, that's good to know. You've come to the right place anyway. Ojai's full of all kinds of things like that. Indeed. You'll have to tell me about it over that dinner. He'd heard occasional things about Ojai. It was home to a few minor talents, along with a whole lot of people who liked to think they had connections to the supernatural, but who really just liked to dress up in flowy caftans and play eerie music for the tourists. That's a promise, she said, also standing. I hope you find your friend soon, Alastair. And not just because I'm looking forward to seeing you again. Chapter 10. Stone didn't want to go back to the house after Lindsay left, so we got another cup of coffee to go and set off to walk for a while. He was glad he'd been able to straighten things out with Lindsay. He had no illusions that his acquaintance with her would grow beyond maybe a nice evening or two before he headed back to the Bay Area, but he didn't like being rude to anyone who didn't deserve it. And, in a purely Machiavellian sense, having a knowledgeable local contact who was favorably disposed toward him wasn't something he was going to turn down. It wasn't his fault that so many women seemed to go for black overcoats and British accents. He had accepted many years ago that, despite the fact that he thought of himself as more than a bit skinny and geeky-looking, he seemed to have something that appealed to many women. When the women were smart and attractive and had a sense of humor, well, he went with it. If they wanted to be deluded, who was he to complain about it? It wouldn't be gentlemanly. What troubled him far more was that he was no closer to finding Jason. In fact, he might be farther away now than he'd been before. He had been so tired last night that he hadn't even had time to go over what had occurred that day, and this morning he'd been focused on meeting Lindsay. He sat down on a picnic table to idly watch a mother and her two children toss a ball between them across a wide expanse of grass. and let his mind wander. So now there were 2 murders, and the tendrils of residual arcane energy that connected them indicated strongly that they'd been committed by the same person, or thing, or astral entity, or combination of the 3. There was a thought to keep him up at night. He wished he had his magical library here with him. He'd managed to replace much of what had been lost when his old house had been destroyed in an explosion a couple of years ago, but none of that would do him any good down here. He could go home, of course, but even if he drove like a maniac and took minimal rest breaks, that would still take up the better part of a day. Even longer, since he'd be forced to rest once he got back to Ojai. So, realistically, he was limited by his own knowledge and anything he could gather down here. He didn't think he'd have any luck finding magical tomes at the local library. He also wished his apprentice were here. Verity Thayer, Jason's younger sister, had been studying with him for almost as long as he'd known her and Jason, and had proven to be both a quick study and a talented mage in the making. If nothing else, since she grew up in the area, he could send her out searching for research materials, while he went on the offensive, looking for the things from the abandoned barn and their boss. Unfortunately, that wasn't possible. Verity was currently in Vermont, attending some sort of retreat with her friend and fellow mage, Shara, and a group of other women out in the middle of nowhere. When she'd presented the idea to Stone and asked if he minded if she took some time off from her studies to go, she'd told him it was being held at a remote camping area at least a day's drive from civilization, and it would last the better part of a week. She hadn't been crazy about the camping part, but she and Shara had settled into being good friends after a brief relationship a year ago, and she was happy for the chance to spend some time with her. Stone had sent her off through the portal in Sunnyvale, which she was pleased she could use now, as the evil were no longer plaguing the overworld, the same day Jason had left for Ojai. He couldn't even contact her, which he felt he should do, magic notwithstanding, because it was her brother who was missing, because he had no idea exactly where she'd gone. So I'm on my own. Stone got up from the table and continued his wandering path through the park. He smiled a bitter little smile. Up until he'd met Jason and Verity, he was usually on his own, and he'd preferred it that way. Aside from his periodic temporary relationships, which always ended when the women got the eventual and inevitable taste of the weirdness that suffused his life, he had a reputation for not being the easiest man in the world to get along with. It wasn't that he was unpleasant in some way or undesirable company. It was simply that he could only take being around people for so long before his natural dry sarcasm and tendency toward moodiness took over and started him looking for the nearest exit before he ended up saying something he would later regret. Verity was, oddly, the only person he'd met in a long time that he enjoyed being around for more than a few hours before he had to recharge. He chuckled at that. It was probably a good thing that Verity mostly preferred women and had shown no romantic interest in him, nor he in her, since otherwise Jason's protective brotherly instincts would have long ago taken over and caused problems with their working relationship. He left the park and headed down Ojai Avenue, walking under the arches of the Spanish pergola that ran along the opposite side of the street from the arcade and past the town's iconic post office tower. A banner strung across the street at the intersection advertised a concert at an outdoor amphitheater called Libby Bowl on the upcoming Sunday night. Ojai really was a beautiful little town, but his mind was so preoccupied that he barely saw any of it, his long strides taking him past a single-screen theater, several more boutique shops, and the library. With some amusement, he thought about going in, just to see if they did have a magical tome section. The only thing that stopped him was that he didn't feel like dealing with another of Ojai's relentlessly polite and cheerful service people. When he was feeling moody, polite and cheerful people tended to get on his nerves. He realized that his wandering, while undoubtedly picturesque, was doing him no good. It wasn't helping him find Jason. It wasn't even helping him get his own thoughts together. He might as well just go back to the house. If nothing else, he could rest for a bit. He had a feeling he'd better take his rest when he could get it. He tossed his overcoat over a nearby chair and nearly missed the flashing red light next to the phone. It hadn't even occurred to him that this rental house had an answering machine. He stabbed the button without giving it much thought, figuring it was probably a message for the house's owners or the previous tenant. The voice that spoke was male and sounded older.
Yeah, I'm looking for Alastair Stone. My name's Stan Lopez. I'm with the Ventura Sheriff's Department. Could you give me a call if you get this? I'd like to talk to you about Jason Thayer. Thanks.
He left a number, and then the machine beeped. It was the only message. Stone's eyebrows crept up. Had they found out something about Jason? Had they found him? He picked up the phone and punched in the number, waiting impatiently. After a few moments, he was connected.
Sergeant Lopez,
said the familiar voice.
Good afternoon, Sergeant,
Stone said. Alastair Stone, you wanted to speak with me?
Yeah. Thanks for getting back to me so fast. Yeah, I wanted to talk to you about Jason Thayer.
So you said. Has there been a development? Have you found out something about where he's gone?
No, that's what I hope to talk to you about. You're a friend of his, right, from up north?
Yes. This conversation was going in an odd direction. Wouldn't the police already know that?
I guess he hasn't mentioned me. I'm an old friend of Jason's family. His dad and I were on the force together. I've watched that kid grow up, him and his sister. I heard you were down here looking for him, and I just thought maybe we could compare notes if you have time.
Then it clicked in Stone's mind. He remembered Jason mentioning Stan a couple of times in the past, when he and Verity had gone down to Ventura to visit their old haunts.
Right, of course I do.
Just tell me where to meet you. Shall I come to the station?
No, I have lunch coming up in a bit. Can you come to Ventura and meet me at Fratelli's? It's a little place on Main downtown. Do you know where it is?
No, but I can find it.
Okay, then I'll see you there. And thanks.
It took Stone about half an hour and a couple glances at the fold-out map on his passenger seat to find the little restaurant. It was an old place that looked like it had been owned by the same family for at least 2 or 3 generations, sandwiched between a thrift store and a walk-up rooming house. He went inside and paused for a moment in the doorway. The place was bustling.
Over here,
a voice called, and Stone glanced toward the back to see a figure beckoning him toward a table. He threaded his way through the crowds and approached. Sergeant Lopez? The man stood up and offered his hand.
Good to finally meet you, Dr. Stone. Jason's told me a lot about you.
He was maybe 50 or a little older, with close-cropped salt and pepper hair, a tanned, weathered face, and a solid frame a couple inches shorter than Stone. He wore a crisp, dark blue uniform, and looked like the kind of classic, no-nonsense police officer who could put the fear of God into the hearts of criminals and errant kids alike. Yes, I remembered after we hung up that he's mentioned you as well. Stone sat down across from him at the little red and white covered table. How did you know how to find me? Did someone at the Ojai department tell you?
Yeah. Ever since Jason turned up missing, I've naturally been following the case, doing what I can on my off hours. Pete Kastner mentioned you were down.
Did he also mention that he nearly arrested me yesterday? The waitress came by and dropped off water, a basket of breadsticks, and menus. But Stone kept his gaze focused on Lopez.
Yeah, he did. He also told me that they're looking at Jason as a person of interest for the murder the other day, which is bullshit.
Indeed it is, Stone said. He leaned forward. Sergeant, did you see Jason at all when he was down here? Did he say anything to you?
Nah, we were going to get together on Sunday, day after the wedding, and catch up. First I heard he was missing was when he didn't show up. Did he say anything to you before he left to come down? Mention anywhere he might be going?
Just the wedding, Stone said. Honestly, I didn't pay that much attention. We haven't been getting together that often these days, both been busy with our own things, but I'm sure I'd have remembered if he mentioned something odd he planned to do.
Yeah.
Lopez sighed.
Pete said something about him calling you early Saturday morning.
He did. I didn't get home until Saturday morning around 10, and the message was waiting for me. It was time-stamped at around 7 a.m., which is about the earliest he'd think he could get away with calling me. He gave a wry smile. He knows I get a bit cross when I'm awakened too early. The waitress came by again to take their orders. After she left, Lopez regarded Stone soberly.
I hear you stumbled on a murder scene yesterday.
Stone nodded.
That's gotta be rough. I hear it wasn't a clean one either. If you don't mind my asking, what were you doing out there? I know that part of Creek Road. There's not much there but trees and dust and the occasional junkie.
Kastner didn't tell you that part, then? He shook his head. Sergeant, did Jason ever tell you what I do?
Not exactly. He said you taught up at Samford, but that's about it.
Stone took a deep breath. My subject is the occult. Lopez stared.
So, like, ghosts and tea leaves and that kind of stuff?
Yes.
What's that got to do with finding the body?
I had a sort of vision that showed me that location. I thought I might find Jason there. Lopez didn't answer. He took a sip of his water and ate half a breadstick, never taking his eyes off Stone. Stone could almost see the wheels running in the man's head. This guy is Jason's friend. I can't come right out and call him a freaking loon. Look, Stone said, saving him the trouble. Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant, really. What matters is that we've both got an interest in finding Jason. You called me because you wanted to compare notes. Shall we do that? Lopez took another bite of his breadstick.
Yeah,
he said at last.
Let's do that.
Stone told the man what he knew, starting with Jason's phone message. He didn't say anything about his suspicion that his friend was being held by some sort of supernatural force. If the guy couldn't handle a garden-variety psychic vision, things from other planes of existence were going to be right off the table.
Yeah, that sounds about right,
Lopez said after he'd finished.
Jason's usually pretty straight, but if he was getting together with that pack of crazies he used to hang around with in high school, I'm not surprised he got himself falling down drunk. I'm also not surprised he decided to walk back instead of driving.
Stone raised an eyebrow. You said crazies. You don't think any of his friends... He let it trail off.
Nah, they're all okay,
he said, shaking his head.
They can get a little wild, but they're all good kids. Most of them still live around here. Jason was one of the few who left after that business with Verity. You know Verity, right?
Yes, I helped Jason when he was dealing with her issues a couple of years ago.
Yeah, he said something about how that was how he met you. I don't get that whole thing really, but it's none of my business who he hangs around with. How's she doing, by the way? I'm surprised she's not here too.
She's away, he told him. Back east on a retreat with some friends. I'll call her as soon as she returns to civilization in a few days. Lopez shook his head and scratched at the back of his neck.
Man, that family's had some heavy shit to deal with, I'll tell you. First, their mom getting sick, then Verity going off the deep end, then their dad getting killed in a stakeout, and now Jason turning up missing like this. You'd think God would leave them the hell alone for a while, you know?
He sighed.
Well, anyway, thanks for coming, Dr. Stone. I wanted to meet you and give you my number so you can give me a call if anything does come up. I'll drop whatever I'm doing and come up there if it'll help.
I appreciate that, Sergeant.
Call me Stan. Like I said, I'm not exactly acting in an official capacity here, but that doesn't mean I don't plan to do everything I can to find Jason. I'll keep an eye on the hospitals and that kind of thing, in case he turns up. I'm sure the Ojai guys are putting out bulletins too. We'll find him.
We will, Stone said. wishing it were as simple as circulating some photographs and watching for unidentified injured or dead men. Because wherever Jason was right now, he doubted any mundane means would have a prayer of locating him. This was one of those times when he really wished there were more mages in the world. Chapter 11. Back in Ojai, after finishing his lunch with Stan Lopez, Stone considered his next moves. He knew he'd have to go on the offensive as soon as possible. He didn't think for a moment that whatever was holding Jason would just let him go when it finished with him. Not alive, anyway. And since he had no idea why it was keeping Jason alive in the first place, he had to assume the worst, that it wasn't going to hold him for much longer. That was, if it hadn't already disposed of him. Sitting at the kitchen table in his rented house, he glanced at the copy of the local paper he'd picked up on his way back. The story about the second murder hadn't been very informative. It only provided minimal details about the specific location and said nothing about the odd, primitive circles surrounding the body. The only bits of information it contained that Stone didn't already know were that the as-yet unidentified victim was a man in his 30s and likely a drifter. Apparently, the area where he'd been found was popular with both drifters and locals as a place to take and sell drugs. The article also hadn't mentioned Stone at all, which was good. He set the paper aside. The way he saw it, he had two options. He could either do another ritual to try to pinpoint Jason's location, or he could focus on trying to figure out what was behind the abduction, and probably the murders as well. Both had their disadvantages. Since he knew Jason was being concealed by something with magical power, trying to find him without a tether object would be extremely difficult, if not impossible. And that didn't even include the possibility that since the thing holding him now knew Stone was out there looking, it might very well be lying in wait for him to try again. And as for figuring out what the thing was, he didn't have a clue where to start. As experienced as he was, and he had no false modesty, he was good, there were still more things out in the world that nobody knew a damn thing about than things they did. If this was one of the former, then all the magical libraries in the world wouldn't help him figure it out. He scrubbed at his hair with both hands. It had been a long time since he'd felt this helpless. Unprepared, away from his familiar surroundings, and unable to shake the persistent thought that Jason was already dead somewhere. He felt his mind spin uselessly, like wheels trying to find purchase in loose dirt. "Damn you, think!" he snarled aloud. Without his two favorite sounding boards, he was reduced to talking to himself, and he didn't like it. This town was supposed to be full of odd people. Surely there had to be some magical presence. He flung himself out of the chair and began pacing the living room, staring out the window at the quiet, tranquil street. Then he spun, stalked over to the phone, snatched up the book next to it, and paged through it with frustrated speed. Just as he expected, the yellow pages contained nothing listed under magic. Feeling very stupid and like he was just wasting time, he flipped past the M's to the O's. Occult bookstores. "You've got to be bloody kidding," he whispered. But no, there it was, the Third Eye Bookshop and Mystic Emporium. The listing was accompanied by a small display ad featuring typical occult symbology, pentagram, alchemical symbols, and a pyramid with an eye hovering above it. "Come in and explore your magical side," it exhorted, in appropriately flowery script. "Palm readings by appointment." It was right there on Ojai Avenue. He'd probably passed right by it on his wanderings without seeing it. Well, he wasn't getting far with any of his other avenues. If he couldn't find anything else to aid his investigations, he'd have to risk doing the ritual again. It couldn't hurt to check the place out on the off chance he might find something useful. He'd found useful things in stranger places. The reason it turned out that he hadn't spotted the Third Eye bookstore and Mystic Emporium was that it wasn't visible from the street. It was a little further up Ojai Avenue from where he'd been walking this morning, but he had to descend a flight of stairs into a hidden courtyard to get to it. The only thing that marked its existence from the street was a small sign, purple with gold lettering, on the side of the building near the stairs. The courtyard was tiny and secluded, its neat lawn bisected by an equally neat little cobbled path with two whimsical stone benches along one side. The path ended in a single shop, the top half of its purple two-piece door standing invitingly open. The display in the window contained the usual collection of things Stone had seen at countless other such shops: draped tapestries, candles, crystal balls, figurines of dragons and wizards, and a large stuffed black cat wearing a witch's hat cocked at a jaunty angle. Hanging from the ceiling so they caught the light were stained glass images featuring fantastic creatures, a few crystal prisms, and a half-dozen fancy wind chimes. A golden eye with rays emanating from it was painted on the front of the display window. Stone pushed open the lower half of the door and stepped inside. A bell on the inside of the knob gave a cheerful tinkle. Stopping just inside, he switched to his magical senses and scanned the interior of the shop. It was every bit as busy and cluttered as the window. Its small confines were filled with tiny tables covered with dark, lacy tablecloths, shelving units packed with books, decks of tarot cards, incense, and similar items. Every inch of the space was occupied, giving it the claustrophobic but somehow comforting aura of a crazy old auntie's favorite parlor. An earthy, sweet aroma wafted through the air, so strong it made Stone's eyes water a bit. The place certainly looked the part of a magical emporium, at least as far as the layman was concerned. Unfortunately for Stone, he wasn't a layman. Equally unfortunately, this shop was about as magical as the local supermarket. Disappointed, he let his gaze linger over the shelves, paying particular attention to the books. Perhaps somewhere amid the stacks he might find one or two that might be... "Good afternoon!" A pleasant voice from somewhere off to his left interrupted his examination. He turned to find a well-padded woman in her late 40s coming out from the other side of a counter that had been mostly concealed behind a rack of flowing, colorful robes and caftans. Dressed in a loose, multi-hued tunic and wide-legged white slacks, she had long, gray-shot reddish hair, a big smile, sparkling eyes, and wore far too much makeup and jewelry. "May I help you find something?" "I'm just browsing," he told her. "I saw your sign as I was walking by and thought I'd see what a Mystic Emporium might look like." Her smile widened. Score another one for the accent. "Well, welcome then. Browse all you like. I'll be right over there if you need anything." She waved a ring-bedecked hand in the general vicinity of where she'd come from. "Thank you, I'll certainly do that." True to his word, Stone spent the next 10 minutes wandering the store. He devoted the most time to the bookshelves, crouching down next to a large one and scanning the titles for anything that might have a shred of magic. Most of the books were of the New Agey variety, more concerned with crystals and yoga than the actual practice of magic. He was about to stand back up when he spotted one that looked interesting. Ojai. Lore and Legends. It looked older than some of the others, its dull, buff-colored cover marking it as possibly being printed locally. He slipped it off the shelf and leafed through it. It was short, only a little over 100 pages, and contained chapters with tantalizing names like Legend of the Charman, The Headless Motorcyclist, and Magic of the Shumash. Deciding it couldn't hurt to read up on the occult happenings in the area, even if they were all urban legends, He kept the book with him as he continued his browsing. He picked up a few mundane things that were useful in magic rituals, such as candles and incense sticks, and carried them all to the counter. The proprietress looked up from the scarf she was knitting. "Ah, found some things, I see." She rang up his purchase, pausing over the book. "This is a good one," she confided, pointing at it. "I think it's my last copy, too. You're not from this area, are you?" "No, this is my first visit here." "Well, Ojai has all sorts of interesting history when it comes to the occult," she said. "Do you have any interest in the subject, or just curious in general?" "I dabble," he admitted. "I've heard a bit about Ojai's legends. I was hoping to find more research material, actually." "Oh, I know," she said sympathetically. "There aren't that many books around, and I can't keep them in stock. You might try Bart's. Never the same thing twice, but sometimes you can dig up some real finds there if you're willing to get a little dusty." He raised an eyebrow. "Bart's?" Before she could answer, the door jingled again. "Oh, hi, Suzanne," the proprietress called over Stone's shoulder. "Be with you as soon as I'm done here." Stone turned. The woman who'd come in was a few years younger than the proprietress, dressed in the style of bohemian elegance that he'd begun to identify as popular among the wealthier of Ojai's female population. Her chestnut hair, not a sign of gray this time, was swept back in a chic scarf, her makeup understated. "No hurry," the newcomer said, waving an airy hand. "I'll just see what you've got in this week." The proprietress turned her attention to Stone with a conspiratorial nod toward the woman. "Suzanne's one of my best local customers. Very nice lady. Now, where were we? Oh, yes, Bart's. I'm surprised you haven't heard of it. It's one of the things the town's famous for. Open-air used bookshop. It's this huge rambling place that probably has books nobody's looked at in 20 years, if you go back far enough into the stacks." She giggled. "I don't go often, because every time I do, I end up spending hours." She wrapped up his purchases and put them in a purple bag with the shop's golden eye logo on it. "Check it out if you have the time. It's worth the trip, especially if you like old books." "She's right," Suzanne said, coming up behind them. "I've made some real finds there over the years." "I'll be sure and take a look," Stone assured them. "Thank you both so much." Well, that was something at least, he thought, as he headed back to his car with his purchases. He supposed he shouldn't have hoped he'd find anything genuinely magical at the shop. He wasn't by any means familiar with every arcane supply store and bookshop in California, since he'd only come over from England a few years ago, and the magical community wasn't known for being particularly chummy. But he was aware of a number of them, and hadn't heard of any in this area. He'd taken a shot, and it hadn't panned out. At least he'd restocked some of his ritual supplies, and he might need those soon. This Bart's place, though, sounded like it might have possibility. If it truly was as large and eclectic as the two ladies from the Emporium had implied, then it would be worth a look. One thing he had seen on numerous occasions were diamonds in the rough, found amid moldering stacks of used books in out-of-the-way shops. Especially when elderly mages living alone passed away. Their heirs would sell or donate their collections without having any idea what they had. More than a bit of Stone's recently replaced library had come from haunting obscure used bookstores in the San Francisco and Berkeley areas. He glanced at his watch. It was a little after 2. He could spare an hour or so to check it out, and then he couldn't wait any more. He was going to have to try the ritual to find Jason again. Bart's Books was only about 5 minutes away, on the corner of 2 residential streets a block off of Ojai Avenue. Stone wasn't sure what he expected to see, but this wasn't it. The place didn't look anything like any bookstore he'd ever visited. Shelves full of mostly well-used paperbacks lined the walls along the outside, and as he approached the entrance proper, he spotted a sign instructing visitors to toss the money for anything they purchased from these shelves into the courtyard during non-business hours. He wondered how many people actually did it. Stepping inside, he immediately understood what the proprietress of the Third Eye had meant when she said she avoided Bart's when she didn't have the time to spend hours among the stacks. Shelves full to bursting with books were arranged with haphazard exuberance in every direction he looked. There were little nooks with sitting areas, large wall-sized shelves packed with hardbound tomes, small tables scattered around the courtyard for readers, and passageways leading off into dim areas that promised even more books. A few customers drifted from one shelf to the next, occasionally pulling something out to look at it. Across the courtyard was a table surrounded by more books. Seated behind it, a cheerful 30-ish man with long hair and round glasses waved a welcome at Stone as he approached. "Looking for anything in particular, or just browsing?" As much as he would have liked to spend the rest of the day moving among the stacks searching for treasures, Stone knew he'd have to forego that particular temptation for now. "Do you have an occult section?" he asked. "Sure. We have two, actually. The more valuable stuff is in there." He pointed toward the doorway to a room off to his left. "Inside, down the hall, and turn right into the first room you find." Then he pointed to his right. "The other stuff is down that hall all the way to the end. Make a right, and it's at the end of the row on the left. You can't miss it." "Thank you." Deciding to check the valuable books first, he headed into the room and followed the man's directions until he stood inside another room, this one much smaller, with all four of its walls lined with bookshelves. A couple of the shelf sections were enclosed as locked glass cabinets. The hand-inked occult and magic sign was tacked up the top of the intersection of one open shelf and one locked one. The only light filtered in through a skylight in the middle of the ceiling. Glancing behind him to make sure no one else was in the room, Stone first examined the titles of the books, starting at the top of the open shelf and working his way to the bottom, then repeating for the locked one. Already he could see that this visit was going to be more profitable than the Third Eye. He hadn't yet spotted anything that would help him in his search for Jason, but several of the books were titles that interested him, and a couple would serve as replacements for some of his destroyed library. He pulled 3 off the open shelf and noted the positions of the ones he wanted in the locked cabinet so he could point them out to the man out front when he was ready to leave. Next, he shifted his magical senses on and studied the books again. This time, he didn't need to scan the shelves. Indeed, he couldn't easily read any of the titles this way. He wasn't interested in the titles now, though. Immediately, 2 of the books lit up with glowing auras that marked them as more than mere mundane tomes. Both of them were on the open shelf, surprisingly. Stone shifted back to mundane sight and realized why. They were both very dull-looking volumes, less than 100 years old, their bindings unremarkable and unadorned. He slid them off the shelves and examined their front covers. The first one, titled Ancient Occult Symbology, had a faint yellowish aura. The second, The Power and the Will, glowed more brightly in a mottled brick red. Stone's hand tingled a bit as he held it. Whatever this book's title suggested, it was not a wholesome tome. Not entirely evil, but definitely deep into the territory trodden by mages at the dark gray end of the spectrum. Still, it was magical, and Stone was nothing if not curious, so he added both it and the other one to the pile, picked them all up, and headed back out to the front. As he passed by the table where the proprietor sat, he held them up. "I'll be taking these," he said. "May I leave them here while I check the other section?" "Sure, no problem." The man indicated a cleared space to his left. "I'll start an invoice for you." Past the desk was a series of passageways, each one lined from ceiling to near the ground with packed bookshelves. These were interspersed periodically with inset alcoves like tiny rooms that allowed for even more books. There were sections on everything from sports to history to psychology, each one marked by another hand-inked sign, and a quick look as he moved by showed Stone that the bookstore's owners were not at all picky about what they sold. He suspected that they got much of their stock from people dropping off boxes of unwanted tomes gleaned from spring cleaning or taken from the homes of deceased relatives, which meant that many of them were probably worthless, unless that one person out there who was seeking that particular book managed to find his or her way here and braved the maze-like layout of the place long enough to find it. Stone found it all fascinating, and far preferable to the sterile modern bookstores that were steadily driving the smaller, family-owned shops out of business. He made a mental note to return to Ojai sometime and spend some serious hours perusing the place in detail. For now, though, he moved briskly through the narrow rows in the direction the man had pointed him. He only passed one other customer, a beefy teenage football player type in a blue hoodie with Rangers across the front, who was surreptitiously examining a book of artistic nudes. He ducked into a nearby nook to make room for Stone to slip past. The second occult section was larger than the first, tucked away in yet another niche, topped with a sign reading Occult, Magic, and Esoterica. Stone moved inside and once again began a slow examination of the books, starting at the left side of the alcove and working his way around it clockwise. It was harder this time because many of the books were piled haphazardly on little bench outcroppings in front of the shelves, and he had to sift through these as he went. When he found a book that interested him, he pulled it out and stacked it to the side. By the time he finished his mundane check, he had found 3 possibilities. His arcane senses immediately revealed that 2 of his 3 choices were indeed interesting in a magical sense. On the shelves, 3 others lit up, all of them in the center portion of the nook. He was pleased. This visit was proving quite fruitful. He looked forward to taking the books back to his house and mining them for anything he could use to help him find Jason. He never even saw the figure coming up behind him as he leaned in to take a closer look at one of the books. Something slipped around his neck and yanked him back, hard. Chapter 12. Stone reacted instantly, instinctively flinging his body forward as the grip around his neck tightened. But it did no good. Whoever was strangling him was strong, a lot stronger than he was. He flailed, reaching up to try to free his airway, and his hands touched what felt like a leather belt. It was pulled too tight to get his fingers under it. He tried to cry out, but couldn't get enough breath to do it. Getting a spell off was out of the question. White lights already danced in front of his vision, and he could barely form a coherent thought through his rising panic. "I'm going to get strangled right here in broad daylight," was the only thing that got through. Potentially true, but hardly useful. The brain was perverse like that sometimes. The pressure tightened, pulling him back into the figure. Stone got a glimpse of blue as he whipped his head to the side, and for the barest second his magical senses caught sight of some sort of strange, greenish aura hovering around the figure before he couldn't maintain them any longer. Desperately, he lifted one foot and tried to mule-kick his assailant, but his coordination was as shot as his mental processes, and the figure easily avoided the weak attack. Stone felt blackness begin to settle over him and fought to drive it back. He couldn't pass out or he was dead for sure. He couldn't... "Hey!" A garbled voice pierced the muddled soup engulfing his brain. "What the hell are you—" Stone must have blacked out at that point, because when he opened his eyes, he was lying on the ground, staring up at the concerned, half-panicked face of the long-haired bookseller. "Oh, man," the guy breathed. "Oh, man, thank God. Just stay still. It's gonna be okay. The ambulance is coming." Stone blinked. Ambulance? Yeah, man, that guy tried to strangle you. If I hadn't..." Stone swallowed, taking stock. His neck hurt. His breath felt ragged in his aching throat, and his head was throbbing. Experimentally, he tried to sit up. "You sure you want to..." the man started. But when he saw it was doing no good, he took careful hold of Stone's shoulder and helped him to a sitting position. It's all right," Stone said faintly, doing his best imitation of a 3-pack-a-day smoker. "I don't need an ambulance. He tried to strangle you, man. They're already coming. Cops, too. That was a bad scene." Slowly, Stone realized he and the man had an audience. Several other people stood in the narrow walkway, trying to get a glimpse of what was happening and muttering among themselves. Then he realized that something was missing. Who tried to..." He gently probed at his neck again and winced. He was going to have bruises there, he could tell. "The kid who attacked you? He's over there." The guy looked angry and puzzled. "It was weird. As soon as I grabbed him and tried to pull him off you, he just stopped. Didn't fight me or even struggle at all. Just dropped his hands and stood there like he had no idea where he was. We're holding him for the cops." Stone raised his head a bit more. Just past the small knot of onlookers, he could see the blonde brush cut and blue hoodie of the teenager he'd passed in the aisle on his way to the occult section. He stared. "Him?" "Yeah, fucking freaky, if you'll pardon my French. He's a local kid, can't be more than 16 or so. I've seen him in here before lots of times. It's like he just snapped or something." "Step back, folks, please." An authoritative voice cut through the crowd's muttering. They parted to let 2 uniformed police officers through. Stone recognized them as Aguirre and Farrell, 2 of the cops who'd picked him up at the scene of the second murder. They all regarded each other with varying degrees of surprise. Behind them came 2 uniformed EMTs who pushed past them and hurried over to Stone. "That's the guy you want," the bookseller said to the cops, pointing at the kid. "He's the one who tried to strangle this guy here. I saw it." Aguirre said something Stone couldn't hear to Farrell, and the younger cop headed off to deal with the young assailant. Aguirre came back over to Stone, who was now trying to wave the EMTs away. "Dr. Stone, you do seem to be in the middle of things around here." He sounded more concerned than annoyed, though. "Are you all right?" "Aside from some bruises, I think I'll be fine. Just a bit shaken up." He gave up, letting the EMTs check him out. He noticed Farrell had shooed off the rest of the crowd, so they had relative privacy. "Mind telling me what happened?" He pulled out a notebook. Stone began to describe the attack. The bookseller, who'd gone off with Farrell, came back with a bottle of water. He accepted it gratefully. It did hurt to talk. "So you're saying," Aguirre said after he finished, "that you walked right past the kid and he seemed fine then?" "Yes, he was just browsing the books, same as I was. I didn't get any sense of threat from him at all." "He didn't seem drugged or drunk?" Stone shook his head. "I doubt I'd have even noticed him if the walkways here weren't so narrow. He had to duck into an opening to make room for me to get past him." He glanced over in the direction they'd taken the kid, suddenly remembering something. "Would it be all right if I talked to him for a moment before you take him away?" "Why would you want to do that?" Aguirre looked suspicious. "No particular reason, but I'd like to, if I may." "I'm sorry, Dr. Stone, I can't let you do that. He's a minor, and we're not allowed to question him without his parents present." "Fine, then." He turned to the EMT who had raised his black t-shirt and was poking at his chest with a stethoscope, while the other one checked his blood pressure. "Really, I'm fine, just shaken up and a little sore, but nothing permanent. I need to be getting on my way. It would be better if you'd let us take you back to the hospital so a doctor can look you over, said the one with the stethoscope. I doubt that, Stone said. Please, I appreciate what you're doing and your quick response, but if you could just finish up and let me know if I'm in danger of imminent death. The other EMT pulled off the blood pressure cuff and stowed it in his gearbox. Your BP's high, but that's consistent with the scare you took. We can't make you go back with us, but... Well, good then, Stone said, pulling his shirt down and starting to rise. Aguirre offered him a hand, and he took it. Once on his feet, he swayed for a moment, making the two EMTs look at him in concern. But he held up a hand. I promise, if I feel worse later, I'll come in and get checked out. Fair enough. They conceded, reluctantly. After making him sign a series of forms stating that he refused treatment and wouldn't sue them if he took a turn for the worse later, they gathered their gear and departed. Stone waited a moment longer to make sure he wasn't going to fall on his face if he moved, then motioned toward the front of the courtyard and followed Aguirre out. By now, they'd ushered all the customers out onto the sidewalk in front of Bart's. The only people who remained inside were the two cops, the EMTs, the bookseller, Stone, and the teenage boy. Farrell had handcuffed him, and he sat on one of the small tables looking confused and miserable. As Stone and Aguirre approached, Farrell said, I called it in, and they called his parents. They'll meet us at the station. Please listen to me, the boy begged. He was a tall, muscular kid with clear blue eyes, a pug nose, and a strong jaw, and he looked like he was about to burst into tears. His eyes met Stone's, and he leaned forward, raising up a bit in his chair. Please, mister, I didn't mean to do it. I don't even remember doing it. I was just standing there looking at that book. You went past, and the next thing I knew... Stone looked at him, startled by his words. He shifted easily to magical senses, his eyes going blank for a moment as he looked at the boy with new perception. Whatever odd aura he'd seen around him before was nowhere in evidence. Either he hadn't seen it properly before, which was certainly possible, given that he had been in the process of blacking out at the time, or else it had been there before and was now gone. The boy looked at Farrell and then back at Stone. Please, you have to believe me. His voice pitched higher. The hint of hysteria sounded utterly out of place in a voice that was probably much more used to calling football plays and chatting up teenage girls than to terrified pleading. Despite his bruised neck and the residual numbing fear that came with nearly getting murdered, Stone felt nothing but sympathy for the boy. He did believe him. It was very clear to him now that something had taken the kid over and had departed as soon as the bookseller had come on the scene. Something that could apparently hop in and out of bodies as easily as he himself would change a set of clothes. Something that wanted him dead. Stone let out a long, slow breath. This changed a lot of things. He looked at the boy. I do believe you, he said softly. The two cops stared at him, dumbfounded, as did the boy. What the... Aguirre began. Stone held up a hand. You do what you need to do, officer, but I won't be pressing charges. The boy's shocked expression suggested that everything that made sense in the world had all gotten together and boarded an outbound train for someplace far away. You believe me? He whispered. Aguirre grabbed his arm and pulled him up. You might, kid, but I don't. Not yet. Come on. We need to get you down to the station. He turned back to Stone. Dr. Stone, I know you probably don't feel up to it right now, but we'll need to talk to you more about this later. I'm not going anywhere, officer, he said. Not for a few days at least. You know where to find me. In less than 15 minutes, the police were gone with the boy, the EMTs were gone, and the curious customers, supplemented by a few more passers-by who'd noticed the commotion and stopped to find out what was going on, had filtered back in. Several of them kept snatching glances at Stone while trying not to be obvious about it. He could feel their gazes on him, their interest an almost palpable thing. He needed to get out of here. Stone was not a coward. Far from it, in fact. In just the last couple of years, he'd stood against more than one powerful magical entity and come out on top against some long odds. Still, he took a moment to gather himself sufficiently to go back down the narrow passage to the occult section and retrieve the small pile of books he'd left there, along with the 3 on the shelves that had glowed to his magical senses. He didn't waste a moment and kept his shield up the whole time. The bookseller, who was back behind his table but who still appeared nervous and shaken, gave Stone a worried, questioning look, as if he expected him to keel over at any second. "You sure you're okay?" "Fine." All this attention was starting to grate on Stone's nerves. He dropped the stack of books next to the others he'd picked out. "I'll take these as well, and there are a couple in the locked case I want." 5 minutes later, he left with his purchases, which the bookseller had given him a substantial discount on in light of events. His walk to the exit was through a gauntlet of customers' stares. It wasn't until he was back behind the wheel of the BMW with the bag of books tossed on the passenger seat that he finally allowed himself to relax. He sat there for a few minutes, then started the car and drove off. From across the street, an old lady walking a dog paused to watch him leave, smiling a most unwholesome smile. Chapter 13. By the time Stone made it back to his house, checked his wards, and dragged himself inside, the events of the last 2 days had begun to catch up with him in a big way. He flung his coat over the chair and himself onto the couch, staring at the ceiling. He was exhausted. He hadn't slept all that well the previous night. Even though the entities that had tossed him around at the barn hadn't seriously hurt him, thanks to his shield, his body still felt stiff and achy, generally out of sorts. And now that the adrenaline of the afternoon had finally drained away, both his neck and his head were starting to hurt a lot. He waved a hand, and his bottle of ibuprofen sailed across the room. He tossed 3 back, swallowing them dry and wincing as they scraped down his raw throat. Right now, he decided, it would be quite nice to have something stronger. The temptation was powerful enough that he actually considered dropping by the hospital to let them check him out in hopes that they might give him a prescription. But 2 things stopped him: his deep and abiding dislike of hospitals, and the fact that he couldn't afford to dull his senses too much right now. Something out there was after him, and he had no idea what it was, or why. The only thing he'd dealt with personally that even slightly resembled this was the evil, and despite the possession angle, it wasn't acting at all consistent with them. That left him fresh out of good guesses. Regardless of any of this, he knew there was no way he'd be doing any rituals tonight. In his present state, it would be foolish at best and suicidal at worst. Either way, it also wouldn't do Jason any good. Reluctant as he was to admit it, he had to acknowledge that whatever had Jason either still had him, and that wasn't likely to change today, or else Jason was already dead, and there was nothing he could do about it. He tried not to think about what the thing might be doing to his friend. He could deal with the guilt about that later, if it was called for. Still, much as he wanted to just curl up and sleep for the next 2 days or so, assuming his various aches and pains would let him, he knew he wasn't going to get the luxury of that kind of idleness until after he found out what had happened to Jason. He hauled himself up off the couch, retrieved the bag with all the books he'd bought, and settled down to look through them. Maybe one of them would have something he could use. He realized almost immediately that this wouldn't be productive. His concentration was shot. Tossing the book aside, he leaned back on the couch. He didn't quite understand it. He hadn't reacted this strongly to some of the serious magical threats he'd dealt with in the last couple of years, and some of them had injured him far worse than a few bruises. Why was this one bothering him so much? He thought he knew, actually. Ever since he'd met Jason and Verity and they'd gotten him embroiled in the whole affair with the evil, he'd had someone around to talk to. Someone to bounce ideas off, to poke him when he started getting too full of himself, to give him a metaphorical slap when his dark moods started creeping in and taking him over. It had never occurred to him that he'd grown accustomed to having them, or somebody, around. He couldn't even fall back on one of his short-lived serial relationships, giving her a call just to chat for a few moments and reconnect with a world where people didn't even believe magic existed. He realized that he was pretty much alone, and right now alone was not something he wanted to be. He got up again and headed to the kitchen. This was not a wise thing he was about to do. There were other things he should be doing tonight. He couldn't afford to take the time, but right at that moment he didn't give a damn. He pulled a card from his pocket, picked up the phone, and made a call. "I must admit I was surprised to hear from you tonight," Lindsay Cole said, smiling. "Pleased, but surprised." They sat at a candle-lit table in the patio of Don Armando's downtown, sipping drinks and waiting for their orders to arrive. Stone returned her smile. "I hadn't expected to call either," he admitted, "but I needed a bit of a break, and since I was so rude to you yesterday." "Standing me up because you were at the police station isn't rude," she pointed out. She wore a green blouse that complemented the sparkle in her brown eyes and had pulled her long hair back into a loose ponytail. "How's the house working out, by the way?" "Very well." She hadn't noticed the bruises on his neck yet. He supposed they wouldn't be at their most obvious until tomorrow sometime, but he'd suggested they sit on the patio just the same. He didn't feel like answering questions about this afternoon. He just wanted to have a pleasant evening and forget about everything else for a few hours. "Much nicer than a motel room." "Do you know how long you'll be staying in town?" "Not really. The new quarter at Stanford starts in a couple of weeks, and I'll need to be back for that, of course. But I'm hoping it won't take that long to locate my friend." "You don't think he might have just left for somewhere, do you?" she asked. "I mean, people do that sometimes without even telling their closest friends." "It's possible," Stone said, even though he knew otherwise. "If I don't find any leads in the next few days, I might have to consider that he's done just that. If so, then there's not much I can do about it. He's a grown man and can go where he pleases, of course, but I've never known him do anything like that. And it does seem particularly odd that he missed the very wedding he came down here to attend in the first place. Don't you think?" "Good point," she said. "Well, like I said, if there's anything I can do to help you—" "There is one thing, actually," Stone said. "It may seem a bit odd, but it might be useful." She tilted her head. "What's that?" Stone sipped his Guinness. "I'm looking for information about local history, particularly legends, stories, strange occurrences, that sort of thing. You mentioned before that there was a fair bit of that around Ojai." Lindsay looked confused. "This is going to help you find your friend?" "Well, when he called me, he told me he'd found something strange that he thought might interest me. I assume that means it's got something to do with the supernatural. I picked up some books on local history today, but I was hoping to get more of a personal account, if possible." Their entrees arrived, and Lindsay arranged her napkin on her lap before answering. "Well, yes, there are quite a few stories. Mostly the sorts of things kids tell at sleepovers to scare each other. Is that the kind of thing you want?" "Anything you think I might find interesting," he said. He waved his fork. "You're right, by the way. The food here is excellent." She smiled. "I'm glad. My friends give this place rave reviews." She took a bite, thinking. "Well, let's see. There's Charman, of course. He's pretty famous around here." Charman? He raised a questioning eyebrow. He remembered seeing that name in the book he'd gotten at the Third Eye. "Yes, he's probably the most well-known of the legends. Kids, and even some adults, have been scaring each other with him since before I was born. He's supposed to be some guy who got horribly burned in an accident many years ago, and he's been haunting the area down by Creek Road ever since. Creek Road? He asked, surprised. Yes, the same place where the body was found. But it's a long road, so probably nowhere near the same area. Pausing, she mused, "You know, a lot of the local legends center around that area now that I think of it." Indeed. He leaned forward. I'm not really that familiar with all of them, but the ones I remember hearing about are a headless motorcyclist, a couple of little kids on a bridge, and I think there was supposed to be a vampire down there somewhere for a while, too. And all of these were near Creek Road, he pondered. Are there any stories you're aware of that aren't associated with it? Well, there might be a couple haunted house stories, but I'm not sure exactly. Charman is definitely the most famous one I know of. Interesting. He sipped his drink. In one of the books I picked up today, but haven't had the chance to look at yet, it mentions something about the Chumash. Is that a local Indian tribe? She nodded. They were the main tribe in the area. A lot of things around here are like the Topa Topa Mountains, and Ojai itself are named from Chumash words. Any secret burial grounds, legends of evil demons, and that sort of thing? Not really. The Chumash were a pretty peaceful bunch. I don't remember ever hearing anything about them being into the whole vengeance against the white man thing or anything like that. They've even got a casino somewhere up by Santa Barbara, I think. He chuckled. Yes. Well, they don't sound very frightening then, do they? At any rate, I appreciate the information. I'll have to take a closer look at some of those books. It sounds like another trip down to Creek Road might be in order, though. I'll just have to make sure to avoid the police from now on. Always a good idea, she agreed. So, he said, after a moment and another sip of his drink, it was doing wonders for his aches. He was going to need to order another one soon. In the interest of not monopolizing the conversation with my odd interests, perhaps you might tell me a bit more about yourself. How did you come to sell real estate in this lovely little town? She laughed. It's not that much of a story. I did grow up here and the housing market is good. A lot of people like to get out of the rat race of Los Angeles and live here. Some of them even commute down there, which amazes me. But Ojai's different, quieter. In a lot of ways, it's like the little town that time forgot. Some would say it's slightly more interesting than watching paint dry, mostly the kids who can't wait to get out, but it kind of gets under your skin after a while. You'd be surprised at how many of them come back. Her eyes twinkled. We also have a lot of celebrities who live around the area. It's not at all uncommon to run into one of them at the grocery store dressed in grubby shorts and an old t-shirt. When I first got here, Stone said, the clerk at the motel where I was staying said he thought I might be up from Los Angeles scouting film locations. She eyed him critically with an impish smile. Well, you do have that look. You definitely look distinctive. By which you mean a bit daft, he said, amused. You don't exactly fit in, but I like that. It's why I took a chance on asking you to dinner, actually. I like people who don't fit in. I thought sure you'd be married or seeing someone, though. Or gay, he suggested. I get that occasionally, too. But no, none of the above. Honestly, I was surprised you were even interested. If you'll forgive my own forwardness, you hardly strike me as the type who would need to resort to asking odd strangers to dinner. Surely your social calendar is full to brimming. She smiled. You'd be surprised. I'm not exactly lacking for dates, but most of them come from going to clubs with some girlfriends in Ventura. A surprising number of the men around my age in town are already taken. As much as I love it here, it does skew a bit older. Don't even ask how many guys old enough to be my dad have asked me out. Most of them were very charming, but, well, I'm not really into that, you know? She gave him a slightly wistful look. And what about you? Nobody back home in the Bay Area? Not for quite some time, actually. I tend to get rather caught up in my work and go for months without remembering that I haven't had a date. It must be interesting, teaching about the occult. I didn't even know that was an actual subject that people studied. Are your students psychic or something? I suppose some of them might be, he said. Mostly, to be honest, they're horror writers and goths and Wiccans. The Wiccans are the only ones who take it seriously. The writers are looking for material, and the goths are mostly looking for other goths of their preferred gender. And band names, he added. She laughed at that. I must say, you seem a lot more, normal than I'd picture for a guy who teaches occult studies. Well, I did decide to leave my black robes and wooden staff at home. Sounds like I made the right choice. Probably, she agreed. Though I'd like to see you in your black robes. You probably look quite dashing. I suppose this isn't the proper time to tell you it's actually an old bathrobe, then. Depends on what kind of bathrobe, she said, with a twinkle in her eye. And what you wear underneath it. She smiled. You know, that reminds me of when I was a little kid. There was an older girl who used to babysit me, and she and her friends had some kind of secret witch club they belonged to. You know, all fairies and flowing gowns and magic wands and that kind of thing. And they got together and cast spells and made love potions and stuff. I used to look forward to her coming over because she let me try on her witchy robe. It was the prettiest shade of green. I wanted her to make me one, but she never did. She giggled. Her family was Japanese. I forget her name, but everybody called her Mickey. I used to call her Mickey Mouse. She paused for a sip of her drink. Wow, I hadn't thought of that in years. See, you're good for me.
Well, I hope so,
he murmured. They spent the next hour or so lingering over dinner and chatting about various subjects that had nothing to do with the supernatural, the murders, or Stone's search for Jason. He felt guilty when he realized that he'd enjoyed it more than he'd expected to. It might have been at least partly the couple of drinks taking the edge off the worst of his pain, but Lindsay was every bit as intelligent and charming as he thought she was, and he found himself regretting that she didn't live in the Bay Area. Maybe he might have been able to pursue something with her if she did. Oh, well, he thought. Enjoy it while it lasts, at least. Tomorrow, it's back to work. By the time they left the restaurant and strolled back to his car, it was a little after 10. He drove her to her house, a neat single-story place on a quiet street a couple of miles from the restaurant. As he pulled into the driveway and came around to open the door for her, he made an amused little bow. Thank you for a lovely evening. She smiled almost shyly. You wouldn't want to come in, would you? She asked. He smiled too. Actually, I'd like that very much. Her living room was a lot like she was, neat and a little bohemian with a hint of whimsy. Her bedroom, a short while later, was even more so. I'm glad I cleaned up in here, she said, with a little laugh. You should have seen it yesterday, clothes strewn all over everything. That's all right, he said. You should see mine. Maybe I will sometime. She put up her hands and pushed his coat down off his shoulders. Now, why don't we get you out of that coat and I'll get us some drinks? Brilliant, he agreed. An hour later, after she'd succeeded in getting him out of considerably more than his coat, and he'd returned the favor with pleasure, he lay next to her, looking out the window into her backyard with a lazy, satisfied smile. Her head was nestled in the crook of his shoulder, his hand gently stroking her hair. Whatever aches and pains he'd been feeling before had long since been banished by the drinks they'd had and the pleasurable time they'd shared. Lindsay murmured, her hand on his chest. I think I might need to come up with a way to sell you a house so I can keep you here. You can commute to Stamford, right? Absolutely, he said in the same tone. It's only, 300 miles? No problem at all. Or perhaps you could come and sell houses in Palo Alto. The market is quite hot, I hear. She chuckled. Oh, really? Well, we'll just have to see how things go, won't we? Indeed. His voice was slurring a bit as the drinks and the exhaustion of the day began to finally catch up with him. But it was a good kind of exhaustion. As he drifted off, still stroking Lindsay's hair, he knew he would sleep well. He wasn't sure what awakened him. Perhaps it was some vestigial bit of the low-grade defenses he kept running at minimal power, even when he wasn't concentrating on them. Or perhaps it was the sudden movement next to him in the bed. Whatever it was, when his eyes flickered open sometime in the early hours of the morning, the first thing he saw was Lindsay looming over him, her arm raised above her head. "What?" he started, confused. The next two things his foggy brain registered were simultaneous. Lindsay's eyes were glowing with a faint reddish-orange color, and her arm, holding something, was plunging down toward his chest. He flung himself sideways, and whatever she had in her hand sunk into the bed where he'd been. Still reacting purely on instinct, he rolled back over and gripped her wrist. Something fell from her hand and dropped with a tiny thump on the mattress. "Lindsay!" he snapped. "What are you doing?" Enough light streamed in from the window that he could see her face. Her expression was twisted into a chilling grin, her eyes still glowing with that odd light. "Go back where you came from, mageling," she whispered. Her voice didn't sound like Lindsay. It had a rough, rasping quality that suggested something unfamiliar was using it. "What?" Stone, still gripping her wrist, threw her over on her back and took hold of her other wrist as well, holding her down. "Lindsay, what the hell are you on about?" "Go while you still can," the voice that was not Lindsay's whispered. "You cannot stop us. Your friend is ours now. Get out and we will spare you. Remain and we will use everyone in this town to destroy you." Stone stared, heart pounding. The half-sleepy fuzziness in his brain burning off, he thought fast. Shifting to magical senses, he took a good look at Lindsay and was not at all surprised to see the same faint aura he thought he'd spotted on the boy who tried to strangle him yesterday. "Let her go," he growled. "Get out of her now, you bastard! Face me in your true form, and what do you mean my friend is yours?" She chuckled, an unwholesome sound entirely incongruous with her normally pleasant tones. "Give up, mageling. You don't have the power to turn us away. Your friend is lost to you. Go now or bear the guilt of what will come." And then, as suddenly as it had come, the eerie expression left her face and the glow left her eyes. Lindsay looked up at Stone, bewildered. "Alastair? What's going on?" Stone released her wrists and spun, trying to spot whatever had just vacated her body, but all traces of it were gone. He sat upright, puffing, teeth gritted in frustration. "Alastair?" She touched his shoulder. "Is something wrong?" He lowered his head into his hands, shoving his hair up into untidy spikes. "No," he whispered. Lindsay sat up next to him. "What's going on? Are you all right?" As he stared at her, the shocked realization came. She doesn't have any idea why I'm agitated. She doesn't remember any of it. She had no idea what had just occurred, that she had very likely just tried to murder him, just like the kid at Bart's. He felt around next to him until his hand fell on the hard, smooth form of what she'd dropped. It was a slender letter opener, its blade now bent to the side where the mattress had turned it. He looked at it in disbelief for a moment, then back at her. The thing might not have been enough to kill him, but if she'd managed to drive it into his chest in the right place, it definitely could have made a good try at it. He began. He was shaking. Already his mind was putting together the implications of what the thing that had taken over Lindsay had said. Bloody hell. "Alastair, you're scaring me." "You and me both." He struggled to get himself together. "It's all right," he said, concentrating on keeping his voice even. "I must have had a bad dream or something." Surreptitiously, he dropped the letter opener over the edge of his side of the bed. She'd wonder in the morning what had caused the rip in the sheet, but right now that didn't even rate on his scale of things to be concerned about. He had much bigger problems than that. Lindsay looked dubious, reaching over to switch on the light. Her eyes widened. "You're as pale as a ghost. And what happened to your neck?" For a moment he didn't understand what she meant, but then it came to him. Ah, the bruises are finally making their appearance. "It's all right," he said again. "I'm fine. I'm sorry I frightened you." Still looking confused, she raised her arms, rolling her wrists around. "My arms hurt," she said, "like somebody grabbed me or something." She glanced sideways at him but said nothing. Instead, she pulled up the sheet to cover herself. "What did happen to your neck? You've got bruises. I don't understand." Stone paused before he answered. Right now, all he wanted to do was get out of here. Get back to his rented house where he could try to figure out what the hell was going on and how he was going to locate whatever that thing was that had slipped into Lindsay's body with indecent ease. Still, none of this was her fault. He owed her at least some minimal explanation. "I didn't want to tell you," he said, his tone dull. "We were having such a lovely evening, I didn't want to upset you." "What do you mean?" she whispered. "You'll see it in the paper tomorrow, no doubt." Speaking in the same colorless monotone, he gave her the highlights of the attack at Bart's. He left out the part about the boy's confusion after it was over. She gaped at him. "You're kidding. A teenage boy tried to strangle you? At Bart's?" Her eyes narrowed. "And you didn't tell me?" What good would it have done? He propped a pillow against the headboard and sat up the rest of the way. All it would have done was worry you. It's not as if he's still at large. As far as I know, they've got him in custody. Lindsay gazed into her sheet-covered lap. She said nothing. Stone reached out to gently touch her shoulder and felt it stiffen under his hand. "Lindsay, I'm sorry, really. I knew this was a mistake, but I wanted to see you tonight. I didn't mean to cause you any distress. I should go." He expected her to try to stop him. Part of him wanted her to. But she didn't. She just nodded once, her expression half miserable, half frightened. He dressed quickly and stood for a moment next to her side of the bed. "I truly am sorry, Lindsay," he murmured, then turned and left the room. She said nothing as he departed. Chapter 14. Nobody pulled Stone over as he drove back to his house, which was something of a wonder, all things considered. He didn't feel the least bit tipsy anymore. The events of the last half hour had driven any remnants of that from his mind. But what he did feel was a bone-deep exhaustion that forced him to use every ounce of his strength and concentration to keep the big car on the road. Every one of his aches and pains from the past 2 days had returned, and from the way his body was protesting right now, they'd invited a few friends over to join the party. All he wanted to do was sleep, but that wasn't possible. He checked the wards again to make sure nothing had tried to get in, took a fast, cold shower, put some coffee on to keep himself awake, and gathered up the stack of books he'd bought, along with a notebook. All of this he carried to the kitchen table and then dropped wearily into a chair. The first thing he did was write down everything he could remember about the encounter with the thing that had taken over Lindsay. The glowing eyes, the raspy voice, the details of the aura, and everything he could remember about what it had said to him. Then, leaning on an elbow with one hand buried in his hair, he studied its words and wondered what Jason, and now he, had gotten themselves into. "Right then," he muttered, turning to a fresh page in the notebook. "Let's see what we know about you." He wrote down his thoughts as they came to him, each on its own line. More than one of them, we. One leader and minions, or multiple equally powerful. They know what I am and that I'm looking for my friend. They can apparently move in and out of mundanes at will. Mages unknown. Jason is lost, imprisoned, dead, using him for something, a hostage. Guilt from what is to come. More murders? Can attack when not possessing a person. See barn attack. Same creatures? How many? At least 3 from the barn. Can they hide aura? He wrote the word evil and circled it, then crossed it out. Whatever these things were, he was almost certain they weren't part of that group's scattered remaining force. For one thing, the evil weren't indiscriminate body hoppers, especially the weaker specimens that were, as far as he knew, the only ones remaining. Even the strong ones chose a body and possessed it with at least tacit permission, and couldn't vacate it except upon the death of the host. Although plenty of people existed out there whose goals aligned with the evil, and thus they had never lacked for hosts, being forced to leave a host body killed all but the strongest evil and diminished the others. These things, on the other hand, seemed quite comfortable jumping from body to body while suffering no ill effects. In a way, that made them more frightening, because they could be inside anyone. But both times Stone had encountered them, he'd seen the eerie greenish aura when he looked for it. If they couldn't hide the aura from those who could perceive such things, then at least from now on he could see them coming if he kept his guard up. Except that, at least from what he'd seen at the barn on Creek Road, they had some ability to attack even when they weren't possessing a body. Unless the things that had attacked him at the barn were different from the ones that possessed mundanes. How many different types of, quite probably related things was he dealing with here? Stone's other hand went to his hair, pressing on his forehead as he struggled to wrangle his tired thoughts into some semblance of order. Another thing that had been true of both the boy's possessor and Lindsay's was that the mundane seemed to remember nothing of the possession after being vacated. And aside from whatever the thing might force the body to do while occupying it, seemed to suffer no ill effects from being under the control of a new driver. That was something, at least. Not much, but something. Having to deal with a bunch of mundanes driven insane as their brains tried to process what had happened to them would make this effort even more difficult than it already was. And what about Jason? Where was he in all of this? The thing had said that he was theirs now. The most logical explanation for that statement was that they had possessed him, perhaps on a permanent basis, and hidden him somewhere. But if so, why? Stone poured himself another cup of coffee. If Jason had blundered drunkenly into the scene of the first murder while walking back from the party, perhaps the entity had jumped from the murderer's body to Jason's. Why would it do that, though, instead of just killing him? Perhaps he was too formidable for it to cope with in its current body, he mused, jotting that down in his notebook with a question mark. He and Jason were about the same height, an inch or two over 6 feet, but while Stone was thin, Jason had an athlete's build and outweighed him by 30 or 40 pounds, all of it muscle. Jason was also trained in martial arts and self-defense techniques. It would take a large or very strong man to be able to overpower him. A lot stronger than would be needed to overpower a 16-year-old girl, especially if she were caught by surprise. Could that have been why he was able to get tantalizing glimpses of Jason's aura during the tracking ritual, but never anything long enough to lock onto? Because whatever had possessed him had submerged Jason's aura sufficiently enough to hide it? And what of the fact that Jason was notoriously difficult to possess? At least that was true with regard to the evil, but Stone had no idea if that quality extended to other extra-dimensional beings. He threw his pen on the table in frustration. None of this was helping him find Jason. Even if any of his guesses were correct, what good did they do? Before he could confront this thing, whatever it was, he needed to find out what it was. He knew more now than he'd known yesterday, which was good, but still nowhere near enough. Perhaps he could figure out a way to talk to the boy who tried to strangle him, or Lindsay herself once she'd had a chance to calm down. He wondered if she'd even want to see him again after what had happened. The way she'd looked at him, hurt, confused, and a little angry, he supposed he couldn't blame her. The whole thing had to be even more unsettling for her than for him. He pushed the notebook aside and picked up one of the books, Ojai Lore and Legends, from the Third Eye bookstore. Flipping through it, he found sections on some of the things Lindsay had told him about. Charman, the ghost children who jumped off the bridge, and the decapitated motorcyclist all had their own sections, as did the vampire and a phantom bride she hadn't mentioned. There were other stories as well, including some Chumash legends related to the beginnings of the Ojai Valley and the alleged healing power of some of its hot springs. But what interested Stone most was the number of legends or ghost stories centered around Creek Road. That had to mean something. One of the first things you learned when you studied magic, real magic, was that a lot of those spooky stories that mundanes wrote off as urban legends so they could keep their sanity properly tethered had their bases in fact. Maybe not exactly as told, because stories like that had a tendency to evolve as they were passed from person to person. But when you trace them back to their origins, almost invariably magic had its thumb in the pie somewhere. Stone took up his notebook again and began making a list for tomorrow. Talk to the boy if he could. Talk to Lindsay if she'd see him. Check out Creek Road and see if he could pick up anything from the area. If it was some sort of mystic hotspot, maybe he could get a better feel for where Jason was, or where these creatures had come through. If there was some sort of breach in the fabric of the dimensions that had let them in, odds were good that was where it was. He wanted to look through some of the remaining books, but as he reached for the next one, he became conscious of a heaviness settling over his limbs, pressing down on his eyelids. He blinked and shook his head, trying to wake up, but it didn't help. Even the coffee wasn't helping. His body was telling him loud and clear, "I'm going to sleep now, you idiot. Do you have a problem with that?" Well, he was tired. Perhaps he could spare just a few minutes. He laid his head on the table, resting it on his folded arms. Just for a few minutes. Loud, sharp pounding on his door jolted him awake. "Dr. Stone, open the door, please," a booming voice called. "This is the police." Stone blinked. Light streamed in through the window. How long had he been sleeping? Slumped over the table, his arm and neck bent at an awkward angle, his whole body felt stiff and unresponsive. His head was pounding, no doubt at least partially from last night's drinks. "What?" he mumbled, running his hand through his hair. His voice sounded thick and muddy to his ears. "This is the police, Dr. Stone. Open the door or we'll break it down." That got him to his feet. He gazed around uncomprehendingly for a moment, trying to figure out what was going on and why the police were yelling at him. Just a minute," he said, though nowhere near loudly enough for them to hear him. "I'm coming." Instinctively, he used a levitation spell to pick up the notebook and settle it on top of one of the ceiling beams, where it was invisible to anyone at floor level. Then, conscious of the fact he must look like something dragged several miles behind a bus, he stumped over and flung open the door. "What is—" He stopped. It wasn't just one policeman, it was two. He didn't recognize either of them. As he appeared in the doorway, both of them tensed, their hands going to their still holstered guns. Stone blinked again. Maybe he was still dreaming. A bizarre sense of déjà vu wafted over him as he took in their hard, implacable faces. "What's this about?" he demanded. "Alastair Stone, you're under arrest," said the older cop. Already the younger one was pushing forward past him. Stone stood still, shocked as the cop cuffed his hands behind his back. The déjà vu was getting worse by the minute. "Wait a minute, for what?" "Murder." He stared. "Murder? But I thought we settled that." "The murder of Lindsay Cole," the cop said. Chapter 15. Stone sat numbly at the table in the interrogation room at the Ojai Police Department. Across from him, Lieutenant Peter Kastner, his face a cold mask, leaned forward and clicked on a tape recorder. "Let's start again, Dr. Stone," he said. "Tell me what happened last night." Stone bowed his head. His brain felt pummeled, shocked, dead. He hadn't put up any protest when the policemen led him to the car. He let them direct him into the back seat of the cruiser with broken docility. Lindsay, a lovely, vital young woman, was dead, and it was his fault. What the hell did any of this even matter anymore? They'd taken him back to the police station in silence. Unlike last time, they'd walked him in, fingerprinted him, and had him hold a board with his name and numbers on it while they snapped mugshots. The whole thing would have been surreal if Stone hadn't been so mentally stunned by the proceedings that he could barely form a coherent thought. They took him into another room, gave him a set of orange scrubs, and told him to change into them and put his clothes in a bag. All of this they did with minimal conversation. The only words they said were directions on what to do. He followed them without question or argument. They wouldn't give him any other details about what had happened. He glanced up through haunted, bloodshot eyes at Kastner, his hair spiking everywhere at crazy angles, dark stubble shadowing his pale face. "I didn't kill her, Lieutenant," he said softly. He was alone. When they told him he had the right to call an attorney, he hadn't even responded. It was foolish, he knew. He didn't care. "Just tell me what happened," Kastner repeated. This was the second time he'd told the story, but he didn't object. He simply told it again, his voice a monotone devoid of any kind of life. He described how he'd picked Lindsay up at her home and taken her to the restaurant, how they'd had dinner and drinks there, and then he'd driven her home, how she'd invited him in and he'd accepted. "Did you sleep with her?" Kastner asked. Stone nodded, staring at the worn table again. "And then what happened?" "I left after." "You left her house?" "Yes." "Why? Why didn't you spend the night?" "I wasn't feeling well." He knew how inadequate that sounded, but he couldn't tell Kastner the truth. In a way, though, it was a truth, just not the relevant one. "You weren't feeling well." The detective's tone suggested he didn't believe it. "She didn't ask you to leave?" "No." "She didn't ask you to leave and you refused?" His gaze came up. This was new. "No, why do you—" "Dr. Stone, the M.E.'s initial examination found bruising on Lindsay Cole's wrists, consistent with having hands wrapped around them. We don't have all the data yet, but are we going to find that those bruises are the same size as your hands?" Stone closed his eyes and nodded. "Please give verbal answers for the recording, Dr. Stone." "Yes," he rasped. "So you're admitting you grabbed her wrists, maybe to hold her down?" "No." "No, you're not admitting it? But you just said I did grab her wrists, but not to hold her down." He hated this. He didn't want to reveal what had happened. Lindsay was dead. The last thing he wanted to do was cast her memory in a bad light, which is what he would have to do unless he wanted to try making them believe she was possessed. Even in his current, less than optimal mental state, he didn't think that would go over well. "Why, then?" Something came over her." His voice was soft, still, without inflection. Perhaps a bad dream interacting with the drinks she'd had, I don't know. "I awoke, and—" He closed his eyes briefly, then opened them again. "I awoke, and she was sitting over me preparing to stab me with a letter opener." Kastner stared at him. "Dr. Stone, let me get this straight. You're saying that Ms. Cole tried to stab you?" "Yes. I don't think she realized what she was doing." "Did either of you take any drugs last night?" "No." For the first time since they'd brought him in, his voice took on a tinge of indignation. "Are you sure?" "I'm certain that I didn't," he said, his gaze dropping back down to the table. "And I don't think she did." "Would you be willing to submit to a blood test to prove that?" "If you like, yes." "How many drinks did you have?" "I had 2 at the restaurant and another when we got back to her home. She had about the same." "And you're saying that Miss Cole tried to stab you with what again?" "A letter opener. It had a slender blade about 5 inches long." "Forgive me, Lindsay. I hate having to do this to you. I know it wasn't your fault." Kasner opened a file folder in front of him and withdrew a photo, which he slid across the table in front of Stone. "Strange that you should say that. Take a look." Stone's gaze flicked to the photo. He stiffened, his breath catching in his throat. The color photo had been taken in Lindsay's bedroom. It showed a close-up view of Lindsay sprawled half-seated against the headboard of her bed, propped up on a pillow. Her eyes were wide open, filmy, lifeless. She was naked, her lower body covered with a sheet, her upper body slicked with blood. Protruding from a wound on the left side of her chest was the same letter opener that Stone had dropped over the edge of the bed before he'd departed. He gripped the edges of the table with shaking hands and stared, unblinking, unable to take his eyes from the photo. "So," Kasner said, "you don't think it's odd that the murder weapon was the very same thing that you claim she tried to stab you with?" He slipped the photo back in the file folder. "You know what I think, Dr. Stone? Try this on for size. You drove her home, just like you said. She invited you in. You had a few drinks, things got a little hot and heavy, you ended up in the bedroom, but somewhere in there maybe you tried something she didn't like, or she just decided that maybe she didn't want you around for whatever reason. She told you to leave, you refused, she tried to fend you off with the only weapon she had, and you took it away and stabbed her with it. Maybe it was an accident. That happens sometimes when people get emotional. Then you realized what you'd done, panicked, and took off." Stone started shaking his head halfway through Kasner's words. "No, no," he said. "Lieutenant, no." The image of Lindsay's staring, empty eyes had imprinted itself on his mind, and he couldn't drive it away. "I didn't kill her." "Are you saying she stabbed herself?" Stone bowed his head. If the thing had come back and taken residence in her body again after he left, he realized, it was entirely possible that was exactly what had happened. If these things were powerful enough to make a stolen body cut a teenage girl's throat, then they were strong enough to override a human's powerful natural self-preservation instincts to force her to plunge a sharp object into her own heart. But there was no way in hell that Kasner was going to believe that. He himself wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen the evidence with his own eyes. "Dr. Stone? Answer the question, please." "I don't know," he whispered. "All I know is that I didn't do it." "Are we going to find your prints on that letter opener?" "Probably. I took it away from her and threw it on the floor." Through the fog in his brain, something bubbled up. His voice took on a bit more life again. "Lieutenant, did your investigators find a small puncture or a slash in the sheet and mattress on the side of the bed closest to the window?" Kasner frowned as he consulted his papers. "I don't have all the reports back yet. They're still working the scene." "Why?" "It won't prove my story, obviously, but it might lend some credence to it. When Miss Cole attempted to stab me, I rolled to the side and she hit the bed with the blade. That was when I grabbed her wrists, just long enough to make her drop it." Remembering something else, he added, "And have them take a look at the opener itself. See if it was bent and then re-straightened. It was bent when I took it from her, so whoever—" The image flashed in his mind's eye again. "Whoever killed her would either have to have straightened it or stabbed with it bent." "I'll let them know," Kasner said. "My guys are good, Dr. Stone. If there's anything to find, they'll find it." "I hope so, Lieutenant." He looked up. "What happens now? I assume you intend to charge me with Miss Cole's murder." "Not yet. but the law allows us to hold you for up to 72 hours before we have to charge you or let you go, and we're going to do that. What the investigators and the ME come up with will determine whether we pursue the case and charge you with murder." He frowned. "May I ask a question?" "Go ahead." "Why aren't you charging me? It sounds as if you're convinced that I'm guilty. Why risk allowing me to flee if you let me go?" Kastner sighed. "Because, Dr. Stone, this is a serious charge. You realize if you're found guilty on this, it could mean life in prison. If they determine it was premeditated, you could get the needle. That's not something I take lightly, especially because you're wrong. I'm not convinced you're guilty. Not yet." "Why?" Stone's voice was dead again. He slumped in his chair. "Call it my gut. There's been a hell of a lot of very strange stuff centering on you and this friend you're searching for ever since you arrived in Ojai. Before that, even, if the first murder is connected to the rest of this." He tapped his folder with his pen. "First, we find you at the scene of another murder you claim to have stumbled onto while following what you claim was a psychic vision. It looks suspicious, but you've got an alibi that places you nowhere near the victim when he died, and nowhere near the first victim, assuming they're connected. The very next day, a local kid you've never met before tries to strangle you in a public place, then claims he has no idea why and doesn't even remember doing it. A kid, I might add, who's lived in town all his life, has never been in trouble beyond the occasional school detention, never had any history of mental issues, and who passed drug and alcohol screens with flying colors." He opened the folder and pulled out another sheet of paper. "Now we get an anonymous call saying that a local woman, a woman you've been seen with just the previous night, has turned up murdered in her bed." He put the page back and picked up another one. "I've been doing some checking up on you, Dr. Stone. You've got a very interesting history. Professor at Stanford for about 7 years, citizen of the United Kingdom, resident alien in the process of applying for dual citizenship, no criminal record in either country, but yet you were present when an elderly woman's mansion was destroyed by fire in Los Gatos shortly after you arrived in the U.S. You barely escaped with your life when your rented home in Palo Alto was destroyed by a gas explosion 4 years after that. You were injured in the explosion of an abandoned mine in West Virginia almost 2 years ago, and—" he studied the paper again. "You were on the scene of that terrorist attack at Burning Man last summer, where several dozen people were killed." He looked up, meeting Stone's gaze. "Trouble does seem to follow you, Dr. Stone, even if there's no way to connect you directly with it. Either that, or you're somehow seeking it out." This was one of the things Stone had been dreading for years, ever since he got involved with Jason and Verity and the Evil, that someone would examine his life closely enough to put all the pieces together and figure out just how deeply buried in the unexplained he was. He scrubbed at his hair while searching for a plausible answer. "There isn't much I can say in my defense, Lieutenant, except to say that I do a bit of investigation of potentially occult-related events in my spare time. I was working for the elderly woman in Los Gatos, and the West Virginia incident started out as another investigation, though the actual cause of the explosion had a perfectly mundane explanation. So did my home in Palo Alto. And Burning Man? That one was a case of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. I knew some of the people who died there. It's not something I'd prefer to dig up again unless absolutely necessary. The whole thing is still quite raw." He sipped from the bottle of water Kastner had given him, and his shoulders sagged into a dejected slump. The lieutenant leaned across the table. "If there's anything you want to tell me, Dr. Stone, now's the time to do it. Just because there's a lot of weird shit going down around Ojai right now, and my gut tells me you're not the guy we're looking for, doesn't mean the evidence won't show otherwise. And it doesn't mean I can do a damn thing for you if there's enough of it that I'll be forced to charge you. I'll tell you something you might not know. If the evidence convinces us that you didn't commit the murder, and we release you before that 72-hour period is up, then the arrest won't go on your record. It just counts as you being detained, which won't get you in any sort of trouble. But I can promise you this, and it's not a threat, it's simply the way things work. If you are charged with this murder, Even if you go to trial and are eventually found not guilty, your life will never be the same again. It will be expensive, it'll put every aspect of your history, your personality, and your habits under a microscope, and it's possible you might even lose your job or be deported back to England. Like I said, I'm not saying this to scare you, I'm saying it because I want you to help us. If there's anything you're not telling us, don't wait too long. He stood, gathering his files. We've been talking for quite a while now, Dr. Stone. I'm going to give you some time to think things over. We'll meet again later. If you decide you want to talk before I get back to you, just tell one of the officers. Same if you decide you want a lawyer after all. He nodded to the uniformed cop standing by the door, who came over and motioned for Stone to get up. The cop took him to a small cell and waved him inside. He went without protest, lying on the narrow bed and turning away to face the wall. He closed his eyes as the steel door locked behind him. He stayed in that position for over an hour, the image of Lindsay's bloody body playing on an endless loop in the theater of his mind, interspersed with flashes of her laughter, her sparkling brown eyes, her soft hands as they pulled him into an embrace and caressed his hair. He hadn't loved Lindsay Cole. Of course he hadn't. They'd only known each other for 2 days. Whatever nascent relationship that might have been had barely grown into the initial stages of playful flirting and raw physical attraction. Could it have evolved into more? He had no idea. If history were any indication, odds were good that it would either have ended when he returned to Palo Alto, or else she'd have gotten a taste of the freak show that was his life and politely exited stage left. That was the way it always happened. He was used to it. He didn't like it, but he was used to it. But damn, she hadn't even gotten the chance. Something had killed her in cold blood. Or worse, so much worse, forced her to kill herself. What had she felt? If that was how it ended, had some part of her been conscious? Had the thing left her body once she'd moved past the point of no return? Had she bled out the last of her life in cold, unknowing terror? All of it had been his fault. Whatever this thing was, it wanted him. It had taken hold of Lindsay the first time to tell him so, after its attempt to murder him had failed. And if it wanted him, that meant anyone he was close to represented a potential avenue to get to him. If he hadn't succumbed to his baser instincts and asked her out, she'd be safe now, sitting in her office or driving her car around Ojai, showing high-end houses to wealthy clients. Instead, her body lay on a slab in a morgue somewhere. His mind's eye helpfully served up a full-color snapshot of what that might have looked like. Her face bone-white, her lips cold, a Y-shaped line of rough stitching running from her chest down her abdomen. Stop it. That isn't helping. He knew it wasn't helping, but when did that even matter? He couldn't stop it. For all his vaunted willpower and formidable mental strength, he was powerless to halt the images. He drew his knees up to his chest and wrapped his arms around them, his whole body shaking. He didn't cry. He wished he could, but his body stubbornly refused to cooperate. Eventually, his exhaustion finally catching up to him, he dropped off to uneasy sleep. Dr. Stone? Stone stirred. A light knock on the bars. Dr. Stone, you awake? He rolled over, wincing as every muscle and bone in his body protested against the thin mattress and the uncomfortable position. What time was it? How long had he been asleep? Slowly, he sat up. Stan Lopez stood outside the cell. He wasn't wearing his police uniform. Instead, he wore faded jeans, battered brown cowboy boots, and a plaid shirt over a t-shirt, advertising a recent interdepartmental chili cook-off. Stone blinked. Sergeant? Jason's old friend was the last person he expected to see. Lopez nodded. Yeah, They said I could come talk to you for a few minutes. Privileges of knowing people around here, you know. Only if you want to, though." For a moment, Stone didn't answer as he waited for his brain to emerge from its stupor. He sat on the edge of the bed, leaning over with his elbows braced on his knees. "You okay?" Lopez asked. Stone rolled his head back and forth. "No, I don't think I am." His gaze came up. "What can I do for you, Sergeant?" "I just wanted to come by and see you," he said. "When I heard they were holding you for murder, I couldn't believe it. I still don't." "I didn't do it," he said, staring back down at his hands. He rubbed his eyes, trailing his hand along his stubbled jawline. "I didn't kill her. But it seems they think I did, and it seems that the initial evidence supports their belief." "I won't ask you about what happened," Lopez said. "I'm still a cop, and they can use whatever you tell me. Why didn't you get a lawyer?" Stone shrugged without looking up. "You really should, you know. This is a big deal, even if you didn't do it." Stone didn't answer. Lopez let out a sigh. "Okay, you do what you want, but like I said, I wanted to see you. Jason talks about you a lot. Says you're a good guy and a good friend. I wanted to see if there was anything I could do to help you out. Anything you need, that kind of thing." "Thank you, Sergeant. I appreciate your kindness." Still, Stone didn't look up, and his voice was flat. Lopez regarded him for a few moments. "Oh, listen. I know this is hard on you, but let me give you some advice, if I can." Stone raised one hand in a go-on gesture. "Fight," he said firmly. "If you didn't do it, fight it. Get yourself a lawyer. Work on remembering everything that you can about what happened. Try to remember if anybody saw you that night. Kastner says they haven't charged you yet. They're still trying to decide if they have enough evidence to do it. Help them. He's a straight-up guy. I've known him a long time. He'll be fair, but he's gonna need something to go on." Stone looked up and met his eyes. "You believe me, then?" "Yeah, I do. Maybe I'm a damn fool, but I know Jason. He wouldn't think that highly of a guy who could stab a woman in the chest with a letter opener." He sighed again. "I've been in this business long enough to learn a few things, Dr. Stone. I'm pretty good at reading people, and I'm pretty good at looking at the way somebody acts and being able to tell if they're capable of that kind of thing." "You barely know me, Sergeant." "Yeah, but Jason does. And besides that, just talking to you, you don't strike me as a fit of passion kind of guy. Jason, yeah, maybe. You, no." "Has there been any news on Jason?" "No." Lopez's tone was as flat as Stone's. "No sign of him." That didn't surprise him, of course, and being stuck in here, he wasn't getting a damned thing done toward finding out where Jason was. "So anyway," Lopez said, "I'd better get going. But if I can help you, let me know. I know some good lawyers around here. I can hook you up if you want." "Thank you, Sergeant. I'll keep that in mind." Time, Stone discovered, passed very slowly when you were confined to a small cell with nothing to occupy your mind but your own traitorous thoughts. When he was awake, he couldn't concentrate enough to think through the events of the past couple of days. Mostly he dozed, his disjointed dreams haunted by a procession of bloody corpses, Lindsay's, Jason's, Verity's. When Kastner came in and called his name, he didn't even get up. He just lay there and watched the cop with dulled eyes, wondering what new bit of damning evidence the mysterious entity had managed to plant against him. "Dr. Stone, you'll want to hear this," Kastner said as he opened the cell door. Stone sat up. "What is it now? Please, come with me." He did as he was told, once again without protest or question. Kastner took him to the interrogation room and motioned for him to sit down. When he did so, the detective opened his folder. "We found the puncture in the mattress," he said. "It was right where you said it would be. But this is, if you don't mind me saying so, Dr. Stone, the weirdest thing I've seen in all the years I've been on the force. I can't even begin to explain it." Stone gave him a questioning look, but otherwise remained silent. It seems a witness has turned up. Miss Cole's next-door neighbor has a house guest." "A witness? To what? Could someone have seen the murder? Or seen Lindsay Cole forced to kill herself?" "To you, Dr. Stone. Leaving." He glanced down at his papers. The witness says he was on the front porch of the house across the street having a cigarette because his host won't let him smoke inside the residence. He didn't come forward until now because he'd gotten up very early that morning and spent the day in Ventura surfing. He hadn't heard the news. Stone stared at him. "What does this mean?" He says he saw a tall, thin man in a long coat come out of the house, get into a dark-colored BMW sedan parked in Ms. Cole's driveway, and drive off at about 2:15 a.m. "That was about when I left," Stone said, raising up a bit from his slump. He wouldn't allow himself to hope, not yet. "But that doesn't prove I didn't kill her, does it?" "Not on its own, no. But when combined with one other thing the witness stated and the ME's declaration of time of death..." He pulled out another paper. The witness states that after the car left, he remained on the porch finishing his cigarette for about 5 more minutes. In this time, he saw the door to Miss Cole's house open, and a female figure in a robe appeared there. He says she stood there for a few seconds, then went back inside. Her porch light was on, so the witness got a good look at her. He ID'd Lindsay Cole as the woman he saw. Stone bowed his head. If this story was true, then Lindsay had come out right after he'd gone, perhaps to call him back inside. Now he'd never know, but... "So that proves she was alive when I left," he said softly. "That's correct. And after examining Ms. Cole's body, the ME has placed the time of death at some time between 3 and 4 a.m. "Well after I left?" "Yes." Kasner took a deep breath. "It appears, Dr. Stone, that your story holds up." "So, you're satisfied that I didn't kill Miss Cole? You aren't going to charge me with her murder?" "We're not going to charge you," Kasner said. Stone rubbed at his forehead. "And you don't think that I might have returned to her house later?" "I might think that, except for 2 other bits of evidence we found, and one of them is where that weirdness I mentioned comes in." "Go on," Stone said softly. "First, we examined the scene and found nothing to suggest that you killed her. Wounds like that bleed a lot, but there was no sign of anyone tracking blood across the carpeting, no sign of blood on your clothes. In fact, aside from the immediate area around Miss Cole's body, we found no blood at all." Kasner paused. "I shouldn't be telling you this, Dr. Stone. But when we examined the murder weapon, we did find your prints, but they were mostly obscured. By Miss Cole's own." And this is where it begins, Stone thought. "And this implies..." "It implies that she touched the weapon after you did. And..." He looked down at his papers. Stone noticed that his breathing picked up a bit. He blew air through his teeth and met Stone's gaze. "As I said, I shouldn't be telling you this. I told you that my gut told me you didn't kill her before, and now I'm sure of it. I could get in a lot of trouble for sharing this information, so I hope you'll use your discretion." "Of course," Stone said, leaning forward. He could see the effect this was having on Kasner. Something was seriously spooking the man. "You have my word, for whatever you might think that's worth." For almost a full minute, Kasner was silent, his eyes on the papers in his folder. Then he looked up and spoke in a rush. "My guys examined the crime scene photos and the weapon, Dr. Stone, and checked them against the ME's initial autopsy report. Lindsay Cole's cause of death was that letter opener driven directly into her heart." Stone frowned. "I'm not sure I see." "Let me put it to you this way," Kasner said. "Unless she was unconscious when it was done, and there's no indication that she was, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to cleanly hit her heart in one shot. We'd expect to find multiple stab wounds, or the blade being diverted by the ribs, or a chip out of the nearest rib. No one conscious would simply sit still and allow such a thing without defending themselves, or at least flinching." He stared at Stone, and there was something odd and disturbed in his eyes. Dr. Stone, I was being a smartass when I asked you about it, but unthinkable as it might be, all the evidence points to Miss Cole stabbing herself." Chapter 16. 2 hours later, Stone sat in the chair in the living room of his rented house, gazing out the window into the street without seeing it. It was past 5 now. He hadn't eaten anything since dinner with Lindsay last night, and he didn't give a damn. The last thing on his mind right now was food. Alcohol, maybe, and it was a good thing he didn't have any in the house, but not food. The best he'd managed was to shower, shave, and change into different clothes. That was mostly because he wanted to distance himself from last night and his day in custody as much as possible. It wasn't working very well. Kastner had released him after having him sign a series of forms and extracting his promise that he would remain reachable if necessary. He walked out of the station as if in a dream, still unshaven and rumple-haired in his old jeans and faded black t-shirt. He didn't care about that either. He felt the cops' gazes on him as he left, sure that most of them still believed he'd been responsible for Lindsay's murder, and thought Kastner was insane for cutting him loose. And why shouldn't they? The alternatives, that someone had broken into her home and murdered her after he left, or that she'd killed herself in some nigh inconceivable way, were hardly as attractive as jilted foreign lover snaps after being rejected. That was the kind of soap opera storyline small towns thrived on. On an end table next to Stone's chair was a copy of the local paper. The headline across the front read, "Local Realtor Murdered in Her Home." He'd forced himself to read the whole story carefully. His name was not mentioned, which was one tiny bit of this whole nightmarish affair that had gone in his favor. All it said was that the police were questioning a person of interest in the case, and that they hoped to make an arrest soon. Of course, it was the nature of small towns that it didn't matter that he wasn't mentioned in the article. Everybody in town probably already knew the person of interest was the odd British visitor who'd been spotted around town over the past couple of days. And that, in turn, meant that any anonymity he hoped to maintain while continuing his search for Jason had just gone right out the window. He could use his disregarding spell, of course, but he couldn't keep it going constantly, and it was less useful in any kind of crowd. He was sure that by now anyone who cared to do so had made the connection between the victim of the attempted strangling at Bart's yesterday. There was an article about that too. Lindsay's murder had pushed it to a small area below the fold, and in that one he was mentioned by name. And the person of interest in Lindsay's murder case. Hell, small-town busybodies were resourceful enough that Stone didn't doubt that some subset of them had already made the connection between those and the person who'd found the second victim of the town's other murderer. This wasn't going to make things easy. And even worse than all of this was the chilling realization his oh-so-helpful brain had chosen to share with him while he was in the middle of shaving, nearly causing him to take a slice out of his jaw. He'd gotten very, very lucky. When he realized just how lucky, he'd actually felt faint and had to sit down on the edge of the bathtub for a moment to get his bearings. There had been a witness to support his story. Someone who'd stated they'd seen him leaving Lindsay's house and seen her alive after he'd left. Whatever had taken over Lindsay had proven it could switch bodies with careless disregard. What if the thing had decided to take temporary residence inside the neighbor, and instead of telling the truth about what had happened, had told the police that he'd heard yelling and screams coming from inside Lindsay's house, or that Stone hadn't left until much later. Now, sitting in the chair, looking at nothing, Stone continued pondering the implications of an opponent that could be anyone, and, unlike the evil, wasn't confined to a single body. Sure, he could look for the aura. He'd have to get into the habit of doing that nearly constantly, even though maintaining his magical senses for such prolonged periods would take its toll on his endurance. That couldn't be helped. but he couldn't keep an eye on everyone who might call the police with lies about him, or speak to reporters, or even be reporters writing stories that did name names. As Jason was fond of saying, holy crap. For a moment, a few seconds, Stone thought about simply calling it a day. Packing up and heading home, retaining a high-priced lawyer to deal with any leftover fallout, and just lying low until it all blew over. He could do that. He doubted that the powers that be at Stanford would sack him for anything that had happened thus far, and his students weren't likely to read any tiny articles about the situation that might find their way onto the back pages of the Bay Area newspapers. Yeah, that would have been the easy thing to do. But that left Jason still missing, and it left a murderer running loose in this little town, one the mundane police had no hope of catching or stopping. If he left now, he was condemning an unknown number of people to death until the thing decided it had had enough. In Stone's experience, things like this rarely decided that they'd had enough. Usually, if something nasty from another dimension wanted revenge on a single person, perhaps someone who'd been audacious enough to summon it or attempt to enslave it, and it got the chance to achieve it, it would kill that person, often in some spectacularly messy way, and then depart back to its home plane. If this one was killing multiple people, that probably meant it was more of an indiscriminate type that craved death for whatever reason, either because it somehow fed on the released energy or because it simply liked killing. Either way, Stone had a pretty good idea there wasn't anyone else here who'd even gotten as far along the string of clues as he had, let alone who was powerful enough to have a chance of banishing or destroying it. Brilliant. He had two choices then: leave the town and Jason to their fates and live with the guilt for the rest of his life, or remain, endure whatever suspicion and anger the town's residents would doubtless throw at him, and any further murder attempts the thing he was hunting wanted to try. That was assuming it didn't figure out a way to frame him for yet another murder. The first one had been relatively easy to get out of, since there was no way he could have committed it, and that was clear to even the most casual examination. He dodged a much closer bullet with the second one. He had no doubt that whatever this thing was, it had the capacity to learn from its mistakes. If there was a third time, he might as well prepare himself for a very long stay in a very small room. He couldn't allow it to get a third chance. So that was his choice. He could leave or he could stay. And it wasn't a choice. Not at all. This thing had Jason. This thing had killed Lindsay Cole, an innocent bystander, simply because she'd been associated with him. Both of those facts made it personal. And that meant he might have to end up doing some things he didn't really want to do, starting right now. He shoved himself out of the chair, gathered up his books and notes, and reached for his coat. 5 minutes and one phone call later, he was back in the car and on the road. Chapter 17. Stan Lopez lived in a well-kept ranch-style home on a quiet side street in Oakview, a small community halfway between Ojai and Ventura. By the time Stone located it and knocked on the door, it was a little before 6 p.m., and the sun was just beginning its slow, late summer descent. Lopez answered at Stone's first knock. He was wearing the same clothes as when he'd visited Stone at the police station earlier that day, except the plaid overshirt was gone and he'd swapped the cowboy boots for slip-ons. He eyed Stone for a moment.
"Pete told me they'd let you go," he said. "I'm glad. Come on in."
Stone took a moment to scan Lopez with his magical senses, and was relieved to find no trace of the greenish aura. "Thank you," he said softly. He followed Lopez into a small living room, dominated by a comfortable-looking brown leather recliner, an old sofa with a multicolored quilt thrown over the back, and a big-screen TV currently tuned to the news.
"You want a beer? This has to have been a bitch of a day for you. You look tired as hell."
I've felt better, he admitted. But no, thank you. Probably best if I avoid alcohol for a while. Lopez waved toward the seating area.
Sit down. I was just about to figure out what to do for dinner. You like pizza? I could call out so we can talk without having to go somewhere. Too hot to cook.
Yes, that would be fine. Thank you. Now that he'd roused himself to action, the fact that he hadn't had anything to eat for nearly a day was making itself hard to ignore. He took a seat on the end of the sofa farthest from the TV. Lopez headed to the kitchen to make the call, then returned a few minutes later carrying a bud, a Coke, a stack of paper plates, and a roll of paper towels. He shrugged and grinned, putting everything but the beer down on the coffee table.
I'm not formal around here. Ever since the divorce, I've been reverting back to the bachelor lifestyle.
He set the soda can on the coffee table in front of Stone, then settled into his recliner, popped the bud, and took a long swig.
Now, what can I do for you, Dr. Stone? You said you had something you wanted to talk to me about? Is it about Jason?
Even though Stone had already made the decision to do this, it still wasn't anything like easy for him. Indirectly, it is, he said at last. Lopez's gaze sharpened.
You found something about where he is?
No, not yet. But I think in order to get any further in my search, I need to ask for your help. That's not something I'm terribly comfortable doing, but in light of recent events, I don't think I have a choice anymore. Lopez frowned.
Why aren't you comfortable? I told you, Jason's like my own son. I'll do whatever it takes, whatever I can do to help find him. Why wouldn't you want me to do that?
His eyes narrowed.
Is it because you want to do something illegal?
Stone shook his head. No, that isn't it. Well, I don't think so anyway. Please, Sergeant, let me explain it my own way. After I'm finished, you can ask whatever questions you like, and I promise to answer them to the best of my ability. Lopez looked at him like he wasn't quite sure what to make of him.
If it helps Jason, I'll listen, he said. But like I told you before, call me Stan. I'm only Sergeant when I'm on duty.
Stone nodded. His gaze skimmed over the coffee table, which held a collection of newspapers and sports magazines. The topmost newspaper showed the headline about Lindsay's murder. He closed his eyes as the images rose again. With an effort, he forced them away. Lopez followed his line of sight to the table.
Oh, shit, I'm sorry, he said,
snatching the paper and shoving it under the stack.
Should have got rid of that before you got here.
It's all right, he said, without looking up. A full minute passed before he focused on Lopez again. He rubbed a hand over his face and up into his hair. Sergeant, Stan, do you recall what I told you about the message Jason left for me before he disappeared?
Yeah. You said he told you he'd seen something weird down here and thought you might be interested.
Yes. He paused. You said you would do anything to help Jason, correct?
Anything legal, Lopez said, frowning. Anything else? I'm going to need more details.
Does that include being willing to give me your word that you'll keep the things I'm about to tell you between the two of us? Nothing illegal, I promise, just things I prefer not to have generally known. Lopez looked hard at him, his eyes showing confusion and a hint of suspicion. After a moment, he nodded.
Dr. Stone, if whatever you tell me isn't about something illegal and it'll help Jason for me to know it, then you have my word that I won't tell anyone else.
Stone's tense posture relaxed a bit. All right, then. He remembered back to the time when he'd had a similar conversation with Jason in the sitting room of his previous home in Palo Alto. It hadn't been easy then, either. Had it really only been less than 3 years ago? It seemed so much longer now. Casting about for the best way to begin, he finally said, Jason left that message because he thought I'd be interested in what he found, but not because of what I do at the university.
Why then? I thought you said you taught that occult stuff.
I don't just teach it, Stan. Stone said softly, his gaze fixed on Lopez's face. I practice it. Lopez stared at him. What the hell does that mean? I can show you, but I have to warn you, it will probably cause you some mental discomfort. Mental discomfort? Accepting a new worldview is never easy, and from the conversations we've had thus far and what Jason's told me about you, I've got you pegged as a fairly pragmatic sort. But I can prove everything I tell you. Do you still want to see? Lopez continued to stare. Once again, Stone could see mental gears turning inside the older man's head. He wished he didn't have to do this. As uncomfortable as the whole thing was making Lopez, it was even harder on him. He was pretty sure that trusting someone who was a virtual stranger to him, with only a close connection to Jason to convince him that the man was trustworthy, went against everything Lopez was. If he'd miscalculated, if Lopez wasn't mentally capable of handling what he was about to show him, or if his need to tell the story of what he'd seen was stronger than his word, then Stone could be opening himself up to an extra-large helping of inconvenience. Sure, it was likely nobody would believe Lopez even if he did try to tell, but that would cause its own problems. A veteran cop who suddenly started spouting off about magic being real wouldn't last long on the force, at least not without some intensive psychological evaluation. Stone felt like he was standing on the brink of something huge, and his next step would change the course of 2 lives. 3, if you counted Jason. No pressure. Lopez swallowed. He hadn't taken his eyes off Stone the whole time. After another long pause, he nodded. Yeah, I want to see. Stone saw how much those words had cost the man, and he could also see more clearly now why Jason held him in such high regard. He sensed that Stan Lopez was a man who would walk through hell for those who mattered to him, no matter how scared he was. Stone just hoped his courage would hold through the sort of thing that nobody unfamiliar with the magical world could ever be expected to deal with. He raised his hand, pointing it at the unopened can of Coke on the coffee table. It rose up and floated over to him. He plucked it from the air, popped the top, and took a long drink. Lopez nearly dropped his beer. He bobbled it, lurching forward to stare at the can in Stone's hand. His eyes, normally crinkled in a deceptively easygoing squint, got so wide that Stone could see stark white all the way around. He struggled to speak, finally getting out, "What in the fuck?" "Magic is real, Stan," Stone said, in the same soft, calm tone. "It's real and I can do it. Whatever Jason saw in Ojai, he called me because he thought it had something to do with the magical world. And judging from the fact that he disappeared soon after, he was probably correct." Lopez's breath was coming fast. He swallowed a couple of times, then leaned farther forward and set his beer can on the table with exaggerated care, as if fearing it might explode. "You..." He pointed a shaking finger at Stone's Coke can. "You..." Another pause. "I didn't see that. Did I?" In answer, Stone held up the can. This time he didn't even bother gesturing at it, but merely sent it levitating up with a flick of his mind. It did a couple of circuits around the table, and then floated neatly down next to Lopez's beer. The doorbell rang. Lopez didn't move. His gaze kept darting back and forth between Stone and the can on the table. His mouth moved, but no sound came out. Stone rose. "I'll get that," he said, heading to the door. He came back a few moments later with a large pizza box, after scanning the delivery man for greenish auras and finding none. With casual ease, he gestured at the table, magically sweeping the papers and magazines out of the way, and set the box down. "This smells lovely," he said, levitating a paper plate over to Lopez. "Shall we?" Lopez hadn't changed position except for his eyes, which continued tracking everything that had moved around the table. They settled on the plate hovering in front of him. Finally, after swallowing a couple more times, he said in a strangled tone, Jason knows about this? He has since the first night we met. I actually used magic to get him out of a scrape and then took him back to my home afterward. He'd only just arrived in the Bay Area recently, looking for Verity.
Does Verity know too?
She does, yes. He purposely didn't tell him that Verity could do magic as well. That was her secret to reveal, if she chose, not his. Besides, Lopez was freaked out enough as it was. Lopez reached up and gingerly took the hovering plate, as if he expected it to somehow zap him. He took a couple of long, slow breaths and let them out.
This isn't a trick, is it?
No, it's the real thing. I know it's hard to believe, but it's true.
So you can...
He looked at the plate.
You can do... what else?
Quite a lot of things. You'll forgive me if I don't catalogue them for you right now. That's hardly the point, and it won't help us find Jason. Moving with deliberate slowness, Lopez leaned forward and opened the pizza box, motioning for Stone to go first. He did so, nodding thanks. The enticing aroma was making him realize just how hungry he was. Lopez took a slice, reclaimed his beer, and leaned back in his recliner.
You'll have to forgive me, Dr. Stone,
he said, his voice shaking.
This is all pretty damn freaky.
Quite all right, Stone said through a mouthful of pizza. He was already halfway through his current slice and eyeing his next one.
I didn't think it would be easy for you to accept. It wasn't easy for Jason either. Some people are, shall we say, more predisposed toward disbelief. People who are strongly grounded in the so-called real world.
Like cops, Lopez said. Like cops, yes. Stone liberated another slice of pizza from the box.
I do hate to do this to you, Stan.
I know you really should have more time to process all of this. It's a lot to take in so quickly. But there's a fair bit more that I need to tell you before you'll be able to help me find Jason. Do you think you could, for Jason's sake, just accept that what I'm showing you is real so we can go on from there? I promise I'll answer your questions when I've finished. Lopez nodded slowly.
I'll try, he said. But you got to give me a minute. This is a lot to swallow.
He took a long swig of beer.
Go ahead. Keep going. I'm listening. Believe me, you don't have to worry about me telling anybody else. They'd have me in a fucking straitjacket if I tried.
Probably, Stone agreed. I'm not worried, though. If Jason trusts you, I trust you. But now that you have the basics, let me tell you how they relate to our current problem. Speaking in the same calm, professorial tone that he used for his classroom lectures at Stanford, Stone laid out the situation, beginning with the message Jason had left him and ending with what had happened with Lindsay. He paused several times to devour more pizza, and when he got to the part about Lindsay, his voice lost some of its cool objectivity and began to shake a bit. He forced himself to keep going. If Lopez was going to be of any help to him, he'd have to know what he was up against. He had to be able to decide for himself after hearing all the facts. Lopez, for his part, didn't interrupt. He sat back in his chair, munching pizza and swigging beer with a kind of methodical lack of awareness, his eyes fixed on Stone. He neither nodded, made any sound, nor moved more than necessary to continue eating. His only change of expression came when Stone got to Lindsay, at which point he briefly closed his eyes, then opened them again. When Stone finished his story, he waited, watching Lopez. He had no idea how the man was going to react. Lopez's poker face was as good as his own. The only sound in the room was the low drone of the TV, which had now switched to a game show. Nearly 2 full minutes passed. Lopez leaned forward and dropped another slice of pizza onto his plate, then rose and picked up his empty beer can. He spoke in a quiet, even tone. "You want another Coke or something else?" "Another Coke is fine, thank you," he said in the same tone. He waited while Lopez left and returned, setting another can on the table next to the empty one. Without thinking about it, Stone scanned him, but he remained thankfully free of green auras. The man's own aura was a clear, solid blue, shot through with jagged streaks of red, steadfast but deeply disturbed. After another moment of silence, Stone ventured, "Are you all right?" "Yeah." He took a deep breath. "This is..." His eyes came up and met Stone's. "Are there a lot of you? What do you call yourselves? Wizards? Warlocks?" "The terms vary. In this part of the world we usually use mage." "Mage." He mulled that over. "So, are there a lot of mages around?" Stone realized that no matter how much he wanted to move the process along and get started looking for Jason again, Lopez would need some time to work through this. He could speed things along somewhat, but there was no way he could bypass it. He leaned back on the sofa. "Quick answer, no. We're fairly rare. The biggest percentage are what we call minor talents. They have a few tricks they can do, but they haven't the innate ability or the desire to progress to the higher levels. Even those are rare, though. I doubt you've more than a few in the entire area." "What about you? You're stronger than one of these minor talents, right?" Stone's eyebrow rose. "I get the job done." "And I mean, look just like regular people?" Stone gave him a mirthless chuckle. "You tell me. Do I look like regular people?" When Lopez didn't reply, he continued, "They look like what they look like. I've met a couple who look like bankers, a few who go for the goth or hippie aesthetic, and most just look like your usual sort of person on the street. It just depends on the individual." Lopez was silent again, obviously struggling with something. "Can you kill people with magic?" Stone saw where he was going and didn't sugarcoat it. "Yes." "Shit." Lopez let out a long breath. "I'm just thinking about unsolved cases. How many of them could have been?" He looked up. "You think these murders in Ojai are related to this magic, don't you?" Stone nodded. "And Jason's disappearance?" "Yes." Lopez rubbed his hand over his face. "Shit," he said again, gaze rising to the ceiling. "I've got so many questions, I don't even know where to start, and we don't have time for me to ask them all." He turned back to Stone. "Okay, questions later, action now. What do you want me to do? How can I help find Jason and find whatever did this to those people?" Stone's answering expression held frank respect. He found himself suddenly reminded of a friend he hadn't thought of in a long time, a mundane professor who had died helping him deal with another magical threat shortly after he'd arrived in America. Like Lopez, Tommy Langley had been scared to death, his whole world turned upside down by the knowledge that the magical world existed. But both men had put aside that fear, squared their shoulders, and stepped up to fight for the people they loved. Stone didn't know if he himself would have been able to do that. "Thank you, Stan," he said softly. "You don't know how much it means to me to have someone willing to help. I was beginning to feel very alone down here." Lopez's face took on the resolute aspect of the career cop. "Jason's family, Dr. Stone, and you're his friend. That's good enough for me. Now, what do you want me to do? I've got a bunch of vacation time banked. I can take a couple of weeks off so I can focus on this completely. Just tell me what you need." For the first time in what felt like days, Stone smiled. It was a small, brittle thing, but it was genuine. "The first thing I need is for you to stop calling me Dr. Stone. If we're going to be working together, formality seems a bit counterproductive. Chapter 18. Okay, Lopez said. So, where do we start? Damn good question. Stone eyed the last slice of pizza and tried to decide whether he was still hungry. I suppose I should start by asking you if you can do anything to help run a bit of interference with Kasner and his lot. I assume I've managed to convince you that I didn't have anything to do with any of those murders, including Lindsay's. I already believed you when you said you didn't do it. But if you were anybody else, the whole magic thing would make me less inclined to believe you. I'm guessing some of the stuff you can do includes things like turning invisible and, what do they call it, teleporting? Invisible, yes. Teleporting, no. Except by using carefully prepared gateways, and there aren't any around here. But you could have gotten out of custody if you wanted to? Easily. Even more easily if I didn't care who I hurt. So, why didn't you? Get out, I mean, not hurt anybody. Because I don't do things like that, Stone said. They had perfectly legitimate reasons for assuming I might be involved, especially in Lindsay's case. He sighed. Would I have let them put me in prison? No. Escaping would have caused me a significant amount of inconvenience, but being incarcerated for life for something I didn't do would have been worse. But as long as they were playing straight with me, I was willing to go along. He paused, remembering how close his last encounter with the police had been. So, can you keep Kasner off our backs without telling him anything he doesn't need to know? I'm not sure, Lopez said. But if you're with me, I can vouch for you. Might be a good idea to stick together. From what you're telling me, this thing wants to fuck you over hard. It's not a good idea for you to be alone with anybody else. Stone bowed his head. If only he'd thought of that 2 days ago, Lindsay would still be alive. Lopez frowned. You're saying these things. What did you call them? I didn't. I don't have a name for them yet. Whatever the hell they are, you said they can possess people? Take them over like Invasion of the Body Snatchers or something? Stone had to give Lopez credit. Like Jason, once he decided to accept the initial premise of magic, he seemed willing to at least make an attempt to work with the details. Yes, and apparently with ease. And how do you know they aren't possessing me right now? Excellent question. I know because they have a telltale aura that, now that I know what I'm looking for, I can spot. I've been periodically scanning you for it. Lopez frowned, obviously trying to decide how he felt about being scanned without his knowledge. How do I know they aren't possessing you? You don't, though I can make a couple of educated guesses as to why they aren't. First, mages, especially ones of my power level, are extremely difficult to possess, mentally influence, or otherwise muck about with their minds. We learn mental defenses early on in our training, and I've always been particularly strong in that regard. Second, I don't think if I were being possessed I'd be able to do magic as easily as I can. He trailed off, his gaze suddenly focusing on something far off in the distance. Something wrong? Lopez asked. Stone didn't answer for several seconds. When he finally did, he sounded distracted. You may have just given me an idea. He switched back on. So far I've only interacted, at least that I know about, with 2 of these things when they were possessing a human being. Lindsay and the boy at Bart's books who tried to strangle me. I need to talk to him, by the way, if you can manage that. At any rate, they both had 2 things in common. What are those? Lopez looked perplexed as he tried to keep up with Stone's careening train of thought. First, they either didn't speak at all, or else they sounded odd. When Lindsay spoke to me while she was possessed, her voice didn't sound like her own. Stone made a deliberate effort to wall off both his feelings for and his guilt about Lindsay, focusing only on the facts. He could grieve later, and he would, no doubt to the accompaniment of copious amounts of alcohol, morose music, and days of solitary brooding. But now he had to think clearly. Second, neither of the victims remembered anything about what happened when they were possessed. Both of them, as soon as the entity vacated their bodies, acted as if they had no idea what they had been doing when they weren't driving.
So, what's that mean?
It means I have a hypothesis that when they're possessing a human, they're fully in control, to the point where they can't access the human's mind or memories beyond some minimal comprehension of things like movement, speech, and spoken language.
I still don't get it,
Lopez said.
Sorry, I'm still pretty new at this.
Quite all right, Stone said. He was already feeling his mind engaging with much greater clarity than when he'd been stuck with only his own thoughts for company. You're helping me work it out as I go. What I'm trying to say is, I don't think these things are capable of using their host's higher mental processes. I've dealt with other similar entities that are. They can take over a human and create a sort of symbiotic relationship where they can pass flawlessly as whatever that human did in society. But these are different. They're more versatile in that they can hop from one body to another, but they have to be careful about who they interact with to avoid giving themselves away.
And that helps us how?
I'm just wondering about something, Stone said. He rounded on Lopez, his eyes alight with purpose. Tell me, when somebody calls into the police department to report something, is the call recorded? Does it work like when someone calls 911?
It's recorded, Lopez said. Why?
Is there any chance you could convince Kastner to let you listen to the recording of whoever called in to report Lindsay's death? Finally, the light dawned.
Ah, I get it. You want to hear if the voice sounded weird.
Exactly. If it did, then that will fill in another piece in our puzzle.
I'll give him a call tomorrow, he said. I think he's off shift now, and I don't think we want to start dealing with somebody new at this point.
He began gathering the pizza box and other dinner items to take them to the kitchen.
Anything else we can do tonight?
Stone considered. Yes, but you'll have to trust me a bit more if I'm to do it. Lopez stopped.
Why's that?
I'd like to put up a sort of block on your mind, to make you less attractive to anything that might fancy taking your body for a joyride.
A block?
Lopez's eyes flashed fear and a little suspicion.
You mean like mess with my mind?
Sort of, Stone said. His tone was understanding. He knew fully how much of a frightening thing it was to have anyone else, even someone you trusted with your life, and he didn't think he and Lopez had quite reached that point yet, poking around in your mind. Not so much mess with it as put a wall around it to protect you from outside influence. Lopez frowned.
Can you guys read minds?
No, that's one thing we can't do. Best we can do is get impressions, and any mundane who's skilled at reading facial expressions and body language can probably do it just as well.
Mundane? Is that what you call us?
Sorry, Stone said, a little embarrassed. He normally didn't use that word around the uninitiated, since it tended to offend people. He realized just how tired he must be, despite his newfound surge of energy. Non-magical people, then.
What would I have to do?
Nothing, just let me concentrate for a few seconds and don't resist. You won't feel anything.
I can resist.
Stone didn't miss the trace of hope in Lopez's voice. You can, probably not successfully, but mages can't just go around making changes to people's minds without expecting some resistance. I'd wager that as a veteran policeman your mind is probably already at least somewhat resistant to influence. Lopez didn't answer for several moments.
Okay,
he finally said.
If it'll help, I'll do it.
The process didn't take long. Stone stood in front of Lopez, fixed an intense gaze on him, and brought one hand up to hover an inch or so away from Lopez's forehead. A few seconds later, he backed off. There, that's done. And the relief. It means I don't have to re-scan you every time you leave the room, though I probably still will, just to be completely sure. Lopez touched his forehead. He blinked a couple of times, then shook his head.
Nope. Don't feel a thing. You sure you did it?
Quite sure.
I'll have to take your word for it, I guess.
He went over and sat back down in his recliner. Do you have a plan for what you want to do next, aside from me getting Pete to let me listen to that message? Yes, but it's not something we can do tonight since it's too close to dark. At Lopez's questioning look, he said, I keep hearing things about Creek Road being the center of a lot of local urban legends of the supernatural variety. That's also where that first body was found. I want to take a look around there and see if I can find anything interesting. Creek Road? He frowned. You mean like Charman and shit? Those are just stories that kids and stoners tell each other. I'm not even from Ojai, and I've heard them for years. Stone raised an eyebrow. Magic is just a story that kids tell each other, remember? When you play in my world, you have to look at urban legends in a whole new light. Wait. Lopez leaned forward. You mean Charman might be real? No idea. I doubt it, honestly. But the fact that all those legends and stories center around there tells me there's quite likely something magically interesting in the area, and I want to see if I can find it. He stood. I don't think there's much else we can do tonight. I'll be honest with you. The last couple of days have taken quite a lot out of me. I'm trying to keep going, but I think I need a good night's sleep if I'm to be worth anything tomorrow. In the meantime, think of anything you might be aware of about odd stories in the area, unexplained crimes, anything you think could possibly be supernatural related. You never know what might spark an idea. I'll do that. And yeah, you do look kinda like hell, if you don't mind me saying so. He started to say something else, then put a hand up. Wait a sec. Where are you staying again? I've got a small house I've rented for a week in Ojai. Why? I'm just thinking, if we're going to be working together, it might be easier, and safer, to stick together, like I said before. I've got a spare bedroom. Why don't you just stay here? Now that my ex is gone, I've got the place to myself. Stone considered. On one hand, he valued his privacy, but on the other, he'd had quite enough of his own company lately to satisfy him for the foreseeable future. And Lopez was right. Even aside from the security angle, nobody could accuse him of murdering anyone in their sleep if Lopez could vouch for his whereabouts, and the wards he'd placed on the man's mind meant a repeat of this situation with Lindsay was unlikely. If they were going to be working together, it made sense not to have to keep making the commute back and forth between Ojai and Oak View. It wasn't far by Stone's Bay Area standards, but it still took time that could be better spent. I'll take you up on that, he said. I'll pack up in the morning, settle up the house, and come over here after, if that's all right. Great. That'll give me some time to clean up a little. He grinned, but almost immediately looked serious again. Do you think we're going to find Jason alive? And find whatever it is that's doing these killings? Do you think you can deal with it if you do find it? Stone gave his answer careful consideration. I think Jason is alive, he said at last. And I think, given enough time, I'll be able to track down the thing that's responsible for the murders. And deal with it? That part I don't know. I don't know how powerful it is, and I don't know why it's here. Can you call in more mages? I wish I could, Stone said softly. But as I said, there aren't that many around, and most of them aren't suited to this kind of work. Those I know who might be helpful aren't currently within my reach. That was true. Aside from Verity being out of communication somewhere in Vermont with fellow mage Shara, his old friend Madame Juan was in China hunting down magical ingredients. He'd had no contact with the enigmatic Grey Mage Harrison for over a year, and Stefan Kalinsky, the black mage with whom he traded useful tidbits of information and occasional favors, while he might prove somewhat helpful for research, wouldn't leave his spider's web in the Bay Area for anything short of a potential magical catastrophe. A few murders in a small town and a missing friend wouldn't even rate his notice. So we're on our own, is what you're saying? It very much appears that way. He stood. But we will do this, and I will do everything in my power to get Jason back and stop these killings. You have my word on that. I'll see you tomorrow, and we'll get started. Lopez got up too. You got it, Al. Get some rest. Stone winced. but said nothing. Chapter 19. When Stone showed up at Lopez's house around 10 the following morning, the cop was waiting for him.
"You look better today," Lopez said. "You get some sleep and moved out okay?"
Stone nodded. He had, in fact, gotten a reasonable night's sleep. He must have been truly exhausted because he didn't even have any nightmares about Lindsay's bloody body. It was the part after he left the house that hadn't gone so well. In retrospect, he should have simply surrendered the house over the telephone. Instead, he'd gone back to the real estate office to do it in person. The door had been locked, a hand-lettered sign tacked on it stating the office would be closed for the next couple days in observance of the tragic death of their friend and colleague. Glancing inside, Stone had seen Lindsay Cole's older fellow agent, Florence, sitting at her desk looking miserable. She'd looked up, met Stone's eyes, and paled, quickly getting up and hurrying to the back. He hadn't waited to see if she'd return. He didn't know whether he was imagining the stares from passers-by as he walked back to his car, or if they were real. But either way, they disturbed him.
"I got some good news and some bad news," Lopez was saying, his expression sober.
What now?
"Oh?" "The bad news is there's been another murder."
Stone stiffened. When? Where? He quickly scanned Lopez, but his blue aura, fewer angry red streaks now, was still free of any green interlopers.
"They found the body out on Rice Road in the river bottom. Middle-aged lady named Linda Solis. She never came home from a trip to visit a friend, so her family got suspicious. Guy walking a dog found her body in some bushes. They think she was killed sometime yesterday afternoon."
"How was she killed?" Stone asked, irrationally relieved that there was no possible way that they could suspect him of this one, since he'd been in a jail cell at the time.
"Stabbed several times in the chest and abdomen. Messy."
"And what's the good news?"
"I went up to the station in Ojai this morning, and Pete let me listen to the call."
"And?"
"You were right. It was the freakiest thing. It was a woman, but the voice was raspy as hell, like maybe she'd just smoked a whole pack of cigarettes and followed it with a Drano chaser. And the phrasing was weird too, slow and kind of off, like the inflections were all wrong."
"Good. Did Kastner give you any trouble? Did you have to tell him you were working with me?"
"He didn't ask. I kind of think he doesn't want to know. He's spooked, Al. Like I've told you, I've known him a long time. He's a good cop, but he's not too comfortable with weird shit. He wants things to make sense."
"Don't we all?" Stone said, with a raised eyebrow.
"Yeah, but I get the feeling your definition of sense covers a lot more territory than Pete's does. Or mine, up until yesterday."
Something occurred to Stone. "Did you get any other details about this new murder?"
"Like what?"
"Was there a sort of crude circle of blood around the body? It might have been hard to see if the investigators weren't specifically looking for it." Lopez frowned, squinting.
"I didn't ask. Is that important?"
"It could be, but if you could find out, and also if there was one around the first victim, I'd appreciate it. What was her name, by the way? And did they ever identify the male victim on Creek Road?" Lopez pulled a small, leather-covered notebook from his back pocket and flipped through it.
"First Vic was the 16-year-old girl, Ashley Reed. Local kid, family's been in the valley forever. Good student, cheerleader, popular. Nobody had any good idea of what she was doing wandering around the Arbolada at that time of night. Second one, turns out he wasn't a drifter after all, which is what they thought originally. He was a 27-year-old male named Paul Gardo, local low-life stoner type. Nobody called him in as missing because his roommates said he tended to wander off for days to find himself in the wilderness. Finding himself apparently being a euphemism for smoking lots of weed."
Stone nodded. "All right then. Let me just bring a few things in, and if you're ready, we'll get started." An hour later, they were in Lopez's pickup, driving along Creek Road toward Ojai.
"Anywhere in particular?" Lopez asked. "Or you just want me to drive around?"
"Just drive around for now," Stone said, only half listening as he magically scanned the area. Lopez had advised against taking Stone's BMW and had, in fact, suggested that he put it in the garage.
"People around town are definitely getting spooked over these murders," he said. "And a lot of them know you were a person of interest. Having a distinctive car parked out in the open might not be the wisest thing right now."
Before they left, Stone had insisted on spending the time it took to put up a ward around Lopez's house. Lopez had trailed behind him as he walked the perimeter, muttering under his breath and pausing near each door and window to concentrate for several seconds before moving on.
"This is just weird as hell," the cop had said.
"Just a precaution. It will keep most things from getting in. The ones it can't stop, it will at least take a reasonable bite out of, and I'll know if anybody tried to get in while we were away."
Magic burglar alarms. What'll they think of next?
It was a beautiful day, with a cloudless, bright blue sky overhead. Creek Road was 2 lanes wide, several miles long, and wound its tree-lined way past neatly kept homes and long stretches of unoccupied forest. They passed several bicyclists, a few walkers, and a couple of teenagers riding horses.
"Anything yet?"
Lopez asked, as he slowed down to go around a small knot of brightly colored cyclists.
Sort of.
I'm getting some definite impressions of magic, but they're fleeting. I think we're going to need to park and hike around a bit. Too many people here. Is there a particular place the urban legends focus on more than any other? I remember reading something about a bridge."
"Yeah, we're almost to that now. It's over by Hermosa Road. There's a bridge, and right near it is a campground. A lot of the folks who claim to have seen Charman say it was near the campground."
"Let's start there, then." They reached the campground in another 5 minutes. Lopez parked the truck in the large, mostly empty lot and climbed out. He pulled 2 day packs from the back seat and offered one to Stone.
"What's this?"
"You don't get outside much, do you?" Lopez asked, amused. Stone raised an eyebrow. "Why do you ask?" He looked the mage up and down, taking in his black Pink Floyd t-shirt, faded jeans, and black Doc Martens.
"Well, first of all, you're so pale you look like you'll spontaneously combust in the sunlight. Even if you don't, you're going to fry without a hat or sun protection. At least you brought sunglasses and left that coat home. That's a start, I guess."
He waved the pack.
"You've got sunscreen, water, and energy bars in there, along with a flashlight and a topo map of the area."
"You make it sound like we're setting out for a long journey, not just wandering about in the forest for a couple of hours," Stone protested. But he took the pack nonetheless. He removed his own black duffel from the truck, unzipped both, and transferred his magical paraphernalia to the backpack.
"Better safe than sorry."
Lopez wore a long-sleeved blue chambray shirt, jeans, his cowboy boots, shades, and a wide-brimmed cowboy hat. His service pistol was attached to his belt in a holster.
"Oh, right."
He reached into the back seat and tossed Stone a hat much like his own.
"No, thank you. That's quite all right. I'll take my chances,"
he said, tossing it back. He did, however, dig out the sunscreen and apply it liberally.
"Suit yourself."
Lopez grinned and put the hat back in the truck.
"Lead on, then. I'll follow and make sure you don't trip over any mountain lions while you're looking at magic butterflies or whatever."
Stone didn't even bother trying to defend his non-existent woodsman skills. It would have been pointless, and they both knew it. Instead, he hoisted the pack onto one shoulder and set off toward the campground proper. For the next hour, Stone tramped through the trees with Lopez a few steps behind him, looking for anything odd in the area's magical signature. It became a progression. Pick a direction, walk for 5 minutes or so, stop and take bearings, and then reorient and repeat. As was often the case when he was doing this kind of work, Stone lost track of both time and exactly where he was. Finally, Lopez stopped. "Al?" Stone paused, finishing the reading he was doing, and then turned back. "Yes?" "You realize we've been out here for over an hour, right?" He looked surprised and glanced around at their unfamiliar surroundings. "Have we?" Lopez shook his head, exasperated. "Are all mages like you? You're like a damn cat following a mouse or something. Do you even know where we are?" "No idea," Stone said cheerfully. "And how do you propose to find your way back to the truck?" He shrugged. "Easy answer, follow you. Slightly more entertaining answer, turn invisible and levitate myself high enough until I can see the road, then go that way." Lopez stared at him. "You're kidding, right?" "Not at all. That's what I usually do when I get caught up in what I'm doing and forget to pay attention to where I am." "Okay," Lopez said in a long-suffering tone. "So, more to the point, have you found anything, or are we just wandering around out here because we really like mosquitoes?" Stone crouched down, his tone growing once more serious. "It's hard to say. There's definitely something, but it's not just here. I'm getting impressions of something more interesting." He paused, closed his eyes, and turned himself around until he faced roughly southeast. "That way," he finished, pointing. "But it's not close. I think it would be a considerable hike, judging from how weak the signal is." He opened his eyes and rose to his full height. "Is there anything over in that direction?" Lopez pulled out his map without bothering to remind Stone that he had one in his own pack. He unfolded it and spread it out on a fallen log. "Gets pretty remote over there," he said, pointing. "See, there's a fire road, but mostly it's just a whole lot of trees." Stone studied the map. "Can we go up there? Is the road accessible?" "Should be. It'll take a while, though." "Then we'd best get started." They weren't as far from the truck as the amount of time they'd spent walking might have suggested, due to the winding, circuitous route Stone had taken while seeking magical traces. They got back to it in a half hour, and Lopez pulled onto Creek Road again, continuing back toward Ojai. After about a mile, he turned right onto a small, unmarked road. "Keep an eye on that map," he told Stone. "I don't get out here very often, and these roads can get a little tricky." Stone did as instructed, occasionally glancing up to get a quick magical look around. Lopez soon turned onto another road, and the truck jounced and shuddered along over the uneven, intermittent paving. "You sure about this?" he asked Stone. "I'll let you know." He grinned. "Good thing we didn't bring that fancy ride of yours, huh?" Stone merely grimaced in reply. They drove for another half hour, making yet another turn onto yet another road. This one abandoned all pretense of pavement. It was little more than a wide, rutted dirt path, occasionally overgrown with clumps of tall weeds. "I hope we don't blunder into any freelance pot farms out here," Lopez said, as one of the tires hit a pothole that nearly bounced both him and Stone into the headliner. "Most of the hippies around this area are pretty mellow, but occasionally you'll get your antisocial types who have an objection to anybody coming to visit." Stone wasn't listening. He'd mostly given up on reading the map at this point. "We're getting closer," he said, in a distracted tone. "It's getting stronger." They reached a crossroads. The terrain ahead was growing more thickly forested in both directions. "Left, right, or straight?" Lopez asked. Stone closed his eyes for a moment. "Right." Lopez swung the truck around. "I sure as hell hope you know what you're doing," he said, "and I'm really glad I filled up this morning." The dirt road narrowed even more as it snaked through the thick trees on either side. Stone sat silent in the passenger seat, head bowed slightly, eyes closed. He paid no attention to the twists and turns as Lopez slowed down to keep the big vehicle on the road. It was barely wide enough for a single lane, the branches of the old tree forming a sun-dappled canopy over their heads. "Here," Stone said suddenly, his head snapping up. They'd just negotiated a particularly sharp switchback and were heading down a gentle grade. "Stop here." Lopez pulled the truck off the road as much as he could. There wasn't really room to park without more than half of the truck still poking out into the lane itself.
"You sure?"
he asked.
"This isn't—"
Stone was already getting out. He stood for a moment, eyes closed, then grabbed his pack from the seat. "I can feel it," he said. "It's not too far from here. It's strong. I think we're near a ley line."
A what?"
"A sort of natural conduit of magical energy," he said, already heading into the trees. "Think of it as a power line, only magical." Lopez hurried after him.
"So what's that mean? Are there a lot of these things around?"
"They're all over the earth," he said. "I don't think there are many around this area, but I don't have my map that shows them. And as for what it means, performing any sort of magic on or near a ley line gives it extra power. You can do things that you might normally not be able to do, and if you can find a place where two or more of them intersect, the power goes up considerably." He scrambled down a slope, struggling to stay upright as his boots slid on the carpet of dead leaves that covered the whole area, and plunged into a copse of trees. Lopez followed. Stone kept up a quick pace for another 10 minutes, moving unerringly through the forest. There was something here, he could tell. Without a ritual, he wouldn't be able to get the exact nature of it, but he was certain it was related to the energy he'd picked up when he'd examined the site of Ashley Reed's murder. The same energy that had led him to the barn and Paul Gardo's body. He didn't even turn back to see if Lopez was still behind him, though he could hear the man crunching through the leaves a few yards back. As he continued, the energy of the forest began to change. At first he didn't feel it. It was similar to what a person might feel if the ambient temperature around him was gradually increased a degree at a time. The fact that his breath was coming harder and his limbs felt heavier was probably just due to the fact that he'd been pushing himself too hard and his body was telling him to slow down. But Lopez's breathing sounded the same as before, and he hadn't slowed. It couldn't be. Abruptly he stopped. Lopez nearly barreled into him from behind.
"What?"
the cop demanded.
"Why are you—"
Stone held up a hand. "I need to check something." He pulled off his sunglasses and swiped a hand over his forehead. It came away wet, and his t-shirt was sticking to his shoulder blades. Something was going on here. He looked over at Lopez, who was watching him with concern. He looked a little tired, but he wasn't panting or sweating.
"You okay?"
Lopez asked.
"You look a little overheated."
"I'm all right." He pulled a water bottle from his pack and took a long drink, still breathing hard. "Can't you feel it?"
"Feel what?"
He frowned.
"You sure you're all right?"
Instead of answering, Stone shifted fully to magical senses. There was no doubt about it. Something was wrong with the arcane energy in the area. Instead of the ordered patterns and bright, clear auras of the healthy earth and trees that normally characterized a natural area like this, the currents of magic were muddy, distorted, somehow ill. Something had happened here that had disrupted the very astral energy of the entire region. Just being in it was making Stone feel queasy.
"Al, buddy, tell me what's going on."
Lopez's voice held concern and nervousness. Stone took a deep breath. "There's something wrong here. Magically." Chapter 20.
"What's that mean? Like somebody died here or something?"
Lopez started looking around as if expecting to see dismembered body parts strewn across the mulch of dead leaves.
"No, it's far larger than that. A mere murder, or even more than one, wouldn't be enough to cause a disruption like this.
Whatever happened here, it was either quite large or it went on for a very long time." He took a couple deep breaths and let them out slowly. Normally, this kind of thing would be like catnip for his professional curiosity. He had never seen anything like this in all the years he'd been practicing magic. Now, though, he was having a hard time keeping his concentration straight.
So it's... what? Some kind of magical pollution?
That's a very good way to put it, yes. Stone took another drink from his water bottle and swiped sweat and damp hair off his forehead again. He forced himself to think. I was right about a ley line running through here. That would explain why Ojai has been subjected to so many supernatural events. Magical things have an affinity for ley lines and tend to gravitate toward them.
Is that bad?
Lopez asked. Not in and of itself. A lot of populated areas exist near ley lines. Usually the magical and non-magical worlds don't interact much. A person would have to be at least somewhat magically aware to even notice anything at all, and even then most interactions are harmless. But this... He made a wide, sweeping gesture to take in the area around them. This is different. This is corrupt. That's the best way I can describe it.
Is this what you're looking for?
The cop sounded dubious as he looked around.
I mean, everything looks fine to me. No weird, twisted trees or three-headed squirrels or anything like that.
I don't think this is new. Stone slowly turned around, scanning the area. It feels like it's been here for a long time. I can't explain it actually, but it does. It feels like black magic, but not the kind that I'm familiar with.
Wait, you know black magic?
Lopez's brows arched suspiciously. Stone held up a hand to forestall his protests. I don't practice it, but I'm familiar with its methods. With an obvious effort, he gathered himself. Come on, I don't have time to explain it all now. I want to see if I can find the source of this. Lopez eyed him.
You look like you're about to pass out. Are you sure you can do this?
It's uncomfortable, but I don't think it's harmful. Like I said, it's old. I think it was very potent once, but magical power wanes over time.
What are we looking for, then? At least let me help.
I don't know. If I had to guess, I'd say some sort of ceremonial area or a graveyard, or... I've no idea, really. Something man-made, though, almost certainly.
Okay. How about if we split up and look around a little? Keep each other in sight, but we can cover more ground that way.
Stone wasn't happy about that idea, but it made sense. All right. But keep close. If there is something dangerous up here, I can't protect you if you're too far away. And if you see anything, even the slightest bit odd, call me right away. Don't approach it or examine it too closely first. Lopez nodded, looking apprehensive. After a moment, he picked a direction and moved off. Stone paused for a few seconds, closing his eyes again to see if he could get even a slight sense of which direction he was looking for. He swallowed a couple of times, pushing back the growing nausea with an effort of will. You're not ill, he told himself firmly. Just get on with it. His head felt light and fuzzy, like he'd had a couple of strong drinks. Just focus. There. Just a brief impression, but it was enough to give him direction. He glanced back to make sure he could still see Lopez, then started off the other way. The area was wild. He doubted that anyone, aside from the fire department crews that kept the roads passable, had been here in years. He thought about what Lopez had said about freelance pot farms. This would definitely be a good place to put one, if you didn't want it found. With grim amusement, he wondered what sort of experience one might get from smoking marijuana grown in the shadow of what was looking increasingly more like a corrupted section of a ley line. In his university days, he had briefly experimented with hallucinogens. It wasn't uncommon for young mages to do so, to see what effect an expanded consciousness had on their magical abilities, but had long since sworn off them after a particularly vivid bad trip, and had no desire to renew the acquaintance. He kept moving forward. The feeling, whatever it was getting stronger. Even with only a fraction of his magical awareness active, he felt like the world was pressing in on him from all sides. He had never been scuba diving, but he imagined the feeling of constant pressure must be similar. It was making his skin crawl. He paused a moment to catch his breath. Just go. The thought bubbled up in his head. Just get out of here, now. This is dangerous. Get out while you still can. An enormous oak tree loomed 10 yards or so ahead of him, its trunk as big around as a small car. It was larger than the others around it, as if it had grown strong by sapping the vitality from them. Stone's unease increased with each step he took closer to it. "Stan!" he called. "I think I've found what I'm looking for." "Run away. Get away. It's coming for you. You'll die if you stay." Lopez came hurrying back over, crunching through the carpet of leaves and dry twigs.
He stopped next to Stone, who was standing still, staring at the tree.
"What?" "No," he whispered. His heart was pounding, his voice shook. "No, we've got to get out of here." Lopez's eyes widened. "Al, you okay?" He gripped Lopez's arm in a tight hold. "Come on, we need to go." "Wait, you said you just found what you were looking for. What? Come on." Somewhere on a deep level, Stone knew something had taken hold of him. But it was right. It wasn't safe to be here. It wasn't safe for either of them. Whatever was here needed to stay here, untouched and undiscovered. He pulled hard on Lopez's arm, trying to lead him away. If the man refused to go, he'd just have to leave on his own. Lopez didn't understand, but... His head rocked back as a sudden, sharp pain struck his face. Indignation rose, but then he realized that the sense of impending dread had ebbed away, as if it had never come over him in the first place. He stared at Lopez, who was watching him with a fearful yet determined expression, his hand still raised. Stone put a hand to his stinging cheek. "You slapped me." "Yeah, and I'm gonna do it again if you don't get it together," he growled. "Something was eating at you. I could see it in your eyes. I thought you said you were hard to influence mentally." Stone took a couple of experimental deep breaths. "Usually I am," he said slowly. Another breath. "Thank you." "Sure, no problem. Now let's find whatever the hell this is and get out of here, okay?" Stone nodded. Whatever the strange compulsion had been doing to him, it was no longer working. He still felt queasy and lightheaded and too hot, but the sense of panic was gone. After a moment of reinforcing his mental defenses, he pointed. "It's something about that tree there. See how much bigger it is than the others." He moved forward slowly, ready to put up his shield if anything attacked them. Nothing did. He approached the tree, taking in the enormous, ropey system of crisscrossing roots stretching out in all directions from its massive trunk. There was nothing particularly unusual or unnatural about its appearance, other than its size. It rose almost 100 feet, easily dwarfing its neighbors, its branches spreading out in a vast, sweeping spread that blocked much of the sun. "That thing's old," Lopez said in a low voice. "Looks like hundreds of years old. There's a lot of oaks around Ojai. The locals are passionate about them. I joke sometimes about how any year now they're going to give him the vote, but I haven't seen too many this old." Stone wasn't really listening. He edged closer to the tree, his magical senses fully active now, and examined it. Oh yes, this was the source of the corrupted energy, all right. Tendrils of it reached out from the roots and the earth beneath them, snaking sinuously through the air, around the other trees, and across the ground in every direction. He couldn't tell if it was the tree itself or something associated with it, but whatever it was, it started here. Lopez put a hand on his shoulder and he jumped. "Just me," the cop said quickly. "You just went dead white. I thought you were going to faint." No, just let me do this, he rasped.
What are you trying to do?
There's something here, he said. He focused his arcane sight, trying to narrow down the source of the corrupt energy. Look around the roots. See if you see anything. His voice came out rough through clenched teeth as he struggled against the nausea. Lopez eyed him worriedly for a moment, but then crouched down and began examining the spaces between the enormous roots. Stone did the same, moving in the opposite direction. He hoped to find what he was looking for soon, if there was even anything to find, because he knew he couldn't stay in the area for too much longer. The corruption, the pure, unadulterated wrongness in the magical energy here was reacting with his own magic like an insidious poison. Though he couldn't feel it doing him any actual harm beyond the extreme discomfort, he had no idea if that would continue to be true. He could feel the psychic dread trying to worm its way back into his mind, but now that he knew it was there, it wasn't hard for him to block it. Small victories, at least.
Hey,
Lopez called from the other side of the tree.
Al, come over here. I think I've found something.
Stone leaped up and hurried over to where he was kneeling near a particularly large confluence of roots. The cop had his flashlight out and was shining it into what looked like the space between two roots, each one as big around as a large man's thigh. Stone came up behind him, looked over his shoulder at what the beam had found, and then sagged, catching himself against Lopez's broad back.
Whoa, whoa.
Lopez caught him and lowered him down.
You okay?
Stone was on his hands and knees, his back heaving as he struggled not to retch.
Come on, lay down,
Lopez said, trying to get him to roll over.
Just rest for a minute. Have some water.
Stone shook his head. This was it, what he'd been looking for. If he didn't examine it now, he wasn't sure he'd be able to later. He shoved himself back to a kneeling position and leaned toward the opening.
Shine the light, he panted. Hold it steady.
Lopez did as instructed, and Stone leaned in further until he was lying on his stomach, braced against the roots on either side of the hole. Lopez shifted the beam so it shone in over his shoulder. The light illuminated a crevice carved into the earth, sheltered by the two large roots. It had smooth walls, suggesting that it might not have been created naturally, and measured around 3 feet from top to bottom, and slightly less from side to side. The location of the tree, combined with the orientation of the crevice, the roots, and the upper branches of the tree, suggested it was well protected from weather and rain. None of this, however, was what had captured Stone's attention. He held up his hand.
Let me have that flashlight,
he said, distracted. He took it and shone it at a different angle, trying to get a better look at what he thought he'd seen. At the back of the crevice was a wide earthen shelf that stretched about a foot out from the wall. Arrayed on it were a series of objects.
What do you see?
Lopez asked.
I didn't get a good look.
Stone didn't reply. He moved the flashlight's beam around, sweeping it back and forth across the shelf. He blinked sweat out of his eyes, felt it dripping from his face into the crevice. On the shelf was a series of what looked like large, flat rocks, placed so they leaned against the back wall. There were 3 of them, 2 on the right and left, and a larger one in the center. They were all black, and all had some sort of strange writing on them in what looked like white paint. Just looking at the symbols increased Stone's growing unease. In between them, like macabre table-setting decorations, were small piles of human bones, each one topped with a leering skull. These were surrounded by desiccated feathers and arrays of what looked like oddly shaped beads. Taken as a whole, the tableau radiated corrupted magic like a tangible onslaught. Stone's entire body shook, a chill running through him despite the heat pouring off him.
Al, what the hell are you seeing down there?
Lopez demanded again, tapping his shoulder. When he still didn't answer, the cop grabbed him by the shoulders and pulled him up and back. Stone didn't struggle. Lopez dragged him backward and lowered him to the leaf-covered ground. When he got a look at the mage's face, his own looked fearful. "Holy shit, man, I'm getting you out of here before you stroke out on me." "No, I'll be all right." His words came out on a rush of air with no volume behind them. Lopez pulled out a water bottle and offered it to him. "Here, drink this and tell me what you saw down there that freaked you out so bad." "Wasn't what I saw," Stone whispered. "Not entirely." "What was in there? I saw some kind of shelf with some stuff on it." Stone fixed his gaze on Lopez. "You don't feel it at all, do you?" "Feel what?" Stone closed his eyes, gathering his strength. He didn't like what he had to say next, but he didn't have a choice. "I need you to do something for me." "Besides get you out of here, you mean?" "No, I'm fine here, but I can't get that close again." "Do you have a notebook and pen?" "Yeah, but there are some tablet sort of things in that space under the roots. 3 of them. I want you to carefully, and I do mean carefully, transcribe what you see written on them. Please take as long as you need. It's vital that you get it right." Lopez frowned. "There's writing in there? You mean like cave paintings or something, but on tablets?" Stone nodded. "Why don't we just get them out of there and take them with us?" "No, best to leave them here. I'm not sure I could be near them long enough to get them back to town. We'll just mark where they are so we can find them again." He closed his eyes, then opened them. Now that he was away from the crevice, even just this sort of distance, he was feeling somewhat better. "Why don't I just take some pictures of them?" He dug in his backpack and came up with a small camera. Even as rotten as he felt right now, Stone had to grin. "Stan, my friend, remind me never to say another word about your over-preparedness thing." He considered. "I don't think I'd want to take these to be processed, though. Might be better to do the transcription." "Wow," Lopez said, returning his grin. "You mages don't get with the times much, do you?" He held up the camera. "This is digital. It works with a home computer. You just plug it in and you can look at them right on the screen." "Excellent. Take a few shots, but just to be safe, do the transcription too. I've seen too many bits of electronic gear fail at inopportune times, and I don't fancy coming back here again right away without some preparation." Fine. You just stay there and rest, and I'll—" Suddenly, instantly, Stone sensed a flare of magical energy blooming behind Lopez. "Down!" he barked. Chapter 21. Lopez might no longer have been at the peak physical condition of his early days on the force, but his reflexes were still sharp as ever. He didn't question, just dropped to the ground, rolling onto his back in a single smooth motion. He was just in time to see something sail over him, though not to see what it was. Stone, however, did see. A rock the size of a softball flew through the space occupied by Lopez's head a second earlier, slamming into a nearby tree trunk with enough force to carve a chunk out of its bark. "What the hell?" Lopez shouted. "Stay down!" Stone ordered. He had risen to a crouch next to Lopez and had already put up his shield around both of them, grateful that he'd remembered to charge up his focus rings last night. The odd thing about the corrupted energy emanating from the items under the big oak, they didn't seem to have caused any lessening of his power. He just had to use a lot more willpower to get to it. It was like trying to go to work when you had a raging case of the flu. It was doable, but it wasn't any fun. Not that fun was any sort of consideration right now. Stone looked all around for more potential attacks. At the moment, no more rocks were forthcoming, but he didn't think that was going to last. "What the hell is going on?" Lopez demanded again. He had obeyed Stone and stayed down, but had turned himself so he could look back toward where the rock had originated. "Is there somebody over there?" "Technically, yes," Stone said grimly. Hush! Let me concentrate. Another rock flew from an unseen origin, this time off to his left, and slammed into the shield. Lopez's eyes widened. How? He had his hand on his gun, but hadn't drawn it yet. I'm shielding us, Stone said. I can't do it for too long, though, so we're going to need to get out of here. Let's go, then. Not yet. We need those photos. No time for the transcription. I'll keep you shielded. Take the pictures. Quickly, but carefully. Make sure the writing is in focus. Lopez sighed, but began crawling toward the roots, dragging his backpack with him. Stone followed him, rising to his feet as he moved. At least that way he'd make a better target, and as long as the shield was up, they'd be safe. Hurry, he urged, as another rock struck the shield. It flared pink, then faded back to its normal, nearly invisible contours. Stone couldn't risk looking back at Lopez to follow his progress. He stood behind him, gaze scanning back and forth, magical senses at full awareness, trying to spot where the rocks were coming from. He couldn't. Either the invisible things at the barn had relocated here, which made sense. Once the body was gone, any reason they would have to guard the place would be gone along with it. Or something new was in play. Neither of these ideas filled him with confidence. Something large and heavy crashed down on top of them with a loud, cracking thud. What was that? Lopez yelled, his head down in the crevice. Keep going, Stone yelled back, staring at a branch the diameter of a child's torso that had smashed into the top of the shield. His hard, fast breathing wasn't coming entirely from the exertion of holding the shield. If it hadn't been protecting them, that branch likely would have crushed them both. These things, whatever they were getting serious. As if the 4 murders so far weren't serious enough. Are you finished? His voice shook. The power from one of the rings he was pumping into the shield to keep it up wouldn't last long. Once it faded, he'd be forced to use his backup ring, which he didn't want to do, or his own power, which he really didn't want to do. Almost. Something rose up in Stone's peripheral vision, and he turned to face it. A section of the forest floor was moving. As he watched, a clump of dead leaves and twigs about 3 feet in diameter began whirling, rising up out of the ground to form a vaguely humanoid shape, a tiny tornado of viciously whipping leaves. It moved toward them, picking up more leaves as it went. It didn't get any larger, but with every foot closer it got thicker, denser. The wind rose to a shrill howl, the swirl of leaves crackling as it approached. Stone shifted his concentration, struggling to form a spell past the distraction of the area's corruption. Behind him, he could sense Lopez backing slowly out of the crevice. Yelling something incomprehensible, like a martial artist about to break a stack of cinder blocks, he flung the spell at the leafy figure. The magical energy tore the thing apart, scattering bits of leaves and twigs and pebbles in all directions. It screamed in indignation as what remained of its cohesion departed, and the leaves fluttered back to the ground. Stone roared in triumph, and realized a split second too late that the leaf thing had been a diversion. Another massive limb, this one even larger than the one that had slammed into the top of the shield, came barreling in from their right side. Stone flung out an arm and focused his power into shoring up that side of the shield to divert it. But even so, it couldn't hold fully against a direct hit from something that heavy. It flared pink, then red, then disappeared. The branch, nearly all of its momentum expended in getting through the shield, crashed to the ground next to him, with a force they could feel like a tiny earthquake. Holy fuck! Lopez yelled. Stone snatched up his pack. Come on! He ordered through his teeth. We have to get out of here. Keep that camera safe and hold on tight. What are we? The cop began, but didn't have time to get the rest out, as Stone grasped his arm and clamped on with far more strength than he should have been able to. A second later, they both rose off the ground. Lopez, watching the carpet of leaves receding beneath his feet, tightened his own grip on Stone in near panic. "What?" "Shh," he hissed, his face drawn from the effort of levitating them both and moving them away from the tree. They didn't have a shield now. If anything hit them hard enough to knock him out or even disrupt his concentration, they would fall. Maybe not to their deaths. Not yet. But they had to go higher to get up over the trees. "Look out!" Lopez yelled. 3 o'clock! Stone had no idea whose 3 o'clock he meant since they were facing different directions, but he took a chance and shifted them over to the left. Lopez's fingers dug into his arms as another chunk of tree limb arced up, missing them by scant feet, and fell gracefully back down to earth again. They kept rising, tree branches and sharp, prickly oak leaves tearing at their clothes and their exposed skin. The one positive in all this, Stone realized quickly, was that the farther they got away from the macabre tableau under the tree, the less he was affected by the nausea and disorientation caused by the corruption. Of course, now the exhaustion from maintaining the previous shield spell and levitating both himself and Lopez, who was no lightweight, like Jason he was all muscle, was taking its place. But that would pass in time as soon as they got out of here. If they got out of here. "Go left," Lopez called. He'd managed to clamp his right-hand grip onto Stone's shoulder instead of his arm, and was in the process of trying to do the same with his left. "Your left or my left?" Stone rasped. "The road's that way. I can see it." Unable to free a hand to point, he jerked his head to his own left side. Stone couldn't see where he was indicating, but once again he simply chose to trust him. He altered their direction, still scanning for any rocks or branches being flung their way. He couldn't see any. He wouldn't dare to hope that, as at the barn, the things were tethered to a particular site and couldn't move too far away from it. All he could do was keep concentrating. "There's the truck!" Lopez called after a couple of minutes. "Go down!" Stone, panting with exertion now, was only too happy to comply. His levitation spell was one of the easier for him to cast, but it was harder to carry others, and he'd never used it for such a long distance. Normally he employed it to get over walls or onto roofs, should the need arise. It had never been meant to serve as a means of transportation. With another quick look around to make sure nothing was hurtling towards them, he began lowering them, and soon spotted Lopez's white truck parked halfway off the road. A moment later, they touched ground, falling into a heap in the middle of the road about 10 feet from the truck. Lopez scrambled to his feet, scanning the skies for anything incoming. "Looks like we got away," he breathed. "Holy shit, what the hell have I gotten myself into?" Stone hadn't bothered to get up. He lay on his side, puffing like he'd just run all the way up here from Ojai. Like Lopez, his exposed skin was peppered with tiny scratches from the sharp little oak leaves they'd risen through. His black t-shirt had numerous small, shredded holes. "Do you still have the camera?" he asked in a rough whisper. "Right here." Lopez held it up from where it hung on a strap around his neck. He pulled it off, shoved it into his backpack, and tossed the pack into the back seat. Then he stopped, stiffening. As Stone watched in horror, Lopez turned back toward him, his shaking right hand inching toward the gun at his hip. "Stan?" With effort, he shifted to magical sight and saw it instantly. A shifting green aura hovered around the cop's head. It didn't look quite like Lindsay's, though. Instead of wreathing Lopez like a second aura, it moved and shifted as if trying to find its way inside. If Stone hadn't been exhausted from his exertions, he would have cast some sort of spell, put up a shield, or telekinetically grabbed Lopez's arm to prevent him from reaching the gun. But his hesitation revealed something he wouldn't have noticed if he'd acted right away. Lopez was fighting it. The man's face was dotted with beads of sweat. His hand, which still hadn't reached the gun, shook as if he were straining against a nearly irresistible force. It stopped just above the weapon's grip, fingers twitching. "Stan?" Stone asked again. "Are you all right?" This was bad. Had he failed to put up a strong enough barrier around Lopez's mind? Or worse, was this thing simply potent enough to punch through his best effort? If the latter were true, they were both in trouble. The green aura shifted again, and for a moment it seemed to settle more snugly around Lopez's head. His eyes flickered between their normal brown and the telltale red-orange glow. His hand clamped spasmodically onto the gun's grip. He pulled it halfway free of the holster. Stone was struggling for the power to put up a shield when, suddenly, the green aura flashed and dissipated as if it had never been there at all. Lopez's shoulders slumped. He loosened his grip on the gun, and it dropped back into the holster. "Are you all right?" Stone was still on the ground. He dropped the feeble shield, grateful he didn't have to keep it up any longer. "Aye." Lopez bent over, hands on his knees, panting. "What the hell was that?" His eyes flew open, and he stared at Stone in terror. "I felt something trying to get into my head. Did that thing... you said..." He paused to get his bearings. "It wanted me to shoot you. I thought you said you put a block up." "I did." Stone let his breath out as he considered the implications. "I think it's more powerful up here. That's why it was able to get past my shielding. But Stan," he added, pushing himself up on an arm, "this is good." Lopez looked at him like he'd suddenly gone insane. "How the hell is this good? That thing almost made me shoot you." "The key word is almost," Stone stated. "And that's why it's good. You threw it off." "What? How?" "If I had to guess, probably because you're a cop. You've got a strong, trained mind. You're used to dealing with all sorts of mental influences, and, no offense, it's been my experience that most policemen are a bit, rigid in their thought processes. I think all of that helped you. At any rate, I'm glad you were able to do that. I'm not sure my shield would have been strong enough to stop you." Lopez considered that a moment, then hauled Stone to his feet and slung the mage's arm around his neck. "Come on, let's get back home. And then you're going to tell me what the hell all of that stuff up by the tree was about, right?" Stone nodded, but didn't speak. Despite his confident words, Lopez's actions had spooked him. He'd have to keep a closer eye on the cop from now on. Just because the thing had failed once didn't mean it wouldn't try again. He let Lopez drag him back to the truck and help him into the passenger seat, and spent most of the trip back to Lopez's house leaning against the window with his eyes closed and his head bowed. Chapter 22. By the time they got back to Oak View, Stone was starting to feel vaguely human again. He insisted on checking the wards he'd put up around Lopez's house before they went in, and was pleased to find that, at least as far as he could tell, nobody had tried to gain entry while they were away. He was also pleased to find no sign of green auras hovering around Lopez. He hoped his theory was correct. A shower and fresh clothes mostly completed his transformation back from half-dead cat to tired, sore, but otherwise mostly functional mage. When he emerged from his room and located Lopez, he found the cop in his office, sitting at his home computer. He had the camera connected to it with a cable and seemed to be waiting for something to finish. "I really should get with the times," Stone said. "I suppose those things are useful in all sorts of ways." "Yeah, for sure. They're getting more advanced every year. Though me, I mostly use mine to do my checkbook and play solitaire. I just like gadgets." "Please tell me you got something from the camera," Stone said. He wouldn't allow himself to hope. He'd been slapped upside the head too many times by Murphy's Law when he really needed something to go right, and the thought of making another trek up to the site of that malefic little shrine made his skin crawl. He knew they'd probably have to do it eventually, but not today. "We'll know in a minute," Lopez said. "They're downloading." As if on cue, a little bell went off from the computer. "There we go." He hit a key and a progress bar started snaking its way across the screen. "I must say," Stone said, pulling up another chair to take his place next to Lopez, "you're dealing with this whole business rather more calmly than I would have expected." Lopez let out a long sigh. "You wouldn't say that if you could read my mind. Inside, I'm pretty much a quivering ball of what the fuck just happened to me." He shrugged. "But you know, one of the things you learn in my line of work is that you have to roll with things or you go crazy in a hurry. I've seen some pretty damn weird situations as a cop over the years. This is just another one in the series." He glanced up. "Okay, so this one's weirder than all the rest of them combined, but still. What good's it gonna do you or me or Jason if I lose it and can't be useful?" Stone nodded. He could see why Jason respected this man so highly. The progress bar went away and a list of files popped up. "Okay, let's have a look," Lopez said, clicking on the first one in the list. "Fingers crossed." For once, Murphy must have been on vacation. The first digital photo of the leftmost of the 3 stone tablets was perfect. Well lit and in focus, it showed the strange writing clearly. Stone hadn't realized he was holding his breath until now. He let it out. "Very nice," he said. "Well done." They examined the rest of the photos in turn. There were 12 in total, and only 3 were unusable, probably blurred when Lopez had moved around while taking the picture. As it was, they had at least 2 clear shots of each of the tablets, and a couple that showed the whole tableau. Lopez grinned. "Not bad for being taken while scared shitless. I'll print these out for you." He stabbed a couple of keys, and several minutes later handed Stone a stack of sheets with the images reproduced in neat grayscale. The mage spread them out on Lopez's desk, and together they studied them. "So, what the hell are we looking at here?" Lopez asked, squinting at the tiny pictographs on the black tablets. "I have no idea," Stone said. "This isn't any sort of magical script I've ever seen before, and I'm not getting the uneasy feeling from the photos that I got from looking at the real thing. I was hoping it might look familiar to you." Lopez shrugged. "Looks pretty old. If I had to make a totally wild-ass guess, I'd say maybe it's something from the Chumash. They were the local tribe that settled the area a long time ago. See the feathers and the beads? That looks kind of Indian, doesn't it?" "How should I know?" Stone asked, raising an eyebrow. "You're the American." Lopez gave him an indignant grin. "Hey, man, my people come from Mexico. And anyway, I spent the whole unit on the local Indians, looking out the window and waiting for recess." Stone chuckled. He studied another photo. "Is there anyone around here who might be able to give us more information?" "Well, there's a museum in Ojai." Lopez glanced at the clock. "They might still be open if you want to go today. Maybe somebody there knows, or can point us at somebody who does." The museum, located downtown, was built in the same Spanish architectural style as the arcade farther down Ojai Avenue. The main gallery area, featuring a series of photos and artifacts from the early days of the town, was empty as they entered, save for a young woman wearing a name tag that read, "Marcy, Guide." "Welcome to the museum," she said with a smile. "Thanks," Lopez said. Stone had suggested he do the talking, at least to start. "Kinda empty around here today." She nodded ruefully. "It is. We were supposed to have a Cub Scout group this afternoon, but they canceled. Everybody's been a bit nervous lately, what with what's been happening." She glanced at Stone and her expression clouded, like she was trying to put something together in her mind. Lopez quickly filled the silence. "Yeah, I can imagine. Hey, we were wondering if you could help us, though. We've got a little project we were hoping somebody around here could shed some light on. Do you have anybody around who's familiar with old languages and cave paintings and that sort of thing?"
Well, there's our director, Mr. Wheeler," she said.
"Is he here?"
I think so, but he might be in a meeting right now. Lopez pulled out his badge wallet and flashed it.
We'd really appreciate it if you could spare us a few minutes, he said.
Oh, of course. Just one moment, officer. With another sideways glance at Stone, she hurried out.
I think we made the right choice, Stone murmured. As soon as I open my mouth, they're going to know who I am. Don't worry about it. The badge can get us past a lot of potential problems. And besides, this is relevant to an investigation, so we're not even lying to anybody.
A few moments later, the young woman came back out and ushered them down a hall and into a cozily cluttered office. The man who sat behind the desk was about 60, with thinning snow-white hair, a luxuriant mustache, and a weathered, tanned face. He smiled and motioned them to sit.
"Welcome," he said. "Marcy said you had some questions for me. You're police officers?"
I am, Lopez said, showing his badge. This is Dr. Stone. He's the one with the questions.
"I'll do what I can to help, of course," Wheeler said.
"Thank you," Stone said. He opened the old briefcase Lopez had found and pulled out the sheaf of printouts. "What we're interested in is anything you might know about these. Who produced them, how old they might be, or anything else you think might be relevant." Wheeler took the printouts, pulling a pair of reading glasses from his shirt pocket. He looked at the first one, and Stone, watching him closely, saw him stiffen.
"Where did you get these?"
he asked, looking over the tops of his glasses at Stone. Lopez answered.
"That's not something we could discuss at this time, Mr. Wheeler."
Stone didn't smile, but he wanted to. Lopez had been right. Sometimes the badge did cut through a lot of difficulty.
"Is there anything you can tell us?"
Wheeler returned his attention to the pages, studying each for several seconds, before slipping them one after the other to the back of the stack. When he got to the end, he put them down.
"I don't know what to say."
Stone and Lopez both watched him silently, waiting. He shoved his glasses up to the top of his head.
"I don't know where you got these, but I do hope that you'll be able to reveal their location when your investigation is complete. If these photos are genuine, they represent a significant find."
"What sort of find, Mr. Wheeler?" Stone asked. "Do you know who produced them?" Wheeler carefully considered his words.
"That's the odd part."
He put his glasses back on and shuffled through the stack, pulling out the best image of each of the 3 tablets.
"This writing was obviously produced by the Chumash. It's consistent with the other examples of their written work."
"Why is that odd?" Stone asked. "Aren't they the major indigenous tribe for this area?"
"Yes, but—"
He paused, his brow furrowing, and waved his hand over the images.
"This is all wrong for the Chumash. This looks positively, well, sinister, with the skulls and— Are these human bones?"
he asked, as if he'd just noticed them.
"They're some kind of bones," Lopez said. "We didn't get a close enough look at them to tell if they were human, but I'm guessing since they were piled up under human skulls—"
He let that trail off.
"You must contact the Native American authorities about this," Wheeler said. "This doesn't look like any Chumash burial site I've ever heard tell of, but if there are human bones there—"
"We will," Lopez assured him, "as soon as our investigation is complete, but for now we need whatever answers you can give us."
"Can you read the writing?" Stone asked. "Do you have any idea what it's referring to?"
Wheeler shook his head. "I'm not familiar with the Chumash language, beyond a few words and being able to recognize it in written form. We have a few examples here at the museum, but mostly they're photographs of paintings on cave walls. I've never seen stone tablets like these."
He peered at the pictures again.
"This almost looks like some sort of shrine."
"That's what we thought too," Lopez said. "So if you can't read it, do you know of anyone who can?"
Wheeler thought about it.
Let's see. I knew a couple who might, if anyone could. Unfortunately, one of them passed away last year, so she won't be able to help you. Sad, since she was one of the last known descendants of the Chumash in this area. The other is a retired anthropology professor from UC Santa Barbara named... He paused to leaf through a Rolodex on his desk. Here it is. His name is Dr. Matthew Garcia. He lives in Ventura now. I could give him a call for you if you'd like. I'm sure he'd be very interested in what you've got here.
Thank you, Mr. Wheeler, Stone said. We're grateful for your help.
Wow, Lopez said. That happened fast.
They were on the freeway headed toward Ventura in Lopez's truck. Stone had to chuckle. Never underestimate the pathological curiosity of university professors when dealing with their subjects of interest, he said. Trust me on that. Dr. Matthew Garcia, once informed of a possible new specimen of Chumash rock writing, had nearly fallen over himself to invite the strangers to his home to discuss it. Even Wheeler had been surprised.
I guess it's a good thing Wheeler didn't connect you with the guy the police were questioning, Lopez said. He might have been a little less willing to set up a meeting.
Garcia's home wasn't far from downtown, a small green Victorian-style place on an older street. The door was answered by a plump, smiling woman in a house dress. "He's expecting you," she said, motioning them in and leading them down a narrow hall to a sitting area. Dr. Matthew Garcia didn't rise when they came in. They could see from the folded wheelchair nearby that it wasn't a breach of etiquette. He looked to be in his mid-70s, his thin body hinting at a more powerful frame in his youth. His eyes sparkled with anticipation.
"Gentlemen, come in,"
he urged, waving them toward a sofa.
"Mrs. Teller, please bring our friends some refreshments."
"Pleasure to meet you, Dr. Garcia," Stone said, walking over to shake the old man's hand.
"You must be Dr. Stone," he said, "and this is Sergeant Lopez."
He chuckled.
"I hope I'm not coming across as too overeager, but if what Wheeler tells me is true, I am very excited to see what you have to show me. When you get to be my age, you can get away with a little impatience,"
he added, eyes twinkling. Stone liked the man immediately. "Quite all right. We're eager to hear what you might be able to tell us about them." He pulled the printouts from the briefcase and handed them over. Garcia took them with the care and anticipation of a child being handed a coveted but fragile new toy. He shifted the lamp next to his chair for better light and immediately lowered his head to begin studying them. Minutes passed in silence. Mrs. Teller returned with a tray bearing glasses of iced tea and some cookies. She placed it on the coffee table without a word, smiled, and departed. Lopez took a glass and a cookie, but Stone didn't move, his gaze still locked on Garcia. Once, Lopez tapped Stone on the arm and made a wiggle-fingered gesture with both hands around his own head, followed by a questioning glance at Garcia. Stone, picking up his meaning, did a magical scan of the professor and then shook his head. Lopez looked relieved. A full 15 minutes passed before Garcia came up for air. For a second, he looked startled to see that Stone and Lopez were still in the room.
"Well..."
Stone leaned forward, waiting. Another several seconds went by.
"Well,"
Garcia said again,
"this is interesting. Interesting indeed, and very, very strange."
He focused on Stone.
"Where did you say these images came from?"
"We can't say that right now, sir," Lopez said. "It's related to an ongoing investigation."
"That's a pity. I would give a great deal to be able to see these in person, if there's any chance of that."
"Can you tell us about them, Dr. Garcia?" Stone asked gently. "Can you read them?"
"I can read about half of what's here," Garcia said. "Enough to give me the basic idea of the meaning. But that's why it's strange. These were clearly produced by one or more members of one of the Chumash tribes, but...
But? Lopez asked.
But, Garcia continued, this is all wrong for the Chumash.
He pointed at the first sheet, showing the leftmost tablet.
This appears to be some sort of invocation. The first one here refers to a great wrong done to their people, and mentions something about frustration at their own people for failing to seek vengeance.
He slid that one to the back and pulled up the printout showing the rightmost tablet.
These aren't in order. The two on the left and right appear to be sort of, they seem to be explaining what they're doing, or perhaps justifying it. They call themselves something like, they who do what is necessary.
He shuffled through the pages until he found one showing the middle, larger tablet.
This one is the actual invocation. They call upon...
He paused, squinting at the page.
Something called He of Many Masks, or He of Many Faces, something like that. The pictographs are non-standard, so I'm guessing a bit there.
He looked up at Stone, and his eyes were very serious.
They call this He of Many Faces, and exhort him to seek vengeance upon the blood of those who have wronged them for all of time. Blood and...
He squinted again.
Something about entrails.
A chill ran through Stone. This He of Many Faces, he said softly. Have you heard of him? Is he a Chumash deity or some other supernatural being?
No, not that I'm aware of. That's what's so odd about this. You see, Dr. Stone, I don't know how much you know about the Chumash.
Almost nothing, Stone admitted.
Well, he continued, they were a very peaceful group. They weren't aggressive with other tribes in the area. Mainly they were hunters, fishermen, and lived in harmony with each other and their surroundings.
He shifted the papers again and held up the one showing a good shot of the skull-topped mounds of bones.
This is not a Chumash construction. They wouldn't desecrate the bones of their people or even their enemies like this.
Pointing at the base of the bone pile, he said,
It's hard to tell what this is on the printout. Are these rocks?
They're some kind of beads, Lopez said. Made out of shells, maybe, or polished stones.
Yes. The Chumash people often buried their dead with ceremonial beads made from shells, so that part fits. But this is not a Chumash burial site. It looks as if the bones were brought here from somewhere else and arranged for a particular purpose.
Do you know what that purpose might be? Stone asked.
No. If it were another, more warlike tribe, I might suggest that it was some sort of medicine ceremony, with a focus on vengeance. The invocation on the tablet certainly suggests that they were trying to seek the favor of some sort of supernatural being and ask it to do their will by destroying their foes. I might almost say that the bones were part of a sacrifice. But none of that fits with the Chumash ways. They certainly never did human sacrifices. They were far too peaceful for something so brutal.
He stared off into space for a moment, then started, almost as if waking from a trance.
Oh,
he said, shuffling the papers. He pointed at one of the pictographs on the center tablet.
Very sorry, I misspoke before. See this here? This means blood, all right. But not in the sense of what we have in our veins.
What then? Lopez asked.
Family,
Garcia said, looking at each of them in turn.
Kin. It is descendants.
He took a deep breath, his excitement at what he was looking at warring with a clear disturbance about the subject matter.
In light of that, gentlemen, I would say that this is not only an invocation, it's a curse.
Chapter 23. You want to stop for something to eat? Lopez asked, glancing over. Stone didn't reply. He'd been silent for the entire trip back to Oak View, his 1,000-yard stare fixed on a point somewhere outside the truck's passenger window. Lopez raised his voice a bit. Hey, Earth calling Dr. Strange, Sorcerer Supreme. Stone started. Sorry, just thinking. Yeah, I figured that. Either that or you were ignoring me. What about? He ran his hand through his hair. What Dr. Garcia said. You mean the part about the curse? And you want to stop somewhere? I don't have much in the house, so it's either stop or order pizza again. Whatever you like. His gaze shifted back out the window. And yes, the part about the curse. You think it's relevant somehow? I mean, come on. I can believe in magic now because I've seen you do it and you saved my ass with it today. I can even believe that there's some kind of supernatural force that's taking over people and committing murders. But ancient Indian curses coming true? That stretches even my pretty flexible level of disbelief. He pulled the truck into the parking lot of a barbecue joint. Stone didn't respond further until they'd found a seat in the back of the restaurant and placed their orders. I don't know, he said at last. Some of it fits surprisingly well. How so? Do you remember what the professor called the entity they were trying to invoke? Lopez thought. I don't remember exactly. You with the face or something like that, wasn't it? Stone raised an eyebrow. He called it He of Many Masks or He of Many Faces. So? So, Stone said. Doesn't that sound like a fairly accurate description of an extra-dimensional entity that can possess anyone it likes? Lopez stared at him. Damn, he said. Shit, you're right. Stone's mental wheels were turning again. Stan, is there any way we could find out if the victims thus far were related in any way? Or at least if they had long-time ties to the area? Maybe, he said. Easiest way would be to check with Pete Kastner and have him ask the families. I don't think he's going to be very forgiving if we start bothering the families of murder victims with questions about their ancestry. Can you do it without arousing too much suspicion? Hell, at this point I can just tell him I'm working with you. I'll just spin it that you're a friend of Jason's, since he already knows that, and that I'm keeping an eye on you to make sure that you don't do anything that'll get you in trouble. Lovely, Stone said archly. Now I've got a minder. Speaking of Jason, Lopez said, frowning, you had any brainwaves yet about where he might be? Do you still think he's alive? I do think he's alive, Stone said with a sigh. No new ideas, though, unfortunately. I was very much hoping that our little trip this morning would lead us to where he was being held. You sure it wouldn't have somewhere? I mean, we had to get out of there pretty fast. What if he was there somewhere and we missed him? Stone didn't answer right away. The waitress came over with their orders, and he sipped his Guinness thoughtfully, staring into its dark depths. There was something here he wasn't putting together. Something about Jason. Bear with me a moment, he said. Sometimes I think better when I bounce ideas off others, so you're the elected sounding board. Bounce away, Lopez said. Listening is one of the first things they teach you in cop school. That and how to hold your gun by the right end. Stone, once again lost in his own thoughts, barely heard Lopez's words. Let's assume, he said, that Jason's alive and this He of Many Faces or one of his minions is the one who has him. With that assumed, let's look at our facts. Lopez pulled out his notebook and pen, deftly managing his pulled pork sandwich with his offhand. Go for it. First, Stone said, we know he saw something shortly before he disappeared. Something he thought I would find interesting. That almost certainly means something supernatural. Lopez jotted that down. Next, we know he was in the vicinity of the first murder, probably shortly after it occurred. The murder site was on the logical route he would take walking home from the party, and I detected traces of his aura at the scene. Lopez nodded, still scribbling.
We don't know for sure, Stone continued, but I can be reasonably certain that he didn't have anything to do with the murder.
How do you know that? Lopez asked. I mean, aside from the obvious fact that Jason isn't a murderer.
Well, there's that, of course, but there's also the fact that the bits of his aura I could pick up near the murder site were not at the site, per se, and didn't become nervous until a short distance down the road away from it. What it suggests to me is that he might have encountered the murderer, who was likely possessed at the time, after the murder had already been committed. And also that, aside from whatever bit of supernatural oddness he saw, he didn't connect it with a crime. He paused, his gaze suddenly going unfocused. Of course. What? Lopez demanded, pen poised over his notebook. I know what he must have seen now. Stone leaned forward. The night I was with Lindsay, when I awoke to find her trying to stab me, I saw an odd light in her eyes, sort of a yellowish-orange glow. The boy who strangled me probably had it too, but I wasn't in any position to see it. If he saw that, especially if it was coupled with that odd tone of voice the possession victims get, he certainly would have found it strange enough to warrant a call to me.
That makes sense, Lopez said. But why would it let him go then? Why not just kill him?
My theory is, whoever it possessed and forced to commit the murder wasn't big or strong enough to overpower Jason. He's very difficult to possess. I've taught him a few mental techniques, and it would have been awkward to simply vacate the other body and hop into Jason in any case.
So they just let him go and then grabbed him later?
They've proven they can keep track of people, Stone said. If he got back to his room at 3 or 4 in the morning, he probably passed out and woke up sometime later. That's when he called me.
Okay, Lopez said. So far, so good. But then did he leave the room and go somewhere else?
I don't know, Stone said. Let's go back to the facts. I am very good at tracking rituals. I performed one when I first got to Ojai as soon as I moved into the house, since the motel room wasn't large enough to cast a circle. He paused, waiting for Lopez to ask, but the cop just made a go-on gesture. I used something of Jason's as a tether, which makes it even more likely that if he was out there to find, I'd find him. Even if he was out of range of the spell, there would still be a sort of an astral marker showing me the way to where he was. But all I got was faint flashes of his aura.
What's that mean?
Well, for one thing, it means he wasn't dead when I did the ritual, Stone said. The fact that I got traces and even a brief response from him to my call indicates that he was within range of the spell, but very difficult to track.
How can that happen?
Usually it means the ritual subject is behind wards or otherwise magically hidden, Stone said.
So you think these things can do wards? Lopez asked. You mean like the ones you put on my house?
I have no idea what these things can do. He sighed loudly, frustrated. Damn it. There's something I should be seeing here and I'm missing it. I know it.
Well, Lopez said, let's think about the chain of events. You say Jason called you early on Saturday morning. Do you know he called from the motel? Do you know he got back there?
No, Stone said. But it's a reasonable assumption. If he left the party sometime around 2 a.m. and didn't call me until 7, then where else would he have been in between? If he passed out somewhere along the way, then Faces or his minions would have had plenty of time to hop into a new body that could deal with him.
Okay, Lopez agreed. So he got back to the room and passed out, like you said. Then he woke up and called you. After that, he either had to stay there or go somewhere, right?
Stone nodded. I guess he probably waited at least a while in the room, since he wanted me to call him and the motel was the only way I had to reach him. Unless he popped out for breakfast or something. But judging by the amount he apparently had to drink, I'm doubting he would be interested in anything more than perhaps a cup of coffee. When I'm that hungover, the last thing I want is anything to eat.
So, do you think somebody came to his room? Lopez asked. If one of those things came there and talked to him in that same weird voice, don't you think it would have freaked him out? He's sharp enough he wouldn't have gone with anybody like that. You said these things aren't very good at pretending to be people, so if they...
He stopped, staring at Stone.
What?
The mage had stopped in the act of raising his glass. Once again, his eyes had gone strange. "Bloody hell. That's it," he whispered. "Stan, you're brilliant. That's how they did it. Oh, you bastards." He leaped up with such force that his chair nearly fell over, a wild look in his eyes. "Come on," he ordered, flinging a handful of cash onto the table. "We have to go."
Go where?
Lopez demanded, looking around. The restaurant's few other diners were eyeing Stone as if expecting him to pull out a gun and start shooting up the place. "If I'm right, to find Jason."
Chapter 24.
Are you sure about this?
Lopez asked.
What you're asking is skating on pretty thin ice, legality-wise. If you're wrong...
They were sitting in Lopez's truck in the parking lot of the Nest Motel.
"Do you want to be the one to take the time to call Kathna?"
Stone asked. "Because if Faces gets wind of what we're up to, there's no telling what he might do. Even if I'm right, he might kill Jason just to keep us from getting him back." Lopez thought about it, his face a mix of frustration and resolve.
"Fuck it," he said at last. "I'm gonna retire soon anyway. I can live with a reprimand if it comes to that."
He got out of the truck and slammed the door. Stone followed him into the motel office, carrying the black leather duffel bag containing his magical gear. Behind the desk was a middle-aged woman in a neat floral blouse. "May I help you?" she asked. Lopez flashed his badge.
"Can you look up a record for us, please?"
She frowned. "A record?"
"We need to know which room one of your guests was staying in on Friday night, and we need to take a look around it, if possible."
Behind him, Stone remained silent and used a minor version of his disregarding spell to fade into the background. This was not one of those instances when his memorable appearance would be helpful. When Lopez told her the name he wanted her to look up, light dawned in her eyes. "Oh, that's the gentleman who's missing, right?"
"That's right,"
Lopez said. She searched through her records. Here we are, Mr. Thayer. He was in room 142. He was supposed to check out Sunday morning, but..." She consulted another book. "That room is booked up for this evening, but the parties haven't arrived yet. They aren't due until after 9 p.m.
"Can we take a look around?" Lopez asked. "It shouldn't be long."
She looked uncertain.
"I'm not sure."
"Please," he said. "I promise we'll be out and gone before your guests arrive."
"All right," she said slowly.
She pulled a key off a board and handed it to Lopez.
"The room's been cleaned, so..."
"We won't mess anything up. Thank you, ma'am,"
Lopez said, and turned to go before she changed her mind or asked for his name. Stone followed him out, and they headed across the parking lot.
"This whole thing just keeps getting crazier," the cop said as he opened the door to room 142. "You're saying Jason is still in this room somewhere? How the hell can that even be?"
"I don't think you want a magical theory lecture right now," Stone said. "You're just going to have to trust me." The fact was, he wasn't entirely sure himself, but he was convinced he was correct. It all fit. Jason was still in the area, but he couldn't find more than traces of him. He of many faces and his minions couldn't deal very well with human bodies beyond basic physical functions, which meant they sounded odd when they talked. It also meant that driving was likely beyond their capabilities, so they'd have to have possessed someone nearby, and they had no way to get Jason out of the motel. As far-fetched as it all sounded, everything Stone had deduced implied that he was still at the motel somewhere. And when he started thinking along those lines, it was an easy leap of logic to consider the possibility that the reason he couldn't find Jason was that he either wasn't on this plane of existence or was somehow out of phase with the material world. And that led to the idea that there had to still be some connection between Jason and this plane. Otherwise, Stone wouldn't have picked up the traces of him. The odd dream he'd had when he'd stayed here reinforced that idea further. As yet, he had no idea what that connection was,
and why Faces and Company were maintaining it.
But that could come later, once they had Jason back. The room was identical to the one he'd been staying in before, down to the photo of the pink-tinged mountain range and the tasteful Native American print bedspread. He stepped into the center, sat down on the bed, and reached out with his magical senses. He used a bit of power from his second ring to augment his search, finding it perversely ironic that the whole thing would be much easier if he could have made use of Jason's odd, innate ability to serve as a sort of mana battery for helping mages power spells.
"You getting anything?"
Lopez said, moving over to close the door and drawing the curtains closed. "Shh." Stone focused, carefully looking around the room. His theory was that if He of Many Faces had somehow managed to shift Jason's physical form to another plane or out of phase, there had to be at least a thread of magic connecting him to the material plane. They wanted him for something, otherwise they'd have killed him already. If he could find that thread, he'd be able to examine it and figure out how to shift Jason back. He hoped. If the thread existed at all, it was well hidden. Stone wasn't even sure what he was looking for, just that he was fairly sure he'd know it when he saw it. There weren't that many places it could be hidden. The room was only about 15 feet square, and the only furniture aside from the bed was a table and chair, a dresser with a TV set on top of it, a tiny nightstand, and a mini-fridge. Rising from the bed, he began pacing around the room, peering into the dresser drawers and the nightstand, and even opening the mini-fridge. He could sense rather than see Lopez sidestepping to stay out of his way, confusion radiating from him like waves.
"What are you looking for?"
he asked.
"Anything I can do to help look?"
Stone shook his head without replying. Where was it? He was so sure he was right. If he wasn't, then they were back to square one, and he had no idea where to go from there. He stopped a moment, frustrated, and considered his options.
"You didn't look under the bed,"
Lopez pointed out.
"Maybe it's there, whatever it is."
It couldn't hurt. Again, Stone didn't reply directly, but he dropped down to the floor and lay flat on his stomach, lifting the bedspread and peering into the shadows underneath. He had assumed that the bed, as in most hotels, was on a platform rather than on legs. But he was wrong. The open space underneath was empty, with two exceptions: a large dust bunny that had apparently escaped the maid's vacuum cleaner, and a slender, reddish thread of energy that ran tight against the back wall of the room and disappeared into nothingness as it rose up alongside the mattress. "Yes!" Stone said triumphantly, leaping to his feet.
"You found it?"
came Lopez's eager voice from behind him. "Under the bed," he said, pointing. "Brilliant idea."
"So, now what?"
"Now I'm going to need a bit of time, and probably to break the promise you made about not messing up the room. Can't be helped. Can you make sure to keep anyone out who might come to call?" Lopez frowned.
The motel clerk, yeah. Supernatural stuff, though, maybe not so much."
Stone waved him off. "This won't take long. Just watch the door and don't distract me." He tossed his duffel bag on the chair, unzipped it, and began pulling out items. Candles, chalk, crystals, bags of sand, bits of incense. He set them all on the table, then, moving quickly but methodically, sketched a circle directly on the bedspread with a thick piece of white chalk. Lopez started to say something, then decided against it. He kept turning back and forth in place, watching the bed and the door in turn, his hand on his gun butt. "This is a simple circle," Stone said, as he placed the crystals around its circumference. "It won't need to do much. The connection wasn't even meant to be noticed, let alone withstand any sort of strain. I think I'll be able to break it without much difficulty."
"What happens then?"
"We'll see, won't we?" Moving with a lot more grace than he'd given himself credit for after everything his body had been through over the last couple days, Stone leaped neatly onto the bed without disturbing the circle, then lowered himself into the middle of it. Might want to have that gun out just to be safe. Just make sure you know what you're shooting at if you have to. Stone checked him quickly for green auras, but still found none. His theory about Face's power relative to its base seemed to be holding, at least for now. Lopez drew his pistol and took up a position near the door, his eyes never leaving Stone. "All right then, showtime," Stone said. "Standard disclaimer, please keep all arms and legs out of my circle at all times. Don't break it or otherwise disturb it, and stay quiet. I don't want to bugger this up." Without turning to see if Lopez had any reply, he took a few centering breaths, closed his eyes, and fed power into his circle. It began to glow to his magical senses, a clear, pale blue that thrummed along his nerve endings like a low-grade electrical current. Now that he knew what he was looking for, the slender crimson thread was very obvious. He couldn't see all of it because it was obscured by the mattress, but all he needed to see was the tiny bit poking up from in front of the headboard. He focused his will on it, reaching out to examine it so he could figure out how to dismantle it. It would be easiest if he could just break it. That he could do with a mere flick of his mind, but he saw right away that that wasn't possible. He could sense Jason's essence, very faint and distant, making up part of the thread like one strand in a woven rope, blue against the red of the rest of it. If he broke the whole thing cleanly, one of two things would happen, neither one desirable. Either Jason would be stranded wherever he was being held with no way to return and no way for Stone to find him, or snapping the part of the cord that contained his essence would snuff out his life force. No, Stone realized, this was more like defusing a bomb than cutting a tether. He'd have to unravel the connection, separate Jason's threads from the others, and then break the remaining bits while keeping a tight hold on Jason's. It was going to take longer than he thought. Time passed, but he didn't notice it. Unraveling the glowing cord was delicate work, requiring all of his concentration. He had to trust Lopez to keep any potential distractions or threats away from him. "Hold on, Jason," he sent, though he had no idea if Jason would hear him wherever he was. The strand representing Jason's essence was tightly integrated into the rest of the cord. Stone sensed power coming through it, flowing from the unseen end to the one located in their own plane. This puzzled him. Were they trying to power something on this side using energy from the other? That seemed odd. Normally, once spirits manifested themselves here, they no longer needed supplemental power to keep them around. He didn't have time to examine the reasons for it, though. It required all his will and focus to keep his ethereal hands from shaking. With this new mysterious power source in play, he had to treat the operation as if one misstep might cause not only Jason's death, but a possible backlash that could take out him and Lopez and possibly a good portion of this motel. Carefully, carefully. At the periphery of his awareness, he thought he heard Lopez say something, but he didn't have enough spare concentration to make it out. He risked a quick glance toward the door and saw only Lopez's glowing blue aura. It looked nervous, but not frightened or overly agitated. Suddenly, something jerked in his grip. He spun his head back around and stiffened. The red, multi-stranded cord with that single thread of blue had bucked, rearing up like some kind of glowing snake. It lunged toward him, the strands at the end snapping and seeking as if to latch onto him. Stone pulled back, gripping the cord with one hand and holding it away from him. He sensed that if he dropped it now, all would be lost. That's what it wants me to do. It's probably an illusion. It lunged again, sliding through his hand and nipped his arm. Pain flared as it sunk its teeth into his ethereal form and held on.
Stone set his jaw and kept going. He couldn't afford to stop now. He almost had the blue thread separated from the rest. Just a few more seconds. Lopez's voice sounded again, louder this time. Stone ignored it. He didn't want to, but he couldn't do anything to help the cop right now. The snake reared back and struck again, this time hitting his shoulder. Again, pain flared. He felt blood running, but wasn't sure if it was physical or merely ethereal. Not that it mattered. Pain was pain. He thought he felt something else, a pressure on his other shoulder. He snarled aloud and wrenched it forward as the blue, pulsing network of energy provided by the circle began to sputter. Someone or something had breached the circle. A crushing pain pressed in on him, centering on his head as the feedback built. There was no more time. The circle was failing, its energy collapsing in on itself. He'd have to take the chance. No time to separate the strands further. Gripping the blue thread of Jason's essence in one hand and holding fast, he clamped his other hand on the bundle of red ones and wrenched with all his ethereal strength, which, being born of willpower rather than muscle and bone, was significantly more impressive than his physical strength. Pulling the cord in a sharp jerk, as if trying to yank a phone line out of the wall. Dimly, he heard a scream, but he didn't know if it was coming from himself, someone else, or both. Searing pain lanced up his arm as the cord ripped free, and then white, bright light flared. He felt his body go stiff and then crash backward. The last thing he felt before the room went to black was a vast frustration and rage. Pure, primal rage. All of it directed at him.
Chapter 25. Tired. So tired. Muttered sounds far away. Muddy voices filtered through multiple layers of cotton. Shifting lights. Figures moving. Looming. Al? Stone stirred. I think he's waking up. He didn't want to wake up. Waking up took energy, and he didn't have any left. He just wanted to drift back off to the embrace of blessed, wonderful sleep, where he'd never have to do anything again. Ever. How lovely that would be. Al! Deep in the midst of the cotton, wrapped tightly around his brain, one thought managed to get through. That isn't Lopez's voice. That was important somehow. He'd have to wake up to find out why. Damn. With great reluctance, he opened his eyes. Hey, Al, said a blurry form. Welcome back. He blinked, and the blurry form resolved itself into the familiar figure of... Jason? Yeah, it's me, he grinned. Can't get rid of me that easy, I guess. Stone blinked again. His brain didn't want to work right. It was as if all the myriad of questions he wanted to ask were backing up, and none of them could fight its way to the front of the line. What? Was all he could manage. And even in his brain-deprived state, he knew he sounded like an idiot.
Wow, Jason. You told me he was a smart guy, but you didn't say he was this smart, came another voice.
Lopez's face swam into view. He was grinning too. Yeah, college professor and all. Sharp as a bowling ball, Al is.
Oh, sod off, both of you,
Stone said sourly, mock indignation managing to finally begin piercing the layers of cotton. Everything was flooding back to him, which brought up even more questions. But right now, all he could do was stare at Jason. He was there, in the flesh, alive and well and safe, so clearly whatever Stone had been trying to do had worked. His expression grew serious.
Tell me what happened.
Jason pulled up a chair and sat down, and after a moment, Lopez did the same. Stone realized he was lying on his bed in Lopez's spare room.
I take it no one got arrested then?
His voice sounded so weak to him, and he was so tired. His shoulder hurt, along with his arm and his head. He didn't want to move, but he had to know what had happened.
"Took some fancy footwork," Lopez said. "I figure I'll be hearing from Kastner soon, but we're okay for the moment."
"What happened? Start at the beginning." He hunted around in his memory. "I heard you calling something."
"Yeah. You want anything, by the way? Jason's eaten nearly everything that isn't nailed down, including a whole pizza all by himself, but I might have something—"
Stone looked at Jason, only now seeing the slight pallor under his friend's tan. There was more going on here than was immediately visible. "No, thank you. Just tell me." He glanced around the room, looking for a clock. "What time is it?"
"About 2:30 a.m. You've been out for a few hours, but we figured it'd be better to just let you sleep it off, since you didn't seem too hurt. Jay slept for some of that, too."
Lopez took a deep breath.
"That was some freaky shit tonight, Al. He said it would be simple, and it wouldn't take long."
"Apparently I don't always know what I'm talking about," Stone said.
"Yeah, I got that."
He leaned back in his chair and took a moment to organize his thoughts.
"So, there you were in the middle of that circle of yours on the bed, twitching your hands around. I don't know what the hell you were doing, but you sure were focused on it. That went on for a while, and then somebody knocked on the door. That's when I called you for the first time."
"I think I heard that," Stone said. "But I couldn't break my concentration. I assumed you would handle it."
"And I did. It was the desk clerk. Apparently the people who weren't supposed to get here until 9 arrived early, and they wanted their room. I didn't open the door, just yelled that we'd be done soon. She left, and I figured that was that. But then a few minutes later she came back, and she had the people with her. I yelled out that I'd let her know when we were done, but then she used the key and opened the door. She had those glowing eyes, and so did the other couple."
Stone stiffened. 3 of them at once? "What did you do?"
"They shoved their way in. I didn't want to shoot them because I knew they weren't themselves, but it's damn hard to corral 3 different people when there's only one of me. While I had hold of 2 of them, the other one managed to slip past me and grab you. I thought the whole place was going to go up. You stiffened up like somebody had hit you with a hot wire. I grabbed him and threw him out into the parking lot. Fortunately, they weren't that strong. Then slammed the door shut and braced it. That was about the time you screamed, and then there was this bright light everywhere. Next thing I know, Jason appeared out of nowhere on the bed, and you keeled over on the floor. Jason was pretty much out of it at that point, too."
Lopez's breath was coming faster as he told the story. Stone stared at him. "How did you get us out of there?"
"I knew I had to, before those things figured out a way to get to us, or else the desk clerk called the police. So I flung open the door with my gun out. Weirdest thing? They weren't there anymore. I spotted them heading back toward the office, looking like they had no idea what the hell they were doing out in the parking lot. I got the truck over by the door and got you 2 into it. By that time, Jason had come around a little, but he wasn't much use yet. I drove like a fucking choir boy back here. I figured if those things were out looking for us, better to be someplace with wards."
Stone smiled, shoving himself up a bit on the pillows. "Listen to you, Stan. You're an old hand at this already." Sobering, he looked at Jason. "And you," he said. "Tell me what happened to you." Jason shuddered.
"I don't remember a lot about it. I was drunk off my ass walking back to the motel from the party. Then, all of a sudden, there was this guy in front of me. I said something to him, and he answered, but his voice was weird, all gravelly, and like he didn't really understand English. And his eyes were—"
Again, he shuddered. "Glowing red-orange?" Stone asked.
"Yeah." I got out of there in a hurry, went back to my room, slept it off for a while, then called you. Figured you'd bite my head off if I called you in the middle of the night.
He grinned at Stan.
"Al needs his beauty sleep, see?"
Lopez nodded gravely.
"Go on," Stone growled.
Jason turned the grin on Stone.
"By the way, where were you? Why didn't you answer the phone?" "I wasn't home at the time."
"Ah."
he said knowingly, nodding. Al, you dog. Stone glared at him. Are we going to discuss my nightlife, or are you going to tell me what happened? Remember, we've still got a murderer out there. That wiped the grin off Jason's face.
Murderer? I haven't told him much about what's happened yet, Lopez told Stone. I figured it'd make more sense to wait till you woke up, then compare notes. That way we don't have to repeat ourselves.
Stone nodded. Please, Jason, continue. We'll get to the rest later. I need to know why they took you.
Okay, so I make the call, and then a little bit later there's a knock on my door. I open it, and the desk clerk guy is there. He's got another guy with him who looks like the janitor or something.
He shrugged.
I don't remember much after that, until I showed up in the room again tonight.
Anything? Stone asked. Everything you remember could be potentially helpful.
Jason thought about it. It felt like I was kind of mostly asleep, you know? I was in a room with nothing in it. It was just white. No sense of time or anything. I had no idea I was there for several days until Stan told me.
Did they speak to you at all?
No. Like I said, I was out of it. I think they might have drugged me or something. I was tired all the time. Not hungry, really, or thirsty, just so tired. I felt like something had drained all my energy, or...
He stopped, because Stone was staring hard at him.
What, you come up with something?
That could be it, Stone whispered. That could be why they were holding you.
What, draining my...
Again he stopped, his eyes getting wide. Holy crap, Al.
What?
Lopez demanded.
You mean they could take my energy? Jason said, ignoring Lopez's question. I thought I had to be willing for that. I sure as hell wasn't willing.
It's the only thing that makes sense, Stone said. Perhaps they were using your energy to supplement their own, to allow them to do more on this plane than they normally would be able to. He sighed. I don't know. I'm still not thinking too clearly yet. Perhaps we should continue this in the morning after we've all had a chance to sleep for a while.
No way, Jason said firmly. You're going to tell me what's been going on. What's this about a murderer?
Stone looked at Lopez, and between the two of them, they gave Jason the summary version of what had occurred over the past couple of days. Had it really only been a couple of days? So much had happened that it felt like much longer. Jason listened with growing horror, especially during the part about Lindsay's murder and Stone's arrest, and then again when they got to what they'd discovered under the huge oak tree up above Creek Road.
Shit, he breathed. Just shit.
I'll give you this, Jason, Stone said. You don't discover small problems.
Lopez stood. We really should get some sleep, he said. We gotta figure out how to deal with some things tomorrow, like how we explain where Jason's been, for example. Remember, he's still wanted as a person of interest for Ashley Reed's murder, and we need to determine our next steps if we're going to find this Faces thing.
We can think about all that tomorrow, Stone said. Already he could feel himself starting to fade again. He didn't think there was anything seriously wrong with him beyond exhaustion. His arm and shoulder hurt where the ethereal cord snake had bitten him, but aside from angry red marks, there were no wounds. However, he knew his brain was operating in a fog right now, and that was no way to make life-or-death decisions. He'd just have to trust that the wards around the house would keep them safe.
Just everybody stay inside. I'm not convinced that if you go out right now, that thing won't be waiting for you.
No problem, Al, Jason said.
Whatever happened to me, I don't ever want it to happen again.
Chapter 26. When Stone came out to the front room early the next morning, still bleary but feeling much more himself than the previous night, Jason was already up. He sat at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee, looking out into Lopez's small, neat backyard with a fair imitation of Stone's 1,000-yard stare. He looked up as Stone came in.
Hey, Al, didn't think you'd be up yet.
I could say the same thing. Are you all right?
He dropped into a chair across the table. Jason rose, poured another cup of coffee, and set it in front of Stone. Surprisingly, yeah, I was hungry as hell once I woke up last night. Stan wasn't kidding about me eating a whole pizza. But it was a weird feeling. Not like I hadn't eaten for several days, but more like it just switched back on after being switched off. He sipped his coffee, then looked at Stone with an odd expression, sober and thoughtful. "I didn't say thanks last night, Al," he said. "Thanks for coming for me, for getting me out of that. If you hadn't—" Stone waved him off. "Think nothing of it. Rescuing people from magical threats is apparently becoming what I do. Still, I owe you big." "We're not out of this yet," Stone pointed out. He looked down into his cup. I, anyway, you're not obligated, still need to track down He of Many Faces and figure out how to deal with him." "We," Jason said firmly. "I'm in this till the end. I've got a score to settle with this thing anyway." He glanced up. "So you told Stan, huh? That was a surprise. I thought you wanted to keep the whole magic thing a secret. Did you tell him about me and Verity, by the way?" "No, that's for you two to reveal if you wish." He shrugged. "As for why I told him, I didn't fancy getting arrested again, so I figured that having a law enforcement officer on my side couldn't do me any harm. And you told me you trust him. So far, it's proven to be one of my better decisions. He's been a valuable ally." He quirked an eyebrow at Jason. "And he tends to accept things much more easily than you do. It was quite refreshing not to have to deal with the 'what the hell' and 'holy crap' every 5 minutes. Hey, what can I say? I'm just skeptical like that." He paused, looking out the window again. "So, what's our next step? Do you think that thing will try to grab me again?" "Probably not. I'm sure it knows that now I know what I'm looking for, I could find you again much more easily. No, I think it's mostly focused on killing us now, along with whatever other plans it's pursuing. That's why I like you, Al. You're so comforting." The phone rang before Stone could reply. After a single ring, it stopped, as if it had been picked up in the other room.